I see that I'm muted. I just saw that. I got the warning on screen. So welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason. Good to see everyone here, everyone hanging out. Sorry about that. I was muted for a moment. Thank you. I appreciate that. I caught it. I tried to catch it quick. Let's see who we all have in the chat today for another Stage of Reason. We got Andrew, who was first. Hashtag Trivial Wins. Hell yeah, Andrew. Spam goes here, says, I'm up. Sorry, I'm late. Oh, wait a minute. Yep, you were early. Thank you so much for being here. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist as well. Good to see you. Gets to see a whole episode of the stage while sitting at home. Awesome. Jverse is here. Good to see you, Jverse. Sorry that the time slot sucks. But yeah, you can pop in and out at your leisure, whether you like. Cord Lizard Mage is here. Says, let's get this party started. Hell yes. Who else we got? Road No Last Name's hanging out. Says there was a new species of blood-sucking insects that misinterpret scripture. They're called heretics. Very cute. Thank you very much for that, bud. Dad jokes are always the best. Let me see who else we have here. McKinnon Mitchell's hanging out in the chat. Good to see you, McKinnon. Says if you want evidence for God, just look at the trees and then smoke them. He's in the smoke. I swear it. Absolutely. Good to see you, McKinnon. Thanks so much for being here, bud. Always a pleasure to have a celeb hanging out, a celeb filmmaker hanging out. BV is here as well. Good to see you, BV. Canadian Ollieman says, elbows up, Canada. Good to see you, Ollieman. Thanks so much for being here. Robin Webster as well. Good to see you. Hello. Calder, good to see you. What's up? And Matthew Mulkeen. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. For everybody here, this is the Stage of Reason, on doing this more often during the week. So this is the Sunday one. You'll also see us, here on Wednesday. And I'll probably wind up doing it more often during the week because these have been really, really fun. And we've been having some really good conversations as of late. Good to see you, Clive Wells. Thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that. And here's where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. We bring them up on stage and kind of like hash out their epistemologies, or if they have questions for us, we can ask them that. It'll be the past few Stage of Reasons have been really, really good. Thanks to y'all. I've had some good conversations, some good, decent streams. So I'm looking forward to what today brings as well. So this should be a lot of fun. And I've got Andrew O hanging in the back. Good to see you, Andrew.
You too. Doing well?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yes.
Pupper's well tended to, so that you don't have to deal with it in the middle of the stream.
Yep, got a head running around in the back, throw the ball around a little bit, and make sure they were settled down. So,
yep, good show.
Matthew, I wasn't on yesterday. I've just been doing this. I've been doing it pretty much Sundays and Wednesdays. Seem to be pretty good. And welcome to the Sunday show. And Jinju, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Oh, man, it is wild out there. Before we dive into anything, I want to make sure the link for anybody to join the stage is pinned into the live chat. So you can click that link and we'll do a quick check in the back to make sure everything's good. We want to keep the safe stream, make sure that YouTube doesn't punt us or anything like that. So, but if you want to come up, we'll do a quick check and, see what's going on. And we'll bring you up and have whatever conversation you're looking to have. And the topics are there on the screen. So you can choose from any one of those. So look forward to what anybody has to bring up. Who knows who will want to come up on the stage. So I guess we'll find out. Give it a few minutes there. But it is wild. I'm assuming that the one thing that's like stuck in my head at the moment is just as far as like the current state of the nation. Because I know that it's a topic, and I hate diving into politics and shit like that, but I was sitting here, I was mulling over the events that took place at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and how there was like there was an apparent like shooter who was caught. They weren't killed, but they were captured at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and all of the conspiracies that are cropping up and surrounding it all of a sudden. And that caught my attention because I could be wrong in this, but I don't think there's been a president in American history that has drawn this kind of attention. Okay, so whether or not the shooting, there lies the big problem. We've never had a president so divisive and, I in my opinion, so vile that would that has drawn this much negativity to the degree that like wannabe assassins are like coming out of the woodwork. It's like it's weird. Like people caught on his ground, people caught on the grounds, they like that. People showing up at events, people pulling stuff, and so that's like the first thing that bothers me is like having a president that is so antagonistic as to draw this kind of attention. Where it's just, and we're not even 2 years in, and it's just like, oh, this corrupt or stupid is like literally doing this. Then it also bothered me the amount of conspiracies that are cropping up around it, because what that tells me, and this kind of just struck me the other day. I know other people have arrived at this conclusion beforehand, but it struck me because we are in a state where we can't even believe that every single one of these attempts to get him are authentic. That the con has become so prolific that we are now questioning whether or not people are legitimately trying to do this, or if these things are essentially, you could call them false flags, but they're performative to try and distract from other more egregious topics like the Epstein files and the war currently going on in Iran that nobody wants, all this kind of crap. And so now the public at large can't even believe whether or not any of this stuff is real. And it's very 1984, So, and I can't think of a time, at least not in my lifetime, in which the United States was in this kind of a position where we can't believe anything that's coming out of the mouths of anyone associated with government. So it's wild to me that we find ourselves in this spot where someone could try and drop the president, and we don't even believe it's real, or we because we can't, because we have justification to believe that it could be faked, that it could all be performative, that it's all set up, So that just, it disturbed me, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Andrew? What do you think?
I haven't actually followed along the way, so all I can comment is the fact that, as you said, it's become too believable that it could be a false flag distraction.
Right.
That says a lot all by itself. And frankly, for a country that, seems to worship, the possession and use of firearms, you'd think they'd be better shots.
Right. It's just, I don't know. It's just very, very like Javers brings up, the age of disbelief, immediately followed the information era. And it's I wish I could find the words to kind of describe my dissatisfaction with the current state of things, because you also have to pick and choose your words carefully here on YouTube, because I want to make sure that I don't say some shit that could potentially get the stream down. Somebody is pointing out, that during his presidency and campaign, Barack Obama was the target of numerous plots and threats, with reports indicating that over 11 significant plots or attempts were stopped or investigated by authorities. So there were plots. A foiled plan by a man posing as a journalist to attack him with a knife. 2 separate plots by white supremacists and others intending to shoot him, with one focused on the Democratic National Convention. Denver and Tennessee plots, Istanbul plot, someone who just popped off 25 rounds at the White House, a domestic terror group, the 2012 Fear plot, the Ricin letters, and the Death Ray plot. Oh, plan to use a radiation emitting device. A bomb that was intercepted by the Secret Service. Wow. I guess I didn't hear a lot. Well, then again, during Obama's time, I really wasn't that ultra like involved. So yeah, Robert Biter says I have reported the stream for being factual. See you later, JL. That seems like it. Disgust and weariness are the first two words about this. Yeah, weary. That's a good word. I am worn out. I am like worn out. Jessica brings up America sure has been a violent society since 9/11. 9/11 is looking more and more. We all knew that it was going to be a turning point in American mentality, but 9/11 appears to be the moment that things really went off. The things began to go off the rails. You know, as far as the general American fear of the other, whoever happened to be not us. And it's just gotten progressively more and more worse as people have used that fear and used that hatred, the now generational hatred, to foment whether it be anti-immigrant or anti-Muslim or some other rhetoric in order to fuel political agendas or fuel the I guess people's ambitions, political ambitions. And I don't know what the end looks like is my problem. Typically you kind of like hash these things out and you can try to see where it's going to wind up, but it's hard to say where things will end up. So you guys started while I was watching Thinker roast someone. Oh, it was the year 2000. We didn't. Oh, yeah. Reconstruction South was much more violent. That's true. Very true. But yeah, it just found it weird and something to reflect upon. How we're in this kind of the age of the conspiracy where nothing can be trusted from anybody. So, which is just wild to me. That has been their playback from the beginning, caused so much chaos and confusion, so people are always thinking about one thing while they are doing another thing behind the curtain. Agreed. I'll agree with that. Nikoti, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So, as far as like wild things going on, obviously, because of this whole situation in Iran, nobody's talking about the Epstein files anymore, or like the major media is not talking about the Epstein files anymore. That's people have been pretty much distracted away from that. Nobody's talking about what's going on with Luigi Mangione. No one's talking about the fact that Kash Patel is probably going to get fired because of his behavior as FBI chief. No idea. It's just one distraction after the other. So Musashi said Epstein is old news. It's wild that it's become old news, that anything to distract away from the fact that these things were going on. And so I don't know. I know for a lot of people, it's extremely depressing. And the best thing we can do, Cord Lizard Mage says Norse Fire and Fingerman are the scary outcomes if left unchecked. Yeah, Norse Fire and Fingerman from B for Vendetta. Agreed. I honestly don't know. Trump likes to have things named after him, so they are the Trump Epstein files. Agreed. Hey, Gretchen, good to see you. Gives new meaning to the name Teflon Don, though. He wishes he was the Teflon Don. He really does. He wishes he had that kind of pull and that kind of respect. But the guy's always wanted to be like mafioso-esque. But at least to a degree, members of La Cosa Nostra actually had some degree of honor amongst them, amongst themselves. They were, just to a degree. I'm not saying that they were good and anything like that, but it's pretty bad when you were such a vile human being by comparison that you could say that members of the mafia actually were better people than the person we have in the person that we have in the White House right now, Joseph is here, says, once Trump's term is up and y'all fix the world, how long until it needs to be fixed again? So that really depends on what you think needs to be fixed. it's hard. I would say once he's gone, because obviously it's not going to be permanent, but once he's gone, and it can only be like one of four ways that he's leaving. He either dies in office, and he either dies in office, he's impeached and removed, he's 25th Amendmented and gotten out, or somebody finally gets him, splits that rotting pumpkin on top of his neck. But in that respect, once he's gone, it's hard to say what steps will be made, like where we're going to go to try and like rebuild ourselves in a geopolitical sense in the eyes of our allies and in the eyes of the nation itself, the eyes of Americans, because it's it's a great opportunity for whoever takes over to pull things back and try to get things back on track. But people will be deeply concerned because the train has been going in the wrong direction for so long that it may just be, people may just throw their hands up and be like, every man for themselves, But then again, there's no telling how much damage he'll do to the country, looting and pillaging the taxpayer. So I have no idea. Dems need to get their heads out of their asses. Progressives need to get their heads out of their asses. The GOP needs to find the stones to actually do something. The MAGA cult is fracturing completely and totally, and we've seen that slowly but surely. They're turning against him because of all the failed promises and the blatant hypocrisy. So now, if only the extreme evangelicals would turn against him.
Yeah,
that's
good question. Did you leave off the potential? Like, is it a write-off that he may be simply riding out his term in office and not attempt to claim a third term, even though regardless of the idea of them not being consecutive?
He the law explicitly states that he can't run a third term. That he can't. Once it doesn't matter if they're separate or not. Once you've run two, you cannot run for a third. You cannot run a third. And there's nothing that says back to back has any kind of deal. It's always if you've held two terms, regardless. So there's no legal opening for him to run for a third. It'd be a blatant violation of the law if he tried. So there's so many things that we need to do. I suspect that if he is not 25th, I suspect one of two outcomes. If I was on Poly Market, I would put money on either one of two outcomes. I would put he either dies in office or they 25th Amendment him. Is that he becomes incapable of doing the actual job, and then they invoke the 25th to remove him. So I suspect one of those two. It's going to be, because I don't know if another, even if Dems sweep the midterms, I do not know if they're going to. I don't know if another impeachment would be successful. So, I don't know. Maybe it would. Maybe it wouldn't. I'm not putting any money on it. I wouldn't put money on it. So,
I'm wondering if he could basically force, enough of a delay of process to let things ride out, given the election is later this year. Might he just try to stall at that point?
He could. It's a possibility. So Joseph, so I actually want to point this out. You say Trump derangement syndrome. I'm kind of curious about this because people bring up anytime he says deviating from the topic to Trump. The topic is the president. I haven't gotten off that topic once. The topic is the president, the shit stain that is currently in the White House. The problem is there would you say that Germans who rebelled against the Third Reich or abandoned the country, left the country to go elsewhere and did everything in their power? I mean, those people who were obsessed with that, do you think that they had Hitler derangement syndrome? I mean, is that a thing? Or Mussolini derangement syndrome, or Mao derangement syndrome, or Stalin derangement syndrome? No, because when you have a monster in office, Okay. When you have a monster in office, it's not derangement syndrome to focus on what could be done. You asked what he could do, what we could do when he's out of office, and I answered that. I don't know what it will take because the train has gone so far that whoever takes over, if he dies in office, then Vance takes over. Midterms are still up for grabs, and we don't know where it's going to go from there. If Dems sweep the midterms, then the GOP president, essentially becomes a lame duck. Nothing will get passed. No one will get confirmed, and then it'll go. Pretty much have to wait until the next election because they'll just shut it down. Okay, unless so. Even if he's gotten out, even if we remove him, there's still 2 more years of this shit that we have to endure. It's just the question is, will we be able to control it better or not? But once he's gone, he'll fade into obscurity as it is. So the question is the government that he leaves behind and the state of it. Will the people that take over keep trying to push the agenda that they're currently pushing? Will we be able to shut them down and control them and basically, kill it in its crib? Or, if the Dems eventually do take over, if we do get everything back, well, what's that going to look like? Are they actually going to do work to try and fix everything? Or just like, it's so far gone, what do we do? Like, what's the point? And it's all just like party line bullshit, the way it has been with the Democrats for the past, 12 years. Like, what do we do? So the point is, I don't know. There are many different futures as to what could go down. Okay, there are many different futures as to what could happen. So things are up in the air. I'm only speculating at this point. I don't know, because I don't know if the vast majority of people who are in power or capable of taking power view the country as being so far gone that there's nothing that we can do, and they just say, screw it, every man for themselves, as it is right now. I don't know. This is the time when we need patriots, not nationalists. When we need patriots to step up. This is what we need right now. But I don't know if there are any that are at least at that level. There are many patriots in the country. I don't know if there are any patriots that are at that level and willing to step up and do the work necessary. So I don't know. I do not know. And Trump derangement syndrome is not a thing, okay? It's focusing on this thing. Like, we keep bringing up the Epstein files. We keep bringing up the Iran thing. We keep bringing up all of the shit centered around him. All that. That's not Trump derangement syndrome. That's focusing on the horror in the room. It's there. Okay?
I would think threatening to wipe out an entire civilization in a message being tweeted out to the world. Commenting on him is deranged. No, I think he's deranged.
Right.
And we have a right for the thought that this is the guy with the nuclear football. That's a threat. That's a direct, literal threat.
Yeah. Tweeting out genocidal threats and shit like that, that's just insane. Just Matthew Mulkeen says James Carville stated he has TDS. He said, yes, I have it. I hate the fucker and I want to hate him more. Supporting the president right now is deranged. I agree with you, Spam. Supporting the president is deranged. It is an insane position. It is anti-democratic. It is anti-American. It is everything this country is against. He is the complete antithesis to everything the founding fathers had in mind for the idea of what America was supposed to be. So that's just what it is. It's just absolute garbage. It doesn't surprise me at all that people are coming out of the woodworks, like what, trying to do what they do, but this is the world in which we live. Not to mention, all of our allies turning their backs on us when it comes to the situation in Iran, because he keeps lying to us straight to our face, and then Iran comes out, and then he keeps saying, "Oh, it's under control. We have peace talks, blah 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 blah," and then Iran turns right back around and says, "No, it's not happening." It's like at all. It's an ideological conflict for Iran. This is not about money for Iran. It's ideological. Okay, it's West versus East is what it's about, and they will fight to the last because it's ideological for them. It's money for Trump. It's all about money. But Iran, ultimately, when it comes down to it, when the shit hits the fan, Iran doesn't give a shit about money. They give a shit about survival and all or nothing, and they will fight to the last. They've shown that. But we decided to. But our president decided to use capital as an excuse to get into a protracted ideological war, on basically what amounts to an entrenched enemy. Okay, it's just beyond dumb. It's literally the dumbest shit ever. And yes, Spam is right. With the threats of nuclear war, just like throwing those threats around, just like the hints at it or the illusion or alluding to it, it's quickly becoming existential. Hey, Godless Spectrumite, good to see you. Says, was the attack at the correspondence dinner staged? Strange how a gunman was allowed so close to the ballroom. Suspicious. It's wild that we are in this time where we are justified in questioning the legitimacy of assassination attempts on the president. The fact that word came down that there was a shooter in the building, and he was and you've seen the photos of him from the reporters that were there. He just doesn't react. And then it's beyond crazy. The fact that friggin' Carolyn Levitt told the reporter hours beforehand, shots are going to it's like, this is going to be a great speech. Shots are going to be fired. It's just weird stuff like that. So ineffective leaders and dangerous leaders. We are stuck in this terrifying cycle. So So that's why one of the topics on the stage is Christian nationalism is a threat, because it is. It's a threat to democracy. It's a threat to the American way of life. Trying to turn this country into a theocratic or an autocratic theocracy. This is how you get Gilead. This is how you get to Gilead. That's their playbook. That's the Heritage Foundation's playbook. Is Margaret Atwood is what it's about. What's up, Angel Rivera? Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. But that all being said, I know it's chaos. I know it's crazy out there, but politics isn't super the discussion. I mean, we can talk about politics here on the stage if we get someone who wants to click on the link and join me on stage. But this is the stage of reason, so people are welcome to. If you're a believer, we want to hear from you. Just click the link, come on, and we'll have a chat. We'll talk about what you believe and why. Or if you have questions for us, we can talk about that, like how we justify things in our worldview. Love to have those conversations. So yeah, link is pinned in the chat. At least it should be pinned in the chat. Let me double check. You came up, Andrew, so I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, the link works.
Good times. And I know that
we had a believer in chat there, so they're not coming up.
Well, I'm hoping. Okay, great. Thank you, Rodent. Have you spoke on LifeWise and its attempt to indoctrinate kids through a loophole in the public school systems? I haven't heard about LifeWise, but I mean, it doesn't surprise me. LifeWise Academy, a fully legal way to bring Bible-based character classes into their child's weekly public school routine without any extra scheduling. LifeWise Academy during school hours. Evangelical Christian organization that provides Bible-based education to public school students during school hours. It is interdenominational, but aligns with historic Orthodox Christian beliefs and the Nicene Creed. utilizing a curriculum based on the Gospel Project. Oh, wonderful. So LifeWise Academy operates under released time for religious instruction laws, which were upheld in the 52 Supreme Court ruling Zorak versus Clausen. The ruling allowed a school district to allow students to leave school for part of the day to receive religious instruction. As long as it's not so that's allowed for them to leave school to receive that instruction, as long as it's not happening in the school and is subsidized by the government. So I don't agree that I don't like it, but it's technically a private thing that there is a law for. It's legally protected, and parents can choose to do it or not. So all it's going to wind up doing is just ensuring that kids remain confused or are indoctrinated into the worst possible shit, just like anti-science, anti-reality kind of shit. So yeah, I mean, I don't like it, but it's there. Yeah, so we'd love to have somebody come up who is a believer, who wants to talk about their beliefs, what they believe and why. Love to have somebody up here. It's pressuring the kids who are left behind and also wrecking curriculum. I would agree with that. It's a direct conflict to current curriculums, and puts kids in a state because it's not going to provide any kind of like legitimate answers other than faith, which is going to directly conflict with curriculums in school, and is going to put teachers in a position, public school teachers in a position where they are being asked questions that they can't answer. So non-homeschooled, homeschooled, pretty much, yeah. But if it comes down to it, I do have more content that we could review. If PhD Tony shows up, I can show him the argumentum ad motherfuckerum, because I finally found it. I didn't get a chance to show him last time.
Pass a link in chat so we can save it for posterity.
Oh, I downloaded it, so I've got it on my desktop. I'll agree with you there. The Bible is messed up, Nikati. It is. Dagobah Dave is here. Good to see you, Dagobah. Says we let the rich get obscenely rich, and the rich can basically buy lawmakers. Yeah, it's pretty much the terrible position that we are currently in. Let me go ahead. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that so my studio is not so cluttered. 8-bit ghost. Yes, thank you. I killed Earl for that. Well, I can. I mean, because so what this is what I call the argumentum ad motherfuckerum, and I have P Mars to thank for it. It was this took place over on Taco's channel, and it was a conversation I had with him. P Mars really, really gets me agitated with his just how he like does his shit. So when I play this, I'm a bit hot in the conversation. So you're going to hear that. I gotta preface that. I'm coming off a little strong, but I gotta show you all this, and hopefully Tony will. I'll show it to Tony too if he shows up.
Premise 1: all presuppositional apologists and young Earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. Premise 2: P Mars is a presuppositional apologist and a young Earth creationist. Conclusion: P Mars has had sex with his mother at some point in his life. It's deductively valid argument. It's deductively valid. Please show me where the premises are factual.
The premises are a state of affairs, so that would
be a proposition.
No. Yeah, it's a state of affairs. A proposition.
Okay, but what do you mean by state of affairs?
Okay, but the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
What the fuck? Yes.
So you do. So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest admission.
You have had sex with your mother at one point.
Oh God. Oh Marstown, what are we gonna do with you, buddy?
Wow, dude. Well, at least he bit the bullet and just dived right in. I gotta go get my.
I'm honestly speechless. I've never heard anyone
As
just
long
like
as
So yeah, that was fun times. So I call that the argumentum ad motherfuckerum.
Was that following an attempt for him to claim that soundness isn't important?
Yeah, that basically he made the same mistake as Jay Dyer did, that validity equals soundness. So
Wow.
and then he just dove right in and was like, oh, the premise is true. And he was like, yes, the premise is true. It was like, oh, okay. So cell phone.
Wait, Dyer did that? Well,
Yeah, Jay Dyer did that one time too, where he was basically arguing that validity equals soundness.
I don't know if he's met a dictionary before. The fact that they are two separate words should have been a clue. Parent BA in philosophy should have been a second clue. Yeah, I think we've hit it like a Winkler jump the shark moment.
Yes, we have.
And in
Hey,
case, fuck the shark while doing it.
Greetings, Mystery Man. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Handsome Epileptic. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. But yeah, that was a good moment. A good moment that P Mars gave us. Argumentum ad motherfuckerum. Gotta love it. Well, I guess we could take a look at. I have this video from Brian Holdsworth where he says, titled "Why Doesn't God Make It Obvious?" We could jump on that. Hopefully, we can get into. Hopefully, we will get someone who wants to join the stage and talk about what they believe and why. Fingers crossed. Godless Spectrumite says, all cabbages are red. All red things fly. Therefore, all cabbages fly. That argument is valid. If the conclusion does follow from the premises, and according to Jay Dyer, all cabbages fly. And I agree with that, Hayden. Hayden Walton says, divine hiddenness alone kills theology. I would say that divine hiddenness at its best, Schellenberg's, J.L. Schellenberg's argument there points out that it is rational. It is a rational conclusion to not believe that such an entity exists if that entity is defined as being all loving. Now, it could be that if you don't believe in a God, if the God concept that a person holds to is not all loving, that is like either completely amoral entity, or it's classical deism or anything like that, or even an evil God like distheism or maltheism, then it doesn't hold up, because the God has to be loving, because part of the premises are the God is all loving, and being all loving, it wants to have a personal relationship with every human being. So, and it's within its purview to be able to do that, but it doesn't do that, so it can't be all loving. So that is the way the whole thing is structured. So even if a God entity does exist, it's not all loving by definition. So I would say that the argument from divine hiddenness provides excellent justification for why people don't believe. So yes. That was a big one that I brought up against Iconoclast when I was talking to him. But the biggest issue with the Iconoclast debate was he wasn't arguing for Christianity. He was arguing for some how to describe it. It would definitely be, in the eyes of a Christian, would definitely be some pagan concept or some deistic concept. Like, he was arguing for essentially the possibility that some sort of entity exists, but he was not willing to bite the bullet and take it all the way into Christianity. And the debate was about the Christian God, which is what I set up in my intro, but he wasn't arguing for that. So he didn't even show up to the debate to argue the same thing that I did. So, hey, I Killed Earl. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, he argued big on that one. He used a lot of arguments, but refused to actually take the God concept into the Christian territory, and that's simply because he can't defend that. It's going to wind up with him making so many assertions about this thing that it ultimately falls apart. So he's smart enough to recognize that he can't defend the Christian God. At best, he could defend his notion of like a deistic entity or maybe even a pantheistic entity by looking at basically using, like these things can't happen by chance, or it must be intended, personal incredulity and arguments from ignorance. But ultimately, he wasn't having the same debate, which is what's wild to me. I kept trying to point out, like, well, bring it back to Christianity. This debate's about the Christian God. Why aren't you debating about the Christian God? And so, but he wouldn't do it. And I'm the one who even brought Bible verses to back that shit up. So. Yeah, godless spectrum mind. That's an excellent point. Even if you prove the existence of a God, you still have all your work ahead of you to prove the existence of your God. It's just a matter of proving that a God exists, proving that it's your God that exists, and demonstrating the mechanistic relationship that it has between it, the mechanistic relationship that exists between it and everything else that exists. So it's three things in there. Video evidence for a God on my Discord. I saw something pop up in my in the memes area. I choose to believe this shit not because it's true, but because it is funny. Oh yes, the Spirit Halloween doctor costume. It's Jesus Christ, because no, it was a picture of what was that one guy arguing that the AI picture of Trump as Jesus. That he was saying no, he was that wasn't him as Jesus, that was him, what was it, attacking. It was like an attack post. It was like an attack post against the Pope, is what it is. So some guy tried to convince people of that nonsense. Oh, that he's a doctor and he's healing. It's just like camel, elephant, doctor. Yeah, ace another cog test. Yeah, that's it right there. Thank you, Captain Welshie. It's a DNA. God wanted me to be president. Oh. Except blame. Oh, let me scroll this down. Hegseth is blaming Biden for military vaccine mandates. The flu shot's been required since 45. Joe Biden was 2. Oh, Hegseth is trash. Where am I looking? Jinju. I saw the notification. Oh, yeah. That's a good one right there. God wanted me to be president. See, God wants me to make America a white Christian nation. God wants me to force women to have babies. God wants me to put the Bible in classrooms. God wants me to command armies and take all that oil that is rightfully mine. And then the Pope shows up. God wants you to be nice to people. Keep God out of politics. Yeah. Only when it serves him. The last post I see, DM me. Hey, what's up, John Fapiano? Good to see you. Keg's breath. So true. Let's check this out. Till we have a believer who wants to come up on the stage and talk about what they believe and why. Hopefully, we will get somebody. Until then, I do have Gingy, that's funny. God of the goalposts. Let me see here. Video file. Do we have someone up? Hey, 100th Monkey, good to see you. Well, we'll see if somebody comes up, but until that happens, I do have this. Okay, just to make sure, can everybody hear this okay?
Yep, come through good over here.
A super common refrain you'll hear from people against belief in the existence of God, especially according to the Christian conception of God, goes something like this. If my salvation, my eternal life, depends on belief or faith in God.
Okay, why is that assumption in there? I got to back that up already because we're only 23 seconds in and it's already starting off with a huge assumption.
Eternal life depends on, especially according to the Christian conception of God, goes something like this. If my salvation, my eternal life, depends on belief or faith in God, and is therefore, you would assume, extremely important to him, he would obviously want me to believe in him. And the thing is, he could easily make himself known to me. He could simply appear to me, he could speak to me, he could perform some sort of sign or wonder that would convince me in a definitive way to let me know that he at least exists.
Okay, so Cord lives remains. I had the same thought. He was bringing up eternal life. It says this is from so he's speaking from within the Christian paradigm. The idea that some Christians may bring up the idea. So this is not towards like atheists, and so this is about when believers are struggling with their faith. And so, like, if like they may believe that God exists, but their faith is faltering because it's not apparent to them. It's like if like my salvation, if like the eternal life that I have was so important, why wouldn't God make it more obvious? You know, why at least secure my belief, my knowledge, when it could technically do it for all human beings. This is the same idea. This kind of like on the other side kind of goes towards the argument from divine hiddenness. And so it's someone struggling with faith. Is essentially what it is. They have to believe without like really having any confirmation. And so given whatever experience they have, that faith may be faltering. So why doesn't God make it more obvious?
Yeah, but he did at the very start of this, he did actually address this reason for disbelief. You feel this is still targeted for internal people struggling more than those who just outright never believed?
Let me see. Let me rehear it. Or hear it again.
A super common refrain you'll hear from people against belief in the existence of God.
They're against it.
Okay, so this technically be anti-theists.
Or non-believers. It's not for people who are trying to stay in.
Right, okay.
They're non-believers, whether active anti versus otherwise, yeah.
So this is so weird because we're not even 25 seconds in. The title of the video is "Why Doesn't God Make It Obvious?" So, which is fine. But then he started, so this is addressing towards non-believers, but he says people who advocate against belief in it would be someone like an anti-theist.
Especially according to the Christian conception of God.
Okay, so people who are against believing in the Christian conception of a God. But why would a non-believer...
Goes something like this. If my salvation, my eternal...
Why would a non-believer be asking that question? Why myself? Because a non-believer wouldn't believe they need to be saved from anything. A non-believer wouldn't believe that they will exist eternally. They typically don't believe that souls exist. So this is weird.
Well, this does sound just like a direct call to the argument from hiddenness. So it is consistent. Yeah.
Eternal life depends on belief or faith in God and is therefore, you would assume, extremely important to him. He would obviously want me to believe in him. And the thing is, he could easily make himself known to me. He could simply appear to me. He could speak to me. He could perform some sort of sign or wonder that would...
Book of Acts, the road to Damascus experience. Every single human being could be given one, but it doesn't. So, sure. I just saw somebody, Mandolin B. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Convince me in a definitive way to let me know that he at least exists. And if he's all powerful, that wouldn't be very hard for him to do. But he doesn't do that.
No, as a matter of fact, it contained within that is that the God would ostensibly know exactly what it is that would convince each individual, because every single individual doesn't need to have the exact same experience, but it does know what it would take to specifically convince every single individual that exists on their own epistemic terms to meet their own individual epistemic framework. And so some people would require a lesser event, some people would require an extreme event, but the God would know this. It's not outside the purview of its ability. So it could do it. It just chooses not to.
So he either can't, he's indifferent towards whether or not I believe in him, or he's simply not there, none of which is compatible with the Christian notion of God.
Or another one, it's not, the entity is not ultimate, and there is some sort of substrate beyond the God that dictates that it cannot do it, that there's some sort of constraint, so therefore the God is not ultimate. It's operating within a framework that it can't, that limits even its own abilities as to what's going on. So
now this is a pretty common atheistic argument, although I have heard some atheistic standard bearers like Richard Dawkins and Peter Boghossian and Peter Atkins admit that there's pretty much no evidence that they could possibly convince them that God actually does exist.
And I've said in the past that such a position is a slightly intellectually dishonest. But then again, the individuals he mentioned are more really about the kind of rhetoric. And so kind of like planting a flag, it was like drawing a line in the sand, that kind of thing. I may not be aware of what could convince me, but it's within the realm of logical possibility that I could be convinced. But that doesn't mean that I'd be able to convince anybody else with what's presented to me, you know? So, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. That's a separate question. Whether or not I'm convinced is kind of the starting point. And so we should be sticking right there.
Well, it's not exactly neither here nor there. This is our first step into poisoning the well.
That's if that's what he's going to do.
Oh, he's done it. See, the moment you see them reference an individual, oh, this person says, you know they're going there. But buckle up for it. Probably won't be long.
Even if God wrote a message to them in the stars in the heavens, they would have to conclude that they had simply gone insane.
No, it's not that they would have to conclude that. It's that. So yes, he is kind of poisoning the well here. It's not that they would have to conclude it. It's that they would have to eliminate that possibility in the realm, like in the field of things that are logically possible to explain phenomena, logically possible and physically possible to explain phenomena. You have to eliminate, in order to come to a conclusion like a God exists, if the God itself is not demonstrating itself like directly, like in front of people, with something like that, you'd have to eliminate other possibilities that are more, that where the probability of them is higher than there is of a God, because there's other evidence that could support beyond just seeing something in the sky. There's other evidence that could support a particular conclusion. But if something's just appearing in the sky, that's one piece of evidence that could support the existence of some entity, but it wouldn't even mean it's a God. It could be something else entirely. It could be an alien, like, you know, a la third body problem. So, or the three body problem. So it's he's not presenting this as accurately as he could, and he has kind of poisoned the well there by saying that, oh, he'd have to accept, you know, that it's something else.
In other words, their problem isn't that there is a lack of evidence, or as we often hear, that there's actually no evidence whatsoever. Their problem is that they won't admit any kind of possible evidence for the existence of God.
That's also false. The problem is that any one particular piece, okay, you need to be able to attach it back to that. The problem is the lack of a mechanistic connection. In order to say that it could potentially be a God, you have to be able to determine what the God is. This kind of goes to agnosticism a little bit, determining what exactly the God is and its mechanistic relationship to the phenomena that you just observed. So saying that it's evidence for a God does a lot of heavy lifting, because it requires a bunch of assumptions. One, that a God exists. Two, that it's the God you think it is. And three, that there is a mechanistic connection between it and the phenomenon you observe that you can demonstrate. And none of that can be done. So the odds begin to drop. The probability drops precipitously low that it is a God entity, given the number of assumptions you have to make. So it's not that they're refusing to do it. out of like obstinance is that there's no justification to go that far and make all those assumptions when we can't demonstrate the truth of any of them. So this, yeah, you were right, Andrew. This is poisoning the well.
For them, this is about a devotion and a commitment to a system of belief in certain Enlightenment era presuppositions, not evidence.
Oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. It's about having a consistent epistemic standard and not deviating that depending upon whatever the subject or the topic happens to be. It's not, and the way he articulates this, it's total emotional appeal, is bring it like that's this devotion to this epistemic. No, that's the one that gets us closest to the truth in a demonstrable capacity. We are able to replicate those results and show that they are true, independent of the mind that initiated the first experiment. So that these are as close as far as we can tell, they are objectively true of the world, independent of human minds. So that's the problem. We want to get as close to truth as possible. You want to say your God is true, you have to be able to meet that epistemic burden. And if you can't do that, if you say that's why it requires faith, that's never going to get you there. And what's up, Skeptic Philosophy? Good to see you. Enlightenment era presuppositions versus Dark Ages era presuppositions. True. Thank you, Jessica.
But for everyone else, for people who would be satisfied with some sort of evidence or some sort of encounter with God, I'd argue that there's another possible explanation for why God wouldn't reveal himself in such an explicit way.
Well, okay, I got to hear this because if God is ultimate, then there's nothing that should stop it from doing it. So it comes down to a personal choice. God either can do it and it won't, or it can't do it, and that's why it doesn't. So it's either God wants to or God must. It's one of the two. It's a true dichotomy. God either wants to do it or God can't do it. And if there's any limitation on the God, then it's not ultimate. But if God is ultimate, it's either because it does it because it wants to do it, not because it must do it or not because it can't do it. So,
and since I would promote the Christian conception of God, it's important for us to understand what Christianity says about the larger context in here. Because
this would be not Andrew, this would be post hoc, wouldn't it? To try and rationalize around the logical entailment of how the God is defined?
Is it actually directly? I'm not sure it's directly post hoc. It depends what he's going to propose as this. Now, with that in mind, I got to guess, because we went from poisoning the well, we have to finish the poisoning. Because, I mean, as much as we got a very fast-acting dose, right from the opening statement. So he went to try to point to the person who would accept nothing as evidence.
Right.
At this point, the next logical step is for him to say it's a you problem. You're the problem.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. This is the typical next move is you don't accept it because you don't wanna.
If knowledge about God is an exchange between God presenting himself to us, if we're part of that equation, then we need to know something about ourselves. Christianity starts by telling us something about ourselves. It says that by our rebellion against God, we have adopted a condition that it sort of compromises our moral ability and our ability to know and understand what is good and true.
So it's us. Yeah. So Andrew, you were right. It's us. The problem is us.
Brian here came with a fully automatic blame thrower.
Yep. The problem is human beings. And despite the fact that the conditions that have facilitated human beings to exist the way they do within the Christian paradigm were completely within the purview of the God that created everything. So it's still on the God. I wonder if he's going to ignore that point.
And evidence of this compromised nature is everywhere. Just think about ignorance in general, because remember, there are plenty of facts and truths that are hidden from mine and your perception. You have to train your mind through education and study and the rehearsal of those things to begin to appreciate such truths and such facts. But just because they're hidden from your mind doesn't mean that they aren't there or that they don't exist or that they're inevitably completely inaccessible to you. It just means that something is preventing you from understanding until that something is remedied through knowledge or virtue or training. Another kind of proof of our own...
Hold up right there. Okay. Can you rewind to the exact spot we were at right when you unpaused him previously? Do you know that?
Understand what is good and true. And
right there.
Yeah. Okay. I think the phrase is about to come out. There's
Evidence of this compromised nature is everywhere.
pause it,
Just think
right
about
there.
Okay.
Compromised nature. That implies an initial state. I guess we don't have to prove that's the case either, do we?
By my estimation, he would be referring to before, prior to the fall. In that it was the fall that compromised it. So he's, like
we're supposed to assume this is true,
right? Yeah, without any kind of justifications. Like, start with the assumption that human beings were once perfect and we were capable of these things, and then the fall compromises. So the fall is the thing that happened, and that's why human beings cannot figure out that God actually exists, or there's no justification for it because we're compromised. It's a limitation by our own fall. An event that took place within the purview of the God itself that set up the conditions that allowed for its logical possibility. He's not. So this is just doubling down on faith, is what it is.
Yeah, well, it's begging the question for the fact that we are supposed to assume that there was an initial state that we fell from. He hasn't done that. So we're begging the question. We're going to go circular. The best he's going to argue for at this point would be some level of internal consistency. But I also don't care about the internal consistency of Narnia either. So have fun with that. Right. Theology is a rather round-shaped flagellation.
Good to see you, allegedly Fred. Can't speak. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here.
Ignorance in general, because remember, there are plenty of facts and truths that are hidden from mine and your perception. You have to train your mind through education and study and the rehearsal of those things to begin to appreciate such truths and such facts. But just because they're hidden from your mind doesn't mean that they aren't there, or that they don't exist, or that they're inevitably completely inaccessible to you.
That would just mean that they're unfalsifiable, and therefore I don't know. So this would be a justification for agnosticism. Just be like, you don't know. So, setting aside the linguistics issue that agnosticism points out, this would just be unfalsifiability. And so there'd be still no justification to believe. So he hasn't even crossed that bridge yet.
Just means that something is preventing you from understanding until that something is remedied through knowledge or virtue or training. Another kind of proof of our own compromised nature might be found in this thought experiment. So if you found, let's say, a genie in a lamp who was willing to grant you any wish that you would wish for, what would it be? Now, you don't have to answer that, but we can imagine what most people would actually wish for. And I would...
More wishes.
So
step one, always get more.
So his hypothetical here is going to show the compromised nature of human beings by essentially cherry picking a particular thing that he thinks is most common.
I would say that it would be some sort of combination of our desires for wealth, honor, and power. That is to say that most people, in wishing for these things, by the endorsement of their wish, would seem to agree that these are things that are worth having. These are things that we should strive for. And if the opportunity presents itself, we should go after them. In other words, they are good in and of themselves. And that's true. They are good in and of themselves.
Well, they're tools that can facilitate good, like positive outcomes per whatever the individual has in mind. So yes, money, power, wealth, or so wealth, I don't know, honor, like that. People do that. It's just a personal characteristic. And even that's subjective as to whether or not a person is honorable, depending upon the system that they're being compared to or being judged by. But, they're tools that can facilitate positive outcomes, or they could facilitate selfish outcomes. Either way, I don't think that's notion. I mean, because ultimately it comes down to survival. Increased wealth and increased power do increase your survival advantage, because you can secure the resources you need to continue surviving. So I don't think this is not like evidence of a compromised nature. It's evidence of a survival nature, of a survival imperative.
But when we possess them, something tends to go wrong, right? These things in human hands often seem to corrupt us and leave us feeling unfulfilled and unsatisfied.
Only those individuals who recognize that these things cannot bring happiness. They can make people content, but this comes down to individuals that wouldn't be happy with anything, that are fundamentally like incapable of feeling that, because they think they're putting this is a psychological issue.
this isn't the, I mean, but we see this across the board, but it's not even universal. So I don't know what he's trying to, this is not a universal problem. So
now what we've got here, actually, this is great inspiration for a special effect for you to integrate. I think if we're going to be doing these reviews this way, which is a great format for us to be able to fill things in with, we need a Family Feud board. This is for like the fallacy counter, because what we've got right now is a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josiel says, wealth is a benefit towards those who desire to have it. Same for anything he just listed. It's not good in and of itself. This guy is a dum-dum. Yeah.
If not worse. A common example that we often hear about is that of lottery winners who often end up going bankrupt shortly after they win.
That's because they don't know how to handle finances. Which is why there are classes that you can take for that lottery winners can take in order to help them manage their funds and not go broke. So
because they didn't know how to manage such a sudden and dramatic, undeserved influx of wealth. Look at all the celebrity class of millionaires who...
I love how he just throws out that it's undeserved, that somebody won a bunch of money and it's undeserved.
are constantly addicted to drugs, often overdosing on drugs, processing from one marriage to the next, seemingly never satisfied with the kind of life that most of us could only ever wish for. I remember seeing a quote from Jim.
Wow.
Yeah.
That really escalated quickly. That just really got out of hand.
Carey, which I'm going to have to paraphrase, but it went something like, I wish that most people could experience what it's like to be a rich celebrity just so that they could know that it wouldn't solve all their problems. And I would add, it would actually create more problems. It's why we have platitudes like...
Well, that depends upon your behavior. There are many celebrities out there that are quite rich that are doing just fine. And that's because they surround themselves, they themselves are educated, and they surround themselves with very intelligent people that they trust and have earned their trust in order to handle those things. And so the only problems they deal with are the problems that come with any kind of career, decisions to make, people to associate with, projects to be involved with. It's just on a larger scope because there's more money involved. But there's unhappy celebrities and there are happy celebrities. So this still is not getting his point across.
Like, there can be too much of a good thing, but I would adjust that to say that a good thing in the hands of your average human being often becomes a bad thing, which is only possible if something has gone wrong in us. Now, consider God as he...
Okay, it very well may be, but this is not proof for a God. This is just proof that human beings are prone to psychological issues. And we understand that evolutionarily speaking, because of the way our brains evolved, we are prone to many, many neurological deficits, to many psychological and emotional issues because of how our brains are wired, because of just how the different areas of the brain communicate with each other. You notice that we don't see a lot of this shit in other primates because their brains are different. Their brains evolve differently from ours. So our ability to reason to the extreme degree that we can is coupled with the fact that we suffer from a great many, our species suffers from a great many emotional and psychological deficits and maladies because of how one area of our brain evolved at a faster rate than other areas of our brain. So one way I've always heard it put, and I've always liked the analogies, that our human brains are a rat's nest of like neural pathways that are constantly developing over time. And because the front part of our brain evolved at a faster rate than the rear area of our brain, we get conflicts all the time as far as what we instinctually are driven to do and reasoning about the things in front of us. And so we wind up asking questions and doing a risk analysis when we should be acting. And therefore human beings tend to screw up stuff, which is why training is so very, very important to make these kind of the ability to make judgments in the moment as quickly as possible. Analysis paralysis is a thing. And as a result of a conflict going on, or a conflict or a contradiction occurring between what your reasoning mind is, what you're concluding via your reasoning mind, and what your hindbrain is telling you need to do right now. So, but we see this. This is evolutionary explanation. This does not get you to a God. This is all just, I guess, a combination of ad hoc and post hoc is all it is. And this number and the number of fallacies that Andrew brought up.
is defined and proposed in Christian theology. He isn't just a good thing like wealth. He's the greatest of all things, for lack of a better phrasing there. To possess God in significant measures would likely produce destructive results for us as much as anything else, as we can see with other measures of wealth, honor, and power, all of which God possesses to the fullest.
So we can't know God because human beings are messed up, and knowing God would lead to destructive outcomes. But these things are only possible because of the circumstances that allowed for our condition to be possible, and those circumstances were within the God's purview. So essentially, you boil this down by what is logically entailed. Humans can't know God because God doesn't want us to know it.
Wait, so basically everyone who encountered Jesus got wrecked by entailment.
Yeah,
The
apparently.
apostles got wrecked. Apparently, too much of a good thing. The apostles saw him. Nope. God screwed those people over, apparently.
So I'm just trying to boil it down. So God is ultimate. God is in charge of all the parameters and conditions that exist for everything that is not for the not God said, for everything within creation. It's all within the God's purview. Human beings fell because of the conditions that allowed for that logical possibility, namely the trees in the garden and the agent that manipulated them into defying God, which didn't have to exist at all. And they didn't have to exist at all. So the God wanted that to happen when it didn't have to happen. And then humans wound up in a fallen state in which we have epistemic limitations, and that those epistemic limitations keep us from knowing God because of our corrupted nature that God was in full control of. So the only thing could be like that. The only reason that we can't know God now is because of the way God made us. So it obviously, and God didn't have to make us that way. So obviously it wants us to be that way. So therefore God doesn't want us to know it, which is why it set that up. Okay. Makes sense. He's throwing God under the bus. Biological entailment. Don't tell me what, Earl. Money can't buy happiness, I know, but I only want to rent it for a while. That's true. God woke up and chose violence for eternity. Truth. And none of this, and if he's talking about belief in a God, none of this actually gets you to a God, because he's looking at what is apparently true now, that human beings have epistemic limitations, which is fine. There are epistemic limitations to humans, and then blaming that on the fall, which of course assumes that we're accepting that premise and we're accepting that the God exists. So it's still all begging the question.
Fairly worn out analogy, which I've already alluded to, but it just works so well. So I'm going to rehearse it here again. Is again related to human celebrity. Most people can admit that they are envious of the life of someone like, I don't know, let's say like a Taylor Swift, or if it's not Taylor Swift for you, then substitute who some great celebrity would be in your mind.
If they knew Swifties, they wouldn't be envious of Taylor Swift.
But consider the fact that it's virtually impossible for someone like Taylor Swift to form an authentic new friendship with somebody.
That's also bullshit. Wow.
Taylor Swift is no longer capable of human interaction. Wow. Okay, you know what? We need to clip that and send it to the Swifties. They will deal with them.
Wow. Not capable of a real human friendship. That's fucking insane.
She can never make a new friend with someone who just cares about her as a person. And
these fucking absolute statements, man. That is wild.
Oh, I literally can't even. I've hit share levels. We need like a Ted, the bear. Wow. Moment.
Yeah.
Not the celebrity and the power and the wealth associated with her. How could you untangle that in order to just love her for who she is and what she is? And this is the dilemma we encounter when we consider just a human celebrity, which is only a slightly better looking and more talented version of you and I. But
Swifties, target acquired. So I'm guessing she thinks that Kelsey is just not in love with Taylor at all. That Travis Kelsey just doesn't care about her. I would say the only difficulty that Taylor would have is not in being able to have legitimate like friendships that are not predicated upon knowing her or her celebrity or her wealth. It's that Taylor is in a position where, because of those things, it is harder for her to trust people, because she knows that there are people out there that will simply want to be around her because of her status. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means it's more difficult, because it means earning her trust is much harder, which is obvious. I mean, that anybody would be in that situation. So just to ensure, because there's going to be people that want to sidle up next to you just because of what you have. But that doesn't mean that they're all like that. So he's just throwing human beings under the bus.
God is infinitely superior to us. And according to Christian theology, God doesn't just want us to believe that he exists to admit the fact of his being.
Why? Why is it such a problem? Because at least then I would have the information I need to move forward with determining whether or not this being is worthy of worship or even basic respect. So I can't put a check on one without first knowing that the thing is actually a thing that exists in reality. If I have that information, even if it's just me and I can't share it with anybody else, at least then I would be able to move to the next logical question. It exists. Great. Okay, this is confirmed. Okay, so let me move on to the next one. Is it worthy of anything? So
yeah, we just right there. We're mid-sentence from basically. Apparently now it's not about knowing and believing God's existence. So, what's it actually about? It's if we're going to accept him. He just set it up right there. He's mid-sentence away from saying you have to accept him into your heart and love him. You have to worship him. It's the worship that's important, not the belief.
Okay.
And God doesn't just want us to believe that he exists to admit the fact of his being. He wants us to know and love him, to be in some sort of an intimate relationship with him.
But those are two separate claims, Brian. Two separate claims that are determined on two completely different sets of merits. Existence in and of itself is one thing. Does it exist? Does it stand in causal relation to everything that is not itself? What is the mechanistic relationship between it and everything else that exists? Like, its existence is one thing. Its character is another, because just because it exists doesn't mean it's all loving. Just because it exists doesn't mean it's all powerful, all knowing. Just because it exists does not mean it is worthy of even basic respect. So, two separate claims here, Brian, and one does not logically entail the other.
To some degree. But if God just dropped the curtain on you one night and gave an exhibition of his glory and his splendor, how do you think you'd react to that?
I would know that I then have knowledge that this, well, actually, to be perfectly honest, if this thing like showed up and did this whole like blah 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 or whatever, I'm God, I would be inclined to ask the question: is the thing that is presenting itself in front of me the God that it claims to be? How do I know this entity is not lying? Now, then again, the entity could essentially kind of like present itself in a way that I would be utterly convinced just by looking at it. That's kind of hard for me to accept, that I would just believe a proposition just by witnessing a phenomenon. My epistemic standard is pretty rigid, so maybe if there is a way, then the God would know how to do it. So say I am just completely convinced. There's no way that I can give that information to anybody else. I can't impart that knowledge in any way. I would know that. Like, well, I can't impart this knowledge. So in that sense, I'd be like, great, I know, but this is kind of useless because I can't impart this knowledge to anybody else. So will God be doing it to everyone else on the planet? The Muslims, the Hindus, everybody else that exists that is not a Christian, the billions of human beings, the 6 billion human beings that are not Christian? Or how about all of the Christians that are not the right flavor of Christian? How about that? Is the God going to be doing the exact same thing for them? So I would actually be kind of annoyed to a degree because I can't impart the knowledge to anybody else, but at least for myself personally, I'd be able to move forward and start determining whether or not it's worthy of anything.
Would that be the instigation of a loving, intimate relationship?
Not
because
necessarily.
Love, for it to be meaningful, for it to endure beyond fleeting emotions or passions,
it has to be earned. It cannot just be like, it's got to be earned. The entity has to be worthy of it.
It has to be an act of the will, not some sort of Pavlovian compulsion. If God simply appeared to you, his splendor would be so overwhelming and intoxicating that you would simply fall on your face in a state of terrified paralysis.
No, I wouldn't. That is beyond stupid. And because so here's the wild thing. This entails, the statement that he's made right here entails that the God cannot control how it appears to individuals. Yet apparently it can when it comes to the road to Damascus experience. That is because what he's describing right there did not happen on the road to Damascus, if you were to take the Bible literally in that respect. So whatever appeared to Saul on the road to Damascus, that did not, this is what he's talking about here, like falling in his, like this, like overwhelmed with awe. That didn't happen. So obviously the God can control the manner in which it appears to people or it presents itself to people. So by his logic, by what he's stating here, the God can't control that. And that's why it doesn't reveal itself, which is bullshit, because that means the God is not omnipotent and it can't meet. He's nerfing his God to get around the divine hiddenness argument.
No,
essentially what it is.
Far worse than that. Technically, the whole point was to be able to prove its existence. It didn't say anything about how it has to show us itself. At what point did seeing the God, when was that?
How did that become a requirement, a universal requirement? Right, yeah.
Yeah, so he's completely slipped that in, like the idea of like it's freaking Cthulhu.
Yeah.
At that point, yeah, apparently Jesus could be seen. So with all of that, apparently there goes that level of nonsense. But the second thing is whatever it takes to convince us doesn't have to be a direct sight of a being, because we're not assuming it has a physicality anyways that our eyes would interpret as being the thing. So that's actually completely worthless, aside from those who might say, hey, maybe I want to see a guy with like robes and a long beard.
Gretchen says, God would never appear before me because he's afraid of me. I would say that it's kind of that weird thing is like, when I die, you're going to have to explain it. When they say when you die, you're going to find yourself before God and you have to explain yourself, be like, why? Why am I explaining myself to this entity? It already knows. It knows what my reasoning is. It knows my reasoning is logically consistent. It's critical and it's honest. It knows that I've worked with all the information that I have available to me. So any information that wasn't available to me or wasn't made available to me, it certainly could have made it available, but it chose not to do that. So obviously we have a problem here. So in a sense, it kind of comes down to victim blaming in that respect. So it's weird. It's, like I hear theists a lot of times nerf their gods in order to try and justify why their God doesn't do a thing or why their God appears to be incapable of doing something. But this is Brian Holdsworth just throwing his God under the bus.
Right after pooping your own pants. And something tells me that those aren't the ingredients for like a loving relationship.
And
if God was petty and insecure like the pagan gods were, or at least the way that they're depicted in their own histories, maybe he would just show off so that we would simply compulsively worship him. But he shows restraint against producing that kind of effect. But I can already hear the voice of polemicists like Richard.
Hold on. So first, he can't show us himself. And then he can't do anything for us.
Can't blow our minds.
Every form of evidence.
This is hilarious.
Yeah.
So the position is that it's justified to not believe this entity exists, and then he says, but it is totally justified to believe it exists. But you can't know that it exists because of epistemically you can't know because we're all corrupt, and the God is limited, so it can't present itself in a way that we would know. And it can't do any miracles or anything or blow our minds. Oh wow, dude! Just what are all these nerf patches?
Dawkins say, but God is petty and insecure. Haven't you ever read the Old Testament?
Well,
pretty much.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
He had more in common with Zeus.
And that's a great point. So let's talk about the Old Testament, because God seems a little bit more, I don't know, like totalitarian in the Old Testament, right? So the Old Testament tells the many varied stories about how God reveals himself to a certain people in order to make them into like a holy nation, which means a nation set apart from the rest of the world so that they...
Why is any of that necessary? Why does God need a select group of people to be a holy nation? This makes no sense. It's like, why?
They can know and worship the one true God, and that eventually, from among them, he would instigate the reconciliation or the salvation of all mankind.
So why not just do it for everybody all at once? Why do that? Why allow billions of human beings to exist that never knew any of this shit to die, and then all of a sudden come in 2,000 years ago with a plan that this is what's going to go down, and not give it to everyone, but give it to a small group of people that existed in a tiny speck on the planet, ignoring all of the human beings that existed everywhere else? This is just patently absurd.
And that nation eventually became known as the Israelites. But if you're familiar with the story of how he claims them and delivers them out of slavery, you'll notice that God makes himself pretty explicitly known to them. The relationship that the Israelites have with God isn't one of mere faith. Instead, it's one of a pretty explicit experience of God's presence. He performs several signs and wonders to prove to him that he is God and that he chose them to be his people.
And he could have done it for everybody else as well, but he chose not to. In fact, it's weird that God would know that there were people that were existing on the western half of the planet and not impart that knowledge to the people who were living in that area. That seems kind of like kind of innocuous. By the way, there's an entire Western hemisphere with two continents that are full of human beings. But don't worry about them. Like that. I'm not going to do any revealing to them whatsoever. So it's just going to be to this one specific tribe that's going to kick off generations of racial conflict and religious racial conflict for forever. It's just.
He parts the Red Sea, something so unimaginably impressive that how could you do anything but tremble in worship towards the one that performs such.
So again, this is just begging the question. So
a feat. Then after they escape out of Egypt, they find themselves walking through the wilderness with God in the form of like this flaming pillar of fire that's leading the way. At another point, he descends on a mountain as an ethereal cloud in such a terrifying display of his presence that the people, they were too afraid to even go near it. He feeds them with food that just appears from.
This is, Exodus didn't happen. I'm just going to flat out just cover all this. The book of Exodus is mythology.
Heaven every morning. And then he eventually defeats all of their enemies so that they can inherit the promised land that he told them about. So God was as explicitly present to them as he could be. But think about what that does to the dynamic of that relationship between God and the Israelites. Because once God is fully known, we have no excuse for disobeying him. If knowing...
Bullshit. Also bullshit. If the God, it makes itself fully known and it commands you to do something that directly violates your moral standard, then no. If it asks you to sacrifice your moral standard or to ignore your moral standard or to accomplish a task, no, that's perfect reason why.
And following God is...
Yeah, technically, they did disobey him plenty of times. Like the Midianites, round one. What do you mean he didn't kill absolutely everything?
Right.
Like, did I stutter? And at the same time, remember, apparently God can reveal himself like this to people. And did he doom all those people? I don't think so. That apparently makes you the holy chosen people. But apparently the rest of us don't get to be holy chosen people.
We don't. Scientific Origins, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Atomic Punk, good to see you as well.
Largely an encounter with mystery and experimentation with applying his teachings, then we can be somewhat excused for making mistakes along the way, right? But if God is more fully known to us and explicitly gives us instructions and commandments, well, at that point, we don't really have an excuse for disobeying.
We do, because as far as we can tell and the evidence shows, this stuff is man-made. It doesn't come from a God. This is a huge assumption that he is making, that is saying we're operating as though it is true, which is just absurd.
I mean,
So
he didn't have golden calves either. Immediately following Moses going up the hill, he didn't even make a dab before all of a sudden, what the hell's with this cow? Didn't last
beyond
long.
Silly.
Oh yeah.
In fact, any act of disobedience at that point is a pretty explicit act of rejection and rebellion towards him. Like, imagine a job that you just got hired at and your boss gives you clear and unambiguous instructions. Do this, don't do that, get it done in this amount of time, etc. And none of what he directs you in is unrealistic beyond what you're capable of. Now imagine if after being hired and given such explicit instruction, on a daily basis, you just disregarded those instructions and disobeyed him. What should he reasonably do with that?
Fire you because you're not doing the job that they were willing to pay you for. Okay, fire you, but he's not going to send you. He's not going to condemn you to a lifetime, an eternity of torment. Okay, hell does not exist there. This is a bad analogy. Because either that, or actually, they first probably try to retrain you to see if they could like figure out like what's going on. So they probably try to retrain you. And if you still refuse to do it, they're just going to fire you. But they're not going to punish you eternally for it, which is just silly.
I think most reasonable people would say that he would be justified in firing you for that. But now imagine if you fell short or you transgressed some expectations of your employer, but without knowing it was explicitly against his wishes. He may inform and correct you, but your culpability would be significantly reduced in light of what you knew and what you did not know. So according to the New Testament conception of faith, faith is belief in things unseen. There is this tinted glass that we look through to encounter and to know God,
but is not a tool for epistemology. This is about emotional validation. This does not get you to a knowledge claim. So unless he's about to like conflate, do something like conflate confidence with faith.
At the same time, he also set up a little alternative here where it's apparently better to not know God because, see, at that point, you can't consciously make a mistake.
That's right.
Not knowing.
Which directly contradicts the Great Commission.
Oops.
By that slight separation and sort of mystery and ambiguity, our encounter with him is made a little bit more gradual, more gentle, if you will. This is most profoundly communicated to us in the incarnation of Jesus, in which we encounter God, but with his splendor hidden in human form. And I would argue that this is probably why the Israelites in the Old Testament were handled in a bit more of a severe manner when they rebelled against him.
So why didn't God do the second thing? Why did God have to change up his tactics? Why not do just the second plan that if it worked, why not just do that first? This is so nuts. Why does Brian think this would convince anybody? He still hasn't crossed the bridge.
Which they did over and over again. For them, they couldn't claim that they didn't really know God's will or feign ignorance of the reality of his presence to them or his instruction. He had revealed himself as explicitly and as dramatically as he possibly could, and yet that still wasn't enough for them to follow his instructions.
Then it obviously wasn't as explicit as it could have been. So, because last I checked, it wasn't to all of them individually. It was to one person who then imparted that information to others, which is a problem that I have brought up multiple times, like here today. Just because I have the information doesn't mean I can successfully convey that to other people if I don't have evidence to back it up. I may be convinced, or I may know, like I may have the knowledge, but it doesn't mean that I can impart that. So there's two different things. I can be convinced of a proposition. I can know a proposition is true, but if I can't show how I know it to be the case to other people so that they can verify my work and they can say, oh, it is true, he's found out a true thing about reality, then I can't cross that epistemic bridge. Okay, I may know it, but it stuck with me, which doesn't work. And obviously the God would know that wouldn't work. It could just do this for every single individual like it did on the road to Damascus. So, but it doesn't do that.
Their rejection of him couldn't be blamed on ambiguity on God's part. It could only be blamed on naked rebellion and contempt for the one true God, making their crime that much more severe and therefore the consequences likewise. This is why faith in the dynamic of our relationship with God is more like a mercy and sort of a gentle way for us to interact with him.
No, it's not. It's an excuse to believe shit that you can't show to be true. That's the point. Obviously, Brian is not arguing that truth is the most important thing here, like knowing these things to be true, like determining what is true. This is about just believing in order to either avoid consequences or believing because you've assumed a bunch of other shit to be true that you don't know to be true either. It all comes back to faith and why faith is not a tool for epistemology. So Cordelizzer Mage says, because your heart is hardened or something. Yeah, apparently, because apparently I have according to Christianity, I have free will unless God determines that I don't. So
It's something that God initiates in us, and then we respond to in trust of Him. And through those kinds of daily exchanges, rehearsed over and over, a
Oh, yes. Repeating the behavior over and over again until it becomes second nature. Right. Doesn't mean it's true. Just means you're indoctrinated.
conversion of heart and mind takes place in us, just like any training does. If you worked out for an hour every day, eventually over time, you would become more fit, and not only more fit, but more able to perform feats that fitness can accommodate. Faith is described in the Christian tradition as a virtue in the same way, and a virtue is a stable disposition to do good formed by habit, by the repetition of doing good things.
But I can do that because I have empathy and I like to consider myself to be a good person. So I don't need a God to justify any of that shit. In fact, choosing to live one's life conscientious of other people is a thing that requires practice to get yourself in the mindset of thinking about those things when it comes time to make a choice regarding your own behavior. And so people who are not in that habit find it much more difficult. They're habitually more self-centered in their decision making. I myself, and it took years to get out of that framework, but I myself managed to work myself into this so that being conscientious of the effects of my actions on other people became a primary component of my analysis of how I analyze decision making. So, but that takes time and it's practice. This is just empathy.
As long as we continue to respond to God's invitation, we will come to know Him more and more explicitly as we become more ready to know Him in greater measure, as opposed to just the small dosage that He gives us at the beginning.
Don't need it. So like this is literally just like an excuse to indoctrinate oneself, to give oneself over to irrational thinking in the event that it will eventually lead to a result that they're claiming will happen that they can't demonstrate has ever happened. So, or at least won't happen until after you die.
And simultaneously, we will also be more accountable for that knowledge. That's why Jesus says to those who are given much, much will be expected from them. So He doesn't just reveal Himself fully from the first interaction, because we would never be ready to respond to such an exposition in a way that wouldn't just jeopardize our sanity and our well-being.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Brian.
So instead, we get to not know Him at all and burn forever, because that's preferable.
So that was easy.
Now, which side does burning not occur on? This is
Brian Holdsworth.
Heads you lose, tails you lose.
Brian Holdsworth, just one of the worst. Oh, what is this? Oh, tornadoes. Well, I'm not hearing any thunder out there, so this looks like just saying that they're saying there's big weather out there. There's big weather coming down, but this must be west of me. Texas, some parts of Oklahoma, predominantly Kansas. Looks like Kansas is having some difficulty right now. Looks like Kansas is getting hit. So if you're up in Kansas, stay safe. Now I got to go over to I got to link Brian's video. Only 95 away from 15,000. I'm excited about that. Yeah, apparently a big storm system's coming through Kansas. So, yeah, apologists just not good. Stuff was, I mean, obviously he committed like pretty much every logical fallacy in the book. So what was kind of the point? But never provided an epistemic justification for believing that a God exists or any kind of a rational justification for believing that it exists. Just that you gotta fall back on faith because we're all like, we're all just a bunch of failures as far as human beings go. All right, I'm going to update this. And
oh, PhD Tony has entered the chat.
Ah, sweet. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna. Still kills me that Brian Holdsworth has 221,000 subscribers.
I give all credit to that bookshelf backdrop of his. Much better than last week's guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy's shelf was sad.
Brian Holdsworth. And that was Why Doesn't God Make It Obvious? God doesn't make it obvious because we suck and it can't. Is apparently the excuse.
It can, but then it would have to punish us if we turned away, as opposed to punishing us for not knowing to turn towards it.
Right. Okay.
Nothing.
Just wanted to link that there. I am walking. Oh, I'm out walking a cat just at the moment. Oh, nice. Very cool. All right. Well, we have a fair amount of people that are here. Any believers that happen to be in the chat, you're more than welcome to click on the link and join us here on stage. Talk about what you believe and why, or any of the topics that are on the screen. Love to hear what you guys think, or if you have any questions for us, we'd love to hear that. So feel free. We can have a conversation here, so we're not just reviewing content. Although I have no problem reviewing content. It allows me to clear off my desktop and clear off my hard drive, get some of this old content off, so I don't have to deal with it. Bogamill Brotherhood, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hello. If the involution that started 18 million years ago, where the Earth's axis shifted 20 degrees, but it precedes the evolution, what did the involution? When did the involution? I have to admit, I'm not familiar with that term. The opposite of evolution or expansion describes. I don't know what he's referring to there. But if there are any believers that are here or anybody else that would like to click on the link, you can join us here on stage and we can have the conversations that we're wanting to have, which is what the whole purpose of the Stage of Reason is for. So we can have these discussions, explore epistemology and things of that nature. Ralph Humphreys, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh, it's got to be something. And thank you so much, Rodent No Last Name, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 20 months. Thank you so much for that support, Rodent. Any other membership milestones would be good to see. See how long people have been members of the channel, enjoying those custom emojis and the channel badge. I appreciate that support, Rodent. You rock. Let's see. Larry the Tapeworm is here. Says, I think a God exists. I presuppose Fergal Burgle, the magical flying blob, exists. Fergal Burgle also forbids slavery, unlike the Bible. Checkmate Christians. It's a good God. It's not a bad God.
Is that the one that precedes Fergal Burgle Minergal? Because I remember, Matt Dillahunty.
It's possible.
Many of the important tales of that one.
Oh, dear. I've been drinking. So I hate to do this. I have to step away for a brief moment. I have to use a little atheist room, but there's a reason for that. So give me 1 second. I will be right back. Hold the fort, and I shall return. Hopefully we'll get somebody in the back real quick and tell them how they can become a member for only $1 a month. If you'd like to support the channel, if you are able to, channel memberships is 99 cents a month is all it is, because it's pretty much as much as I value my content. So if you'd like to support the channel and you are able to, you're not required to. I put the stuff up for free anyway. But if you just like to support the channel and see me do this more often and, secure my ability to do it, channel memberships is 99 cents a month. It will never go up. It's never going to be more expensive than that. And you get all the custom emojis and you get the channel badge as well. So that's pretty much it. But it helps to support us, and all the stuff that I'm doing here to make sure I can keep doing these things. So, but Gretchen says, I got to run. My guy is live. Take it easy, Gretchen. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. And before I do that, yeah, the whole reason is I'm having to use the little atheist room a little bit more often today because I went to the doctor recently. I'm finally trying to get my back in order because my back is totally jacked, and I'm trying so I can maintain my workout schedule. It's hard for me to work out when my back is messing up. And come find me a Joel Reed's Bible after jail is over. By all, Joel Reed's Bible, huh? But I need to get my back in order, and I went and I went to the doctor, and they ran blood panel and do all that stuff, and come to find out the issues that I have once the blood panel came back. I am vitamin D deficient, which is not good. Apparently, it was extremely low, my vitamin D. And so I'm now on a vitamin D supplement to get my vitamin D back up. I've completely cut energy drinks out of my diet. So I'm no longer drinking energy drinks. I cut them cold turkey. So I'm off of those. And I need to increase my exercise rate, but that will require me to lower my triglycerides. My triglycerides were high. My vitamin D was low, and my liver, and predominantly it was because of the effects the energy drinks were having on my liver. So I have cut energy drinks completely out of my diet so that I'm not affecting my liver anymore. And as a result of that, I'm drinking more water to try to flush my system and get my my homeostasis or get my equilibrium back. But yeah, it's causing me to have to go to the restroom more often. So, but nonetheless, I will be right back before I explode. Thank you, allegedly. Hold the fort, Andrew. Hopefully we'll get something in the back here in just a moment.
Yep. What have we got back? Okay, looking at what Tony was referring to here. So, Bogomil over here is apparently all about Earth's axis and precedes the evolution. Then when did involution start and when? I'm not sure if that's even a coherent sentence. And Tony, Mars is just a rebel. Do we really want to bank everything on the thought of him?
Okay, I'm back.
Wow. I felt like a time slip happened there. You weren't even gone a moment.
Yeah, I just had to pee real quick. And a happy mountaineer always pees clear. So
okay, we got to get you the funnel system. We're gonna get you trucker equipped.
Just put a catheter in. Just have a little bag. Let me see. Bogomil, I'm just trying to see what Bogomil is saying. The fall begins with involution, and involution precedes evolution. Significantly closer to the sun, Mars does not have a stable rotational axis. That's what Tony's saying. I like that, Tony. What are you babbling about? Let me see here. Apparently, Mercury and Venus both have stable axis with no moon, so whatever. Tony says, I'm highly skeptical of the claimed 23-degree involution. The moon prevents large changes in rotational axis. Great. This should be fairly obvious. What do you mean by just install drains in every room? Yeah, like a kitchen, like an industrial kitchen.
Well, I suppose the fall itself would be fiction if we didn't end up having the axis we do. We might not have stable seasons, therefore fall wouldn't happen. He may be onto something, not like deliberately or intelligently, but some people can stumble into truth and not know it.
Well, let me see. Without using the word involution, yeah. Having a hard time, following what Bogomil means by this. But until then, hopefully we will get somebody who would like to come up on stage. I know there are people out there. They may not be aware that I'm live yet. So hopefully they will. But let me see here. I have another video that we can take a look at. The fall occurred 18 million years ago, began with involution, which preceded evolution. I have no... He's talking about like the fall of man. I'm assuming whatever, but he's talking about the fall in the Christian perspective, then when evil entered the world.
Oh, I was seeing the other definition over here, saying that it's the shrinkage of an organ in old age or when inactive. So I'm wondering if he's got issues he should be seeing a doctor about. I mean, if it doesn't function properly, I mean, they have meds for that now.
Right. This is weird. Yeah, this is some weird stuff. It's odd, Bogomil. It's odd that you're not elaborating on this. You're making the claim. Not sure if the terminology you're using is appropriate. So, anyway, let me see here. What else can I eliminate?
Well, he is wrecking the 6,000-ish year model while still acknowledging evolution as of a certain point. So apparently that means that humans have been around for 18 million years. I'm sure this is well supported. So who have we got next in the queue?
Let's see. No, that one's been done to death. Probably should just toss it. 9 minutes to debunk all arguments against the existence of God. I think I can. That. Let's get rid of that. Let's do this. Kind of dig knocking this content out just here on the stream.
Helps pass the time.
Yeah. So this one come up is 9 minutes to debunk all arguments against the existence of God. Okay, so debunking all of the arguments against the God, which is interesting because it depends upon what God you're arguing for. So I'm kind of curious, what version of a God will actively apply to all of them. But let's check it out.
So right before we actually get a number out of here, I'm starting up the scoreboard to see if we actually attain 9, because the last guy, that retro video from 20-something years ago that we did the week prior, didn't make it to 10. So I want to make sure this guy delivers at least the goods.
Okay.
Yeah.
Argument 1, the problem of evil. One of the most potent arguments.
Logical or evidential? Well, I mean, evidential refers to suffering. Logical one is just the existence of it. So
arguments against the existence of God is the problem of evil.
The existence of a loving God or an omnibenevolent God. So important distinction.
This argument says that the presence of evil and suffering in the world is incompatible with the idea of a benevolent and omnipotent God.
Yes, there's a direct logical contradiction because the conditions that allow for the existence of evil outcomes and actions by the God's own lights directly contradicted being omnipotent. Because whatever it wants to accomplish, it doesn't require evil or suffering to accomplish those things because it is benevolent and omnipotent. It's also all benevolent.
Yeah. All benevolent, like omnibenevolent, omnipotent. That means that if it wants to accomplish a task, it could just actualize the task. It doesn't require evil and suffering or the existence of it to accomplish anything else. So it's not necessary. This is not a law or a rule that the God must follow. So therefore, there's a direct contradiction between the existence of these things and the God being defined a certain way.
After all, how could a loving and all-powerful God allow such pain and injustice to exist? While the existence of evil is undoubtedly a profound philosophical and theological challenge, it does not necessarily negate the existence of God.
It negates the existence of an omnibenevolent God. So not like a God entirely. Like if you want to argue for like a different God or an indifferent God or a God that's not ultimate or a God that's not omnibenevolent, it wouldn't do anything for any of those. It has to be omnibenevolent. So
the concept of free will provides a compelling explanation for the presence of evil in the world.
No, it does not, because free will does not, there is no law that requires evil to exist for free will to exist. That is a human notion that is backmapped onto the God to justify why there exists evil. And so basically saying that God wants us to have free will, but a consequence of having free will is that evil exists. But no, the conditions that allow for these to be logical possibilities, those are within that purview. So evil things, evil actions and outcomes only occur, especially those that are evil by the God's own lights. They only occur, they're only possible because the God has allowed them to be possible. Free will has nothing to do with this.
In granting humans the freedom to make choices, God allows for the possibility of both good and evil actions. In fact, the only world where love is truly possible is one where there is freedom to choose.
So we can choose in heaven. So the choice is that there's free will in heaven, or there's no free will in heaven. So it's either one. So either we have free will in heaven or we don't have free will in heaven. If we don't have free will in heaven, then free will is not necessary for anything. So we don't need to have free will here. So because there's nothing that says to a God that humans must go through a particular like A, B, C, D state in order or process in order to get to a final conclusion. God could just make us in that end state. So
the price to be paid for that is inevitably the possibility of tragedy. Moreover, many religious traditions emphasize the idea of a divine plan or a greater purpose behind suffering,
that's an appeal to mystery.
Suggesting that human understanding may be limited in comprehending the complexities of God's intentions.
So this is a non sequitur, and this is a non sequitur. It's not logically. It doesn't logically follow that evil for evil to exist there, free will to exist, there must be evil. That does not logically follow, and an appeal to magic and mystery, or appeal to mystery in order to justify, like humans are just limited. We just don't understand it. But there is a justifiable reason. We just can't know it because we're just so limited. So appeal to mystery.
Argument.
Yeah, worse than that is the thought that basically priorities supersede the all-loving. See, apparently, I'd be all-loving, but my priority list. So
in your priority, yeah,
I got reasons for failing the all-loving part.
The entailment would be that whatever priorities you have would fall in line with your nature. Your nature would be omnibenevolent, so your priorities would literally fall in line with that. So the priorities would back those up, or would be backstopped by your omnibenevolent nature. So it's contradictory either way. Cart before the horse.
2. The argument from unbelief.
I'm assuming this is the argument from divine hiddenness. If the God is all loving and it wants to have if the God is all loving, if the God exists, it is all loving. If the God is all loving, it wants to have a relationship with all human beings. If that is the case, then reasonable non-belief would not exist. Reasonable non-belief does exist. Reasonable non-belief meaning that those individuals who are open to believing but cannot believe because sufficient evidence has not been provided for the existence of the God, so therefore they don't believe, therefore the God doesn't exist the God is not all loving and wants to have a relationship, therefore the God doesn't exist. So this again hinges on how the God is defined.
Another argument against the existence of God is the prevalence of religious diversity and the existence of atheists.
So maybe, sort of. I mean,
if God truly existed, wouldn't there be universal agreement or at least a consensus among humanity regarding the divine?
There could be, but there isn't. But I mean, there's nothing to say that there couldn't be, that if the God wanted it to be that way.
The diversity of religious beliefs and the presence of atheism do not necessarily disprove the existence of God. Human beings are inherently fallible and limited in their understanding of the divine.
It's only because that's by his lights, that's the way we're made. So this is just throwing his God under the bus. It didn't have to make us this way. So
Cultural, historical, and personal factors shape religious beliefs, leading to a plurality of faith traditions. Furthermore, the existence of atheists can be seen as a testament to the autonomy of human thought and the freedom to reject religious beliefs.
well, if there's no rational justification to accept them, then sure. If one's epistemic, I mean, it's also emotional. There are people who reject it for emotional reasons, but this doesn't point to. I mean, this could be the case, but this is not evidence for the existence of a God. But it is evidence that a God doesn't exist.
Just because not everyone believes in God does not mean that God does not exist.
And just because billions of people do believe it doesn't mean that it does.
Argument 3. The argument from science. Advancements in science and our understanding of the natural world have led some to argue that God is unnecessary as an explanation for the origins of our universe.
Well, it is unnecessary. It doesn't provide any mechanistic explanation behind any phenomena that we observe. And this is also, if I'm right, Andrew, this is a category error. Because by their lights, the God is immaterial and is not accessible by science. So why would you appeal to science to say that there's no God? Because the science doesn't deal with that. So it's a completely different. Yeah, as far as like explaining things like phenomena, we don't require it. It's not necessary because it's logically possible for there to be no God. So this would be kind of like this would be an argument for a reason to an argument against a reason to believe it because you don't need to.
And begging the question to assume that there's actually an origin in the first place.
Right.
They claim that science provides sufficient explanations for the origins and workings of the universe.
It does.
Rendering the notion of God unnecessary.
It does.
While science has undoubtedly expanded our knowledge of the natural world, it cannot answer all questions.
Not yet. Not yet. So maybe it's possible that it won't, but that's not something. I mean, we'll keep working towards those answers. It doesn't matter. This is shaping up to be a God of the gaps.
Particularly those pertaining to metaphysical and existential concerns.
Those are not science. Metaphysical and those are philosophical notions. Those are not scientific notions. So why would he say that science fails when it comes to topics in philosophy? This is just silly.
A true atheist has to come to terms with the fact that his worldview requires just as much faith as that of a theistic one.
It doesn't. We don't. You can only make that if someone is holding a position that they can't show to be true. If they're holding it as true. But when it comes to like philosophical notions, like metaphysical or existential or anything of that notion, anything of those nature, or the nature of those things, then I would say bottom-up thinking is what's important. You don't start with the assumption that a metaphysical position is the case. You work up from what you have access to, and you wind up concluding a metaphysical position. But if new evidence comes in, your metaphysical position as a result of that may change. So you don't start with that assumption. That's not a faith position. You start epistemically from the ground up, and then you work your way up to a metaphysical position, but without saying that it appears to be the case. And I'll operate as such until there's evidence that would warrant changing my position. That's intellectually honest. So there's no faith involved.
To claim that something came from nothing is just as much, if not more, than a leap of faith when compared to one who might claim that the universe originated by a creator.
Well, we don't claim that something came from nothing, so this is not problematic.
The scientific method is inherently limited to empirical observation and experimentation.
So why would you bring it up in regards to metaphysics and existentialism? Why would you do that?
Leaving unanswered questions about the ultimate origins and purpose of the universe.
That assumes that there's a purpose, and it assumes the universe had, like Andrew said earlier, assumes the universe had an origin. Assumes the universe has an origin, assumes that there's an ultimate, like, metaphysical overarching purpose for the universe, which we don't claim that there is.
Moreover, many prominent scientists, including Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking, have acknowledged the possibility of a higher power or a cosmic intelligence underlying the laws of nature.
But that's, you wouldn't call that a god by any kind of religious standards. I mean, deism is one thing, but I'm pretty sure that they've acknowledged the logical possibility and that it doesn't violate so long as it doesn't violate the laws of physics, but they didn't believe in a god in any kind of like a religious sense. They didn't hold that one exists. They just acknowledged the possibility as a mechanism that we're not fully aware of or fully informed about. So, because there's no evidence to support it. This is still all hypothetical.
Science and religion need not be mutually exclusive. They can complement each other in providing a more comprehensive understanding of reality.
No, because philosophy is in the middle of that. Because philosophy gets to the metaphysical, existential, and other concepts beyond that. Science doesn't deal with those things. So if the religion wants to make metaphysical claims, that's going to be handled by philosophy. But if it's going to make claims about the natural world, that's going to be handled by science, which, they're always debunked.
Argument 4. The argument from lack of empirical evidence. Some skeptics argue that
This smells like a repeat of 3, the argument from science. It's like a repeat.
that the lack of empirical evidence for the existence of God undermines the credibility of religious belief.
It does.
They contend that if God were real, there should be tangible evidence or scientific proof of his existence.
If not its existence, then the mechanistic relationship that it has between it, that exists between it and everything else that is not itself. So there would be evidence of this. It would not be, we wouldn't be able, we would run into an issue that would literally stop us at saying that this thing, in order for this to occur, requires the existence of an intelligence, or requires the existence of something that you could ostensibly call a god, but that evidence doesn't exist. So
While it is true that the existence of God cannot be proven through empirical means in the same way as natural phenomena, such as gravity or electricity, this does not necessarily mean that God does not exist.
it doesn't mean that it does either. It's just argument from ignorance.
It is important we understand the difference between evidence and proof. Evidence is data or facts that assist us in determining the reality or existence of something.
Proof is a combination of all that stuff.
A total collection of evidence can prove a claim. Proof is a conclusion that a certain fact is true or not.
No. That is not what a proof is. So, no. The proof of it is a combination, the body of the evidence and all the stuff that goes into supporting that we say the collection of all this stuff is the proof of a proposition being true. So this is just flatly wrong.
While there may not be proof of God, since no one can see him or touch him, we have an overwhelming amount of evidence that points to his existence.
Please provide it at any point.
The concept of faith is central to many religious traditions.
There's many things you got to faith in. It's not just not just God concept. So just the existence of like faith as a phenomenon, or like faith systems as a phenomenon in human societies, is not evidence of a God. There's just evidence that humans think a certain way.
Emphasizing belief in the absence of concrete evidence. Furthermore, experiences of divine revelation.
Technically, that technically is evidence of human beings' tendency to fall down on their own biases.
The funny thing is,
and justifying those biases.
yeah, just prior to this, he also just finished telling us that there's overwhelming evidence. And the very next step was to talk about not needing evidence.
Right.
Personal encounters with the transcendent and testimonies of religious experiences provide subjective evidence for the existence of God.
It's not okay. That may be an individual may interpret that, but then we have to evaluate why they're interpreting it that way, like through what lens. Obviously, if they can't show it to be true, then you have to eliminate all of the logical possibilities that you have to eliminate the bias. You have to say, well, if they're interpreting it through the lens that this thing is already true, and they're ignoring the logical possibility of other things that are of the natural world that could result in this. Not to mention, a lot of the revelation and transcendent that people are dealing with is all friggin' myth. It's myth from the Bible. Religious experiences can be manufactured in the lab. So, because we know it has to do with brain states.
Albeit not empirical in the scientific sense. Argument 5. The argument from divine hiddenness.
Okay, so this is weird. It's like a repeat of 2.
Some critics argue that if God exists, he should make his presence unmistakably known to all people.
Now, if it's loving, then it would want to have a relationship with all people. So therefore, it would do what is necessary to facilitate that relationship, because that's what it wants, because it is all loving. That's the argument. But because rational non-belief exists, reasonable non-belief exists, then obviously that God doesn't exist.
The fact that God's existence is not universally recognized or experienced is seen as evidence against his existence. The concept
of that specific God. Notice how he didn't put in the whole, like, the loving God that wants to have a relationship with all humans. That's what the actual argument is. It's a loving God that wants to have a relationship with all humans, which is what Christianity states. This, like, deistic notion that he's arguing for, that's not Christianity, and it would still be unfalsifiable.
concept of divine hiddenness can be understood within the framework of religious teachings that emphasize the importance of faith, humility, and spiritual seeking.
It'd also be nice. It'd also be nice if you could spell religious properly on that slide. Back it up all of about 2 seconds.
Religious teachings that emphasize.
What is that? RELE. What is that?
Apparently, a lot of teachings escape this fellow.
Of faith, humility, and spiritual seeking.
So faith is not a tool for epistemology; it's just emotional validation. And he brought up
of faith, humility.
It's more humble to concede that you don't know a thing and that you do not have knowledge. Faith does not get you that. That gets you to people claiming a thing is true even when they can't, which is decidedly not humility. And
spiritual seeking.
That's just emotional. Again, that's just emotional validation again, because you have to demonstrate the existence of a spiritual world. You can seek spiritual shit all day long, but that doesn't say that anything spiritual exists.
In many religious traditions, God is believed to reveal himself to those who earnestly seek him with an open heart and mind.
Oh, so now those who don't believe in it have just never sought him with an open heart and mind, which is just, calling all non-believers liars. So.
Furthermore, the presence of religious experiences and encounters with the divine among believers suggests that God's existence is not entirely hidden, but may require a receptive disposition to discern.
Now that requires bias. The receptive disposition to discern is what we call cognitive bias. Is that you have a bias towards it. You either believe it exists as a thing that can be interacted in, so you interpret experiences as being, thank you, Corinthians. Yes, is the well poisoned enough? Probably not. But this is just cognitive bias. If you interpret the phenomena that you observe through the lens of that bias, then you're going to come to a specific conclusion. The point is, you can't demonstrate it to be true to anybody else.
Argument 6. The argument from divine silence. Critics often point to the perceived silence of God in the face of human suffering and prayers that seemingly go unanswered.
This is a rehashing of these aren't even like individual arguments. Like these are just rehashings of prior shit. Am I wrong on that, Andrew?
No, there's so much overlap. It's like maybe there's 3 points amongst them. We're in rounding error territory.
Right. And yes, you're right, Jessica. A credulous disposition. Right.
If God were real and benevolent, why would he remain silent in the face of such anguish and despair? The silence of God does not necessarily indicate his non-existence, but may reflect deeper theological understandings of divine transcendence and human agency.
No, because anything that you bring to it would be you trying to reason as to why it's that way. So it does. You should have stopped at the silence of God goes to like the evidence for non-existence, that it doesn't exist, or at least the God defined a certain way doesn't exist. This going right here is just you trying to post hoc your way around it. So that doesn't indicate anything true about it. It's just you trying to make sense of why things are the way they are by adding your own information and your own intuitions about things. Or if he wants to go to like religious teachings, you're taking other people's like post hoc and ad hoc rationalizations and their intuitions and trying to justify why things are the way they are, just to try and get around it, which is not proof nor evidence. So.
Many religious traditions teach that God works in mysterious ways.
That is not even biblical by any stretch. That came from a hymn. So,
and that his timing and purposes may not align with human expectations. Moreover, the absence of immediate answers to prayers does not eliminate the possibility of eventual divine intervention or guidance.
Yeah, this still is not evidence, this still doesn't even support the existence of a God entity. So still just appeal to mystery, appeal to magic, appeal to mystery, and still begging the question.
The belief in divine providence and the ultimate justice of God's plan offers solace and hope to believers amidst the trials of life.
That would be an appeal to emotion. So it may provide utility for some people, but it doesn't make it true. And people who believe in irrational shit tend to behave in irrational fashions.
Argument 7. The argument from logical incoherence. Some philosophers argue that the concept of God is logically incoherent or internally inconsistent.
Welcome atheism or agnosticism to the chat.
Leading to the conclusion that such a being cannot exist. For example, The omnipotence paradox questions whether God can create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it, thereby challenging the coherence of the concept of omnipotence.
So yeah, there are logical contradictions that result from God's purported attributes. Averroes's paradox from the paradox of the stone is one. It's a pretty old one, but the response to that is typically that God cannot do something that is logically inconsistent. So that's typically the response to that. So if God creates a rock that's super heavy, it can't create a rock. What it would be that if it creates a rock that's too heavy for it to lift, that is the state, and God cannot do something that is logically inconsistent. So it cannot create a logical contradiction. So it would be that if God creates a stone, the stone will either be in the state that it can lift it or that it can't lift it. And it's simply because God cannot violate logic. But this, of course, implies that God is not ultimate, because there is kind of a substrate that even it must abide by, and kind of puts logic above God. But then they try to say that God is logic, and that logic is God, which is just, fatuously tautological to try and get around that. But same thing with the Euthyphro dilemma. It's going to go that same route, because it doesn't actually tell us anything. But the implication is that God is bound by logic. And so that's one response they have to it, but the problem still persists. It's still logically contradictory.
While philosophical paradoxes may raise intriguing questions about the nature of God, they do not necessarily disprove his existence.
They would disprove the existence of the God as defined, not necessarily of like a deistic entity. If you want to change the definition of the God in order to get around them, then just redefine the God, and we'll just move forward from there.
Many theologians and philosophers have proposed nuanced understandings of divine attributes, such as omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence, that
they've redefined it in order to get around the logical contradictions.
address these apparent contradictions without undermining the concept of God's existence.
Not its existence, but the way it's defined. So these two things have nothing to do with one another.
Moreover, the limitations of human language and conceptual frameworks may hinder our ability to fully grasp the transcendent nature of God, leading to apparent paradoxes that are beyond our comprehension. If we could wrap our 3-pound brains around God, well then, he would not be worthy of our worship.
He's not worthy of our worship anyway, even if such an entity existed. So, this is another appeal to mystery.
Argument 8. The argument from cultural relativism. Critics of religious belief often point to the diversity of religious beliefs across different cultures and historical periods as evidence that religious claims are culturally contingent and subjective rather than objectively true.
Evidence pretty much points to that.
And a rehash of the previous point.
It's just a rehash of it. Yeah, so this is just, the evidence points to this, that, if you were born in a specific, that you typically fall into the cultures and the beliefs of the area, of the place on the planet that you were born in. So we see this all the time.
While cultural diversity in religious beliefs is undeniable, it does not necessarily invalidate the existence of God. Instead, it reflects the rich tapestry of human spirituality and the myriad ways in which people seek to understand and connect with the divine.
But that doesn't mean the divine exists, and that doesn't mean that spiritualism references anything external of just human imagination. So it still is not evidence. This is not a debunk. This is a cope.
Furthermore, the existence of common themes and moral principles across diverse religious traditions suggests the presence of underlying universal truths or realities that transcend cultural boundaries.
No, they present that social species find commonality in the ways that they behave with one another. But you'll also recognize the other side of that coin is that the rules that we impose upon society, upon individual societies, rarely translate to individuals outside of that society. So the rules may exist, like don't kill, don't grape, don't steal, like this, from other members within the society, but it's perfectly allowable or permissible to do those things to people outside of the society because they might pose a threat. So to secure the survival of your own society, those rules don't apply. If you applied them equally, then societies would fall all the time. So yeah, the empathy only goes pretty much as far as your line of sight.
Now, this is also a heads I win, tails you lose scenario, because apparently differences don't disprove God, but apparently commonalities do support it.
Right, yeah.
He wants that.
Morton's fork. Yeah, Morton's fork.
Cool story.
These similarities speak of a moral code that we all carry in us.
Nope, that's just the inherent. The inherent desire to survive by any means necessary, and social actions. This is explained in evolutionary game theory. That's all this is.
You will be hard-pressed to find a religion that teaches that stealing or killing someone is morally correct. The reason we
Well, okay, by those terms, well, killing, that's one thing. He didn't say like murdering. Stealing is one thing because it depends upon context, depending upon who you're stealing from. It's still theft because you're taking something from someone who doesn't belong, but it depends upon who the person is. So, and killing, that's really up for debate as well, because especially when it comes to like Christianity. So
all agree on these things is that we are all made according to the same moral code.
no,
One that does not
that doesn't even follow. It doesn't even follow at all.
have to be learned. Rather,
And no, human beings have to be taught these things. Whoever made this video has no conception of like child psychology or behavioral or developmental psychology. Children, if left to their own devices, children are psychopaths. They have to be taught how to behave by the adults or by the authorities in their lives. Children left to their own devices, that's Lord of the Flies.
than undermining religious belief, cultural relativism can be seen as affirming the human capacity for spiritual exploration and interpretation within diverse cultural contexts. Argument 9.
That would be straight up evidence that these things are human made. That we have a tendency to think a certain way and derive conclusions, but depending upon a number of a variety of factors external of us, we interpret these things differently. And so it's not universal because we know that there are individual there are cultures out there that don't have God in their foundations or God concepts in their foundations, and they're different all around the world. So this is evidence that these things are human made.
The argument from evolution. Some skeptics argue that evolutionary theory provides a naturalistic explanation for the origin and development of life.
No, not the origin. That would be abiogenesis. Diversification, yes. But that's still like it's not incompatible with the God concept, depending upon the God and how it's defined.
Rendering the idea of a divine creator unnecessary. While evolutionary theory offers insights into the mechanisms of biological diversity and adaptation, it does not preclude the possibility of a divine creator guiding or initiating the process.
Right, but it still would make it unfalsifiable, and it wouldn't be rational to believe it. So, and plus, he's conflating abiogenesis with evolution here.
Many religious believers accept the scientific consensus on evolution while also maintaining the belief in a purposeful and intentional universe created by God.
That would be, I mean, if you're talking about like whatever, but I mean, it's still a conflation about that. Catholics hold that evolution is the case, but abiogenesis is something is completely different. And this would be telos. So they'd have to provide evidence that it exists and that the specific entity that exists has the telos that think that it does.
The compatibility between religion and science lies in recognizing that they operate in distinct domains of inquiry. Science deals with the natural world and its processes, while religion addresses questions of meaning, purpose, and ultimate reality.
Pretty much all subjective, yeah.
Furthermore, it is more likely that evolution is just a theory and not a fact.
Doesn't know what a scientific theory is.
It's both a theory and fact. The theory of evolution explains the fact of evolution.
For something to be considered science, it must be replicable and observable. With this in mind,
which we can do through artificial selection and the changes that we observe in the lab. So, and the predictions we can make with our understanding of it.
Not necessarily replicable directly. That's not always the case. It's preferable where applicable, but it's not an absolute necessity.
True. Yeah.
To date, we have not once seen any proof of evolution in any respected study or experiment.
That's a flat out lie. That is just a straight up lie. So,
Argument 10, the argument from personal experience. Some individuals may point to personal suffering or traumatic experiences as evidence against the existence of a loving and compassionate God.
I could agree. It's emotional. It's just an appeal to emotion, but I can understand it. Yeah.
If God were real, why would he allow such pain and hardship to befall his creations? While personal suffering and adversity pose profound existential challenges, they do not necessarily negate the existence of God.
Depending upon how you're defining it. Again, he keeps skirting around it's important to define the God a certain way. If you just want to argue for this deistic bullshit, it's still unfalsifiable and not warranting of belief.
Many religious traditions offer narrative.
And we've hit another Morton's fork because, of course, before he was always harping on religious experience as support for the God.
Yeah, I just got a warning. My wife just told me we're under a tornado watch right now. It's not a warning, it's just a tornado watch. So,
of suffering and redemption, emphasizing the possibility of finding meaning and transcendence in the midst of trials.
Appeal to emotion. So,
moreover, personal experiences of divine comfort, guidance, and transformation can provide individuals with a sense of spiritual solace and resilience in the face of suffering. Rather than viewing suffering as evidence against the existence of God,
appeal to emotion.
It can be seen as an invitation to deepen one's spiritual journey and seek greater understanding of the divine mystery.
Hello, but it doesn't have to be a mystery.
Morton has re-entered the chat.
Morton has re-entered the chat. Singer Soul, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, this is just fucking silly. Oh, and that's where it ends. Yeah. So
hold on. Can we get the very first intro there for
which one
for us here? The very intro.
The intro of this?
Yeah. That's when I
Argument 1: the problem
before the list actually begins.
It begins on the list.
Argument 1.
Sorry, what was the title of the video?
The title of the video is 9 minutes to debunk all arguments against the existence of God.
Okay. For a moment there, I mentally conflated the time it was going to take versus the number of points.
Was it
actually 9 minutes?
That video is 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Close enough. I'll be generous.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
So, yeah, that was a bunch of nonsense.
Yep. I do want to rewind to a comment. Hold on. I got to scroll here. Matthew Malkeen made, because it struck me as well. And I did the lookup for it. So just having to back up, where he claimed Stephen Hawking apparently thought he left room for God over there. Apparently in No God, his final book, with regards to that topic, on his book of brief answers to the big questions, he explicitly states there is no God. No one directs the universe. So his claim about Hawking is entirely false.
Ah.
Yeah.
One second, I gotta find the video so I can link it. Oh, I wonder if it's still up. Oh, I'm not seeing it. It might not even exist anymore.
Uh-oh.
It is pretty terrible. So it's possible that it was taken down, that the individual took it down. Oh, well. We can, oh, nope. Okay. So I won't link that one, but there you go. All right. See, we still have some people in the chat. So hopefully we will get somebody who will want to come up on stage, have a conversation about what they believe in, why. Oh, thunder. I'm hearing the thunder out there. I hope I don't get yanked off stage.
Uh-oh.
Well, if my internet goes down, you'll understand why. There's apparently a big storm system going on right now.
Oh, hold on. We got one in the chat here. We got Eris Esoteric claiming
Esoteric
is not a fact. Evolution is a theory. Okay.
Okay, so evolution is a fact, and it's predicated on a world of laws. So you don't understand. So, Eris, I hate to tell you this, you don't understand what a scientific theory is. So I'm kind of curious about like what you're trying to what your issue is there. So evolution is demonstrated We can use it to make predictions about reality that have come true. If you want to try and defend this, like, you're more than welcome to come up on stage and defend your claim that atheism, that evolution is not a fact.
Yeah, it's the direct observation that kind of puts it in the fact category.
It doesn't change constantly. What are you talking about? Evolution does not change constantly. It has gotten more accurate over time. The theory of modern synthesis, which is what we call evolution, the theory of evolution now is the theory of modern synthesis, is a combination of Mendelian genetic, what we understand from Mendelian genetics, and neo-Darwinian conclusions. So, no, the number of laws that undergird, like the laws of reality that undergird evolution, and evolution being the evolution being the term that describes the process of the repetition of gene alleles in populations over time. Okay, so which results in change in phenotypical in changes in phenotype over time. So it happens. It can be done artificially, like we do all the time in agriculture and animal husbandry and medicine. So it can be done artificially, or it can be done via nature. So I don't see what the issue is here. Oh, I saw Austin Sims pop in briefly for a moment. So Eris, you're more than welcome to come up on stage and discuss this. As a matter of fact, someone who knows this really, really well, knows it better than I do, may come up on stage. Austin Sims may come up on stage. So you definitely have a conversation there. So it is still a fact. The fact is a true proposition about reality. So I don't know what you're talking about. What's up, Simiform?
Yo, how's it going? Good to see you, my archaean eukaryotic, biotic, amorphian, unicont, episticont, haplorine, simiform, catarine, hominoid, hominid, hominins, in the genus Homo and the species Sapiens up in here.
Hell yeah. Oh, apparently the tornado watch has become a tornado warning. So.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Should you get off stream and go take shelter then, instead of educating these evolution deniers on basic science?
Maybe I might have to, but so Eris, Austin here knows more than I do about these things. So feel free to come up on stage and you can have this conversation. These are the conversations that we want to have. You're more than welcome to click the link. You don't have to be on camera. Okay. So if you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to, so long as we can hear you, but click the link, come on up.
Yeah. So what evolution is a scientific theory. It's a.
Oh, sorry. 1 second, Austin. One second. Eris, the link is in the chat. Yeah. So oh, you don't have a microphone? Bummer.
Yeah, what I was saying.
Feel free to continue on.
Evolution is a scientific theory, which means it's a quantifiable, falsifiable, possible solution to unanswered questions and unsolved problems in our attempts to better understand the universe and natural history, using what we learn to improve human existence. So some of the questions evolution has answered are things like, why do humans and chimpanzees have 98% similar genes, right? Why do you and a chimp have the exact same bone, muscle, joint, or tendon in the exact same place on your body doing the exact same thing everywhere you have a bone, muscle, joint, or tendon? And it's a really good answer to these questions, and because it's so quantifiable and falsifiable, like quantifying that directly in terms of how many of those nucleotide identity sequences chimps and humans share. And it would have falsified it if we had found that they don't share the highest number of nucleotide identity sequences between any two species. If we had found that humans and carrots were more similar to each other than humans and chimps are. So that is the theory of evolution. And then, like Andrew was saying, there's the fact of evolution, the fact that populations of organisms adapt and they change over time, and allele concentrations change over time. That is basically what evolution is. That's a fact. And we can refer to that as a fact. The theory of evolution is like mutation, natural selection, gene drift, heritable variation. It's all the mental framework we use to interpret, evaluate, explain, analyze those facts, and use them to discover new fields of inquiry.
Yeah, now when Jail's back, I put it full screen on my video over here. I'll read it off just because it's going to be incredibly small print for a lot of people. So yes, in scientific terms, evolution is both a fact and a theory. It is a fact in that organisms change over time, evolve through observable, documented evidence, such as fossil record and genetic shifts. Skipping down to the bullet point that's right below there, evolution as a fact. Scientists consider evolution a fact because it has been observed, tested, and verified repeatedly, both in laboratory settings and in nature. It's like a cat. I have a cat. Proof of cat is possession and demonstration of the cat. We have cat, and we've got evolution.
Yeah, like a great example of that is the Diane Dodd incipient sexual separation of Drosophila experiment. She straight up induced incipient sexual separation. The fact that two populations of an organism that shared common ancestry wouldn't select each other anymore as mates because there was enough phenotypic change by geographically isolating them and just changing the nutrient sources in their environment. That one change was enough to produce incipient sexual separation in 40 generations. And so you can imagine what could happen over hundreds of thousands of generations. And if that kind of barrier can develop, that means that populations can diversify into a whole kaleidoscopic array from just one founding population, which is exactly what evolution predicts and describes and explains. And that's what that phylogeny shows. It shows that the Archaeans developed first, and then the eukaryotes developed after that, and then tetrapods and craniates and olfactorins and all that stuff. And so if you wanted to disprove evolution, you could just find something that doesn't fit that phylogeny, but we never have. It's tested every time we dig up a fossil and every time it's passed.
Yeah, so quick note that Eris here is putting a statement out in the chat because the fact that they do believe in evolution and all, and just thinks that they're using the word wrong. Well, apparently the National Center for Science Education is using it wrong. Every other scientific journal is using it wrong when they refer to it in that capacity. So everyone's using the word wrong except you. Maybe your expectation is the one that's in need of adjustment to align with how we all seem to be using the word.
Right. So there's a differentiation between like facts and absolutes. We are not saying that evolution is like an absolute, like our understanding of it is an absolute fact that is completely independent of anything. Like the axiomatic laws of that are the absolutely true laws of logic, or like say like the axiomatic laws. Like these are laws that are understood to be like as far as we can tell, universal and inviolable, and true, like in that respect, but. We're talking about empirical facts right here. So they are still facts. And the fact of evolution is predicated on a wide variety of laws of reality. So when we say evolution is a fact, it means that is the process by which life diversified. That is a fact of reality. The process that we call evolution, that is a fact. Okay, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you're trying to push this, but science doesn't deal with absolutes. So in a scientific sense, we are not pushing this to say that evolution is an absolute, like in that same kind of sense, in the philosophical sense of an absolute fact. We are talking about facts as a fact that is objective, verifiable, and independent of opinion. Okay, is what we're talking about. So there's no argument here. And the introduction of new evidence would only refine our understanding of evolution. So it would just make it more. Essentially, new evidence brought in would refine, like I said, it would refine our understanding of evolution. It would be akin to any new information we have regarding the age of the universe would simply reduce the margin for error, whether it's plus or minus so many like few 100,000 or few million years. It would just reduce that margin for error and get it more accurate. So that's how science works, is that new evidence provides us the ability to refine it to make it more accurate, more accurate representative of reality. So evolution is a fact, dude.
Like, I would almost say that you can call evolution a fact even in the scientific sense now. Yeah, you can call evolution, macroevolution, common ancestry, all of those things facts in the scientific sense because of statistical mathematical evaluations of captured viral DNA markers in the genomes of all living organisms. That alone, having the pattern we have through anything but common ancestry, the odds of that statistically are like 1 over a number larger than the number of atoms in the observable universe. So that pretty much makes evolution a statistical fact. And also the Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium pretty much made evolution a statistical fact. So in many senses, it's perfectly valid to call evolution a fact. I just have to strongly disagree with anybody who says calling evolution a fact is irresponsible or inaccurate.
Yeah, so apparently if the National Center of Science Education doesn't have science's take on what that word is supposed to mean, words do have contexts. And in the context of science here, they've got a meaning, and I'm good with that.
As it breaks down, I think a really good way of it is that a fact of change. So it is an incontrovertible fact that organisms change over generations. So the scientific theory explains how these changes occur, like how these changes occur, which is supported by extensive evidence, including phylogenetic trees in the fossil record, so on and so forth. So you can describe it using both. It is a theory, but the theory is the explanation as to how the process occurs. But evolution, that evolution occurs, is a phenomenon of reality. That is a fact. There you go.
I would not look. Okay. Evolution, agreed. Organism change is a fact. Evolution, however, is a theory, a group of facts, not a fact itself. Agreed, okay, but it's still extremely accurate. I'd say it's like 95 to 99%, if not 99.99999% accurate. Like, we're only debating about minutia, and we're definitely not debating whether or not this is the process that produced all the biodiversity on the planet. That's only being debated on like social media, where like religious apologists are poisoning the well and spewing apologia that they developed from secondary source addictions. Like,
yeah, I hate to tell you this, Eris, but the semantic bullshit is of no interest to me whatsoever.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I don't care about your semantic nonsense. If you would like 99.999% accurate is not a fact. Technically, it is. It's kind of like saying that. It's kind of like how look, we are never going to say that, like, no scientist worth their salt is ever going to state that any proposition that is scientifically confirmed is going to be 100% correct. That's not what science does. So, and it's never going to, because we're always going to concede that there could be more evidence out there that makes the description more accurate. So you trying to push for 100% and it has to be absolutely the case in order to be considered a fact is just your like prescriptive use of that term, which like nobody involved in science agrees with. So I can just like literally just hand wave away your assertion because nobody in science is going to agree with these semantics. Okay.
Yeah, the
very
by pure philosophical standards, just by the pure philosophy of science, because there's no current solution to like the problem of hard solipsism. There's no way to establish anything as being 100% fact unless it's like a developed axiom of like logic and math. These are axioms that we created that are logically consistent and are held to be true. Okay. But when we're talking about empirical facts of external reality, because there's like no solution to like the problem of hard solipsism, there's no way we can say that anything is 100% certain. Even the existence of the sun and the earth 93 million miles away from it, we can't even say that is 100%. Okay, because there are certain logical possibilities that we cannot eliminate that would eliminate that as being a true fact of reality, an absolute fact of reality. So just by virtue of the philosophy behind it, we'll never, there's no mechanism to get us to 100%. But we can get to a statistical viability that it would be irrational to doubt that, just by virtue of the high degree of probability that it is the case. So no. You trying to push for 100% is not going to get you there, and is no justification to say that it's not a fact. Sorry. Done. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we could just move on to the next thing at this point. The very page I referred to over here clarified all of that, including the lack of absolutes and not claiming for truth. So there's no point in continuing the semantic mess for this.
Leo Filius. I'm not saying that hard solipsism, he says that hard solipsism isn't a problem in philosophy. I'm not saying that it is, but the existence of the logical possibility entails that our perception of obviously, you know this, Leo, the existence of that problem, of that logical possibility entails that that what we perceive, we cannot like guarantee to 100% like accuracy that what we are perceiving is what is there to be perceived. The ability to ask the question and the lack of a mechanism to confirm it entails that anything that we observe, we can observe and we can determine to be true about reality to a high degree of probability, to a 99.9% repeating degree of probability. But it's as far as we can do right now, it's never going to be 100%, and we have no expectation that it will ever be 100%. So that's the issue. But we're still going to call it a fact, and anybody who works in the field is still going to call it a fact. So.
I want to know how hard solipsism isn't a problem for philosophy, as someone who's been gaslit by solipsism over and over again in conversations with all kinds of science deniers.
I just consider it a hurdle. I consider that the problem of solipsism is just a hurdle to our ability to make statements to claim that certain propositions are to a degree like true, like to degrees of truth. It relegates the propositions we make to being probabilistically true, that we can determine these things to be true to an extreme degree. And like in analytic philosophy, we would say that the degree to which we can establish them as most likely being true is sufficient enough to warrant belief, unless evidence can be presented that would warrant doubt. So it's not rational to doubt that evolution occurs. It's not rational. So it is a fact of reality. Even if it's not 100%, we will consider this. So like I said, this is semantics, and it's ultimately it's boring. So
yeah, my excuse has always been that you really can't defeat hard solipsism, and I just find it childish and silly and not worth the energy of wasting time on. I've always felt like you should concede that you can't prove you're not a brain in a vat. But even if I'm a brain in a vat in a programmed universe, in this universe, the chimpanzee genome has been programmed to have endogenous retroviruses in the exact location. That's a really granular level of deception the programmer resorted to there. He's basically using the playbook of some kind of devil or trickster deity at that point. He's no longer a deity of truth anymore, which is what the Bible proclaims, right?
Oh, see, Eris, this is what's so messed up. The statements you made there, cats are felines, is a fact. Evolution happens is a fact. Those are statements that you can only get to 99.9%. 99.9%. You can't even take those to 100% certainty. Okay? We use those to describe certain things, sure, But as far as like the nuance that goes into like why a feline is a feline and like in like human language, like how we define it, I mean, that's just applying a label to a thing. So something that meets a phylogenetic presentation is what we call a feline. Okay, but that's just like naming shit. That's not telling you anything true about reality. That's just categorizing certain organisms as being to differentiate them from other organisms. A feline is different from a canine only by virtue of its presentation. It doesn't tell us anything really about that thing other than how we've distinguished between them via our observations. So, but these still are just that they're how you perceive stuff. Okay, labeling shit, like I could say that this is a vape. Okay, someone else could call it a pencil, but that's only by virtue of their function. Okay, they're just labels that we give to stuff. We're talking about fundamental features of reality, like how things occur. Evolution is a fact. Okay, the semantic nonsense is just wasting time.
Yeah, it's stinking like a scientific anti-realist, which is often dangerously close to solipsism. But I don't think, if you're insisting you're not an evolution denier, Eris, so I'm willing to drop it and move on to other things, because I'm suspecting that Bogomil is an evolution denier. He's sounding like one.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Has anybody in the chat figured out what Bogomil is referring to with involution? Oh, and hey, Nandu. Nandu is mean. Nandu is mine. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Looking for believers. People who believe that a God exists, or they want to justify that belief or explain it to us, or have questions for us as non-believers. Please feel free to click the link and come up on stage. Love to have those chats. It's the whole reason for the stage.
Okay, I'm going to say this politely as I can, Eris. I am extremely pro-science, which is why I want you to stop saying fact. We don't do. Yes, we do. Scientific facts. Evolution encompasses countless scientific facts. The fact that allele concentrations change. The fact that every fossil that is dug up from the earth is fitting the law of faunal succession. It looks like something extant or extinct. Yes, we do deal in facts. Evolution is a theory that encompasses several facts, including the fact of change in allele concentrations, which is literally just a process that's referred to as evolution. So the process of evolution is a fact. The theory of evolution is factual, overwhelmingly factual, extremely accurate. All of that is a perfectly responsible and scientific use of language. All right, I'm getting real fed up with your nonsense.
Yeah. So, Eris, I'm gonna
appointed you the fucking emperor of science language. I don't recall you getting that particular sash and getting paraded around at the last scientific society meeting, my friend. Like, please. Goodness.
So, Eris, you're not going to change our position on this. Ours is more in line with the actual field itself. Whatever proprietary bullshit you're trying to bring to it is of no interest to us and doesn't reflect the actual field itself. So we're just going to hand wave it away. It's not important. So you run along. I mean, feel free to hold on to the proprietary shit that you do, but it's not going to change what we do here. So yeah, we've acknowledged it. So
yeah. So this is all clarified in Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on the philosophy of science. This is the language they use. If you don't like the way they declare they're using language, you can take it up with them. But believe me, they have you outnumbered and they don't care. They're clear with what they're saying. This is philosophy of science itself.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about your usage.
I feel like the exact opposite of what you're arguing for is true. Like, it would be extremely irresponsible to say that evolution is not a fact, or that the theory of evolution is not factual, overwhelmingly accurate, almost certainly exactly, or something very close to how it's described, played out as the process that developed all the biodiversity on the planet. So The reason we came back to it is because you made that snide little, I'm super pro science, and that's why I think you should stop. Like, that's why we came back to it, because that was some bullshit. But we can abandon it now.
Yeah, it was never about the content of what evolution describes along the way. This is purely linguistic, at which point the very field that's declaring how they use terms is very clear, and nobody cares about his disagreement with the way they use terms. So this is pointless. So yeah, definitely good move.
Extremely pedantic.
I definitely want a believer to come on so that we can have that conversation. I want to hear somebody defend or bring evidence for the existence of the God that they believe in. There's got to be one out there.
Oh, and quick shout, because I think Matthew Mulkeen had dipped out of the chat, because I tried messaging him along the way, just to let you know that I did catch a previous comment with regards to that other video misattributing Hawking as leaving a door open for God. So indeed, yeah, that doesn't pan out.
Well, Eris, you're waiting for the God is not real thing. God is not real. So really depends upon which God we're talking about. But the Christian, Abraham, biblical God, that God doesn't exist.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious about this Nandu is mine. I'm not sure if they're a believer in something. They made a reference.
Nandu said they were an atheist.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There was a couple of generic looking questions which made it look like it could have gone either way for a moment there.
Well, let's say, and so I don't know who Eris is talking about. If Eris is talking to me, or and that's a fact. Yes, by the axiomatic laws of logic, the Abrahamic biblical Christian God does not exist because it cannot exist. It is a logical contradiction. So, yeah, that God does not exist. There are unfalsifiable God concepts, which are in the realm of logical possibility, could exist, but they're unfalsifiable, and therefore believing them is not warranted. But that's not the God that I'm talking about. So the Abrahamic biblical Christian God does not exist. I could also say that Allah does not exist. So.
Whoa,
Going back to the Judaic version of it, doesn't have all the hippy dippy tropes that Christianity added to it. So,
what's your definitely the Jewish rendition doesn't. Well, actually, the Jewish one technically through the Torah has a large number of logical contradictions attached in there. But what's the Muslim one specifically for you?
So the logical problem of evil doesn't exist for it because Islam acknowledges that Allah is a dick, and so it does dick shit. It does dick shit.
Yeah. What's the hard contradiction on their side?
The omniscience issue.
Oh, okay.
Because they still hold that Allah possesses all knowledge of all things. So it's still and Allah is perfect in nature. So,
perfect is a broken value statement to begin with, but the omniscience, which aspect of omniscience?
Just that, as far as I understand, just that it knows all true propositions infallibly.
Oh, just the idea of omniscience as a property, let alone as what's the
absolute, eternal, and complete omniscience. Yes. Knowing all secrets, the unseen, the past, present, and future, and every detail in the universe. The Quran asserts he knows all things in the heavens and earth, including what occurs in the human soul. And they also hold it to be omnipotent and omnipresent, just not omnibenevolent. So,
yeah, I'm a little funny on what omniscience would truly mean in that sense, but I let that slide. I'm a little. There's gray in there for me, but. Yeah, and
then there's the absolute knowledge. Allah knows everything that will never happen as well as what will happen. His knowledge of all things is identical before and after their creation. So, like, free will doesn't exist either in that respect. So,
well, that's not necessarily a problem for them. I'm not aware of that being, if that's inherently a problem.
Yes, we're aware that it's all knowing, and it's knowing all it's knowing all true propositions infallibly is what it is. That those propositions cannot be otherwise. The God knows them. The God created them. The God knows them infallibly, and that means the truth of those propositions can never be otherwise.
Funny thing is, though, that you don't have to worry about the quantizing factor, considering propositions are entirely held within a mind. So there's a question about how many actually exist at any given point in time. And in my view, as we've run through some different scenarios, they aren't even necessary. So there's a question about that. That's not necessarily an unlimited number, because the proposition has to be made. Now, it could possess only true ones, but that quantity is what's in question. Like, if I don't have questions, I can't get anything wrong.
Got to be a believer out there so we can actually have a conversation.
Otherwise, we're on to video review number 3, it seems. We're knocking them out.
Which works for me.
I'm gonna jump down, but I'll jump back up if any evolution deniers want to rear their ugly heads.
Cool.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, Austin. Anytime.
Yep.
Ooh. So while we're waiting for some callers, what other kind of material we got on tap?
Let's see what. Let's see where we're at as far as the weather goes. No, it looks like it's swung north. Yeah, we're south of it, so. Yeah, so we're just
marked safe from.
Yeah, it looks like Kansas is getting the brunt of it. Oh no, like the big heavy shit, the major shit is hitting Missouri right now. Like Jefferson City is getting pounded. Nothing too extreme for me. Well, wait a second. Let me double check that. No, actually, we might still be kind of heavy duty. We're still kind of in the red zone where I'm at. So possible. We'll see. Matthew Mulkeen. So how did you wind up in Oklahoma? So I was my wife and I were in Texas for a long time, and we had a place north of Dallas, and the property that we live in now is pretty much family owned, and it's ready to go. And we decided that we needed kind of a change of pace, and so we wanted to. So we managed to get all our bills paid off, and we just had the house, and we had the house and the property in Texas, and we chose the right moment. And I was in a good spot. Like, we were in a good spot financially speaking. And I was at a place that was a point in my job where I was kind of like, I was happy, and we decided, you know what, this is a good opportunity. So we struck while the housing market was in a good space, and we sold the property that we had down there, and we moved up here where we have no bills. So the only thing we pay for obviously is gas and food, and it's pretty much, and the utilities. It's pretty much it. So we had an opportunity to kind of like eliminate all our debt and do whatever we want, and focus on the things that we want to focus on. Angela can do the work that she wants to do. I can do the work that I want to do, and we don't have to work for the man. And because this property was here, we were able to take over it, and now we pretty much just do that. So it was an opportunity. It was a good financial opportunity. Is what it was. Where I am is pretty rural, so because I don't really interact with too many people that are up here, because we're all kind of like spaced out pretty well, and so I don't really do like big time interactions with a lot of people. So I haven't encountered a lot of it. I do know that where we are is pretty progressive in a lot of senses. So I haven't run into a bunch. I did have somebody like. I had a Kamala Harris sticker on the back of my car during the last election, and somebody like scratched it off the back of the rear of my I had it up on my back windshield, and somebody like in the middle of the night, someone saw that and like scraped it off because they were pissed off about it. But I haven't run into a bunch. There are people here who have MAGA and Trump flags in front of their houses, but they're not many. So I've only seen a handful. So it hasn't been too bad. I do remember I had a little bit of concern when I was back in the day when I was dyeing my beard, and my beard was different colors. So I thought there was some concern about going out in public like that, but I always got supported, like, hey, cool, your beard looks cool. It's like, yeah, I did it to support a particular like a particular month, in Activism Awareness Month, and people were like, oh, okay, that's really cool. So I never really got a bunch of shit for doing that, but it's been okay. It hasn't been too bad. There's got to be a believer out there. I can't have beaten them all. Let me see if this is heading north. The radar hasn't updated. Well, we're still in the red zone. Lots of rain. The real heavy-duty stuff is just north of us. Dang, that's just right north of us. I guess we'll find out if we get hail and stuff like that. If Joel is active, he'll be pulling all the trolls and fanatics. I think that's Joel Reads the Bible.
I think I've seen that name somewhere.
Joel Reads the Bible is live. Yeah, he's just trucking along. He's talking about like theological stuff. JL, could you go over the contradictions of the Jesus God? So the logical contradictions that come from the Christian version of the God stem from its attributes, specifically its omniscience, its omnipotence, its omnibenevolence. Those attributes entail logical contradictions in connection with one another. So if the God is like omnipotent and omniscient, then there's problems there. The omniscience omnipotence paradox, the number one that comes out is that the God cannot, if the God is omnipotent and it can do all things that are logically possible, and the God is omniscient, then there comes a problem with like a paradox that occurs there is that the God has no agency, because the God cannot do any action that it does not already, to maintain logical consistency. It cannot do any action that it does not already know it's going to do. So all of its actions are forsworn, which results in the God having no agency, because the God is just a function doing only the things it knows it's going to do infallibly. So the God ceases to be an agent and becomes a function instead of an actual agent that cares and wants things and desires things and shit like that. So that's just one version of it. Other logical problems would be like the logical problem of evil, the evidentiary problem of evil. You could bring up Averroes' paradox of the stone. There's a number of them. Yeah, the omni stuff results in a whole tons of shit, a whole tons of problematic things. Omnipresence also kind of throws in that God is in all places, that essentially time doesn't exist as a linear thing for God, that time exists as a point where the past, the present, and the future are all the same. And because God is outside of time, so therefore it is present at all points in time by human perception. But that goes into a lot of issues that especially when omniscience and the other things are tacked onto it. So the Euthyphro dilemma. The Euthyphro dilemma is one of my favorites as far as like the morality arguments go. The Euthyphro dilemma, essentially, that is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good? And the idea being there that of that true dichotomy, there are only the two options are either that moral evaluations or moral distinctions are inherently subjective because they are predicated upon the mind of God. They're based upon that. They're not objective truths that even the God itself must appeal to. If objective morality were the case, it would be true even if a God doesn't exist. So if you're invoking a God as the ultimate thing and the God is making moral pronouncements, those things are definitionally mind dependent or stance dependent. So therefore they're dependent upon the God, and therefore they cannot be objective. But if they are true and they are objectively true, then the God is appealing to them external of itself. And that means that God is not ultimate. So it's one of the two. God is either not ultimate and is appealing to things outside of itself and conveying it to humans, or that its moral distinctions are entirely subjected to the God itself. So it's one or the other. And a lot of evangelicals will bring up what's called the third horn, which is just the third horn, which is that, well, God is the two options is God is a thing is good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good? So that's a true dichotomy. They'll try and say that there's a third horn and that God is good. Everything it does is good because God itself is good. But that's just a repackaging or a rephrasing of the dilemma. Then you have to ask, well, is God good because it's God, or is it good by some external standard? Is it good because God says it's good? Is God itself good because God claims to be good, or is it good by some external standard that grounds its goodness? It still pushes it back. It still pushes it back one deal. So like by what metric is it good? Is it simply good because it claims to be good? Well, that's still subjective. Just because it claims to be good, there's nothing else to reference. So does that mean it's good by our standards? Not necessarily.
That would imply some sort of objectivity. But if it was, then that would mean that God is good by an external standard that establishes what goodness is. That God is appealing to, is that this is good, and this is how God knows it's good. So it's just, the Euthyphro dilemma is consistent across the board. The God, yes, exactly. Spam. If they say that God is love, that God equals love equals God equals God. It's an uninformative tautology.
That's also where we run into another contradiction, because in one verse God says that it is love, and in another statement says love is not jealous, and in the next statement says, "But I am a jealous God."
But I'm a jealous God. Yep. Oh, and thank you, Boomer310. I almost missed it. Who's been a member of the Godless Army for 55 months. Thank you so much, Boomer. You rock. I appreciate that support. One of my longest members, because I have many members. Teehee, teehee.
I'm sure there's a God for that somewhere. There's one in some pantheon.
Most likely. Well, I guess we could go to review another video. Not a problem, Musashi. Got to be a believer around somewhere. Like to have a believer up who is willing to talk about these things. So this upcoming video is why atheists are stupid.
Coming out swinging.
Yep. And it's a fairly short one. This one's only a little over 5 minutes.
Watching Tough Talk. Today we're talking about atheism and why it sucks.
Yeah, okay. So
Okay, everybody. Stay tuned. Now look, I don't actually think atheism sucks. I'm not particularly religious myself. But do you really fucking know 100% that there is no God and there is no fucking anything?
Well, two different statements. Obviously, there's many things, but depends upon the God, as I've stated multiple times before. Depends upon the God and how it's defined. And do you know that we're not imprisoned by evil Lord Xenu? That would be essentially a brain in a vat or Boltzmann brain, shit like that. That's pretty much unfalsifiable. So there's no reason for me to believe that it's true, but I can't eliminate its logical possibility. But especially if it's hidden from us deliberately, so I wouldn't care. And hey, Chris, good to see you. Ilosopher, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here.
Do you really know that? You don't. Neither do I.
Not to an absolute degree, to a probabilistic degree.
Just like the people who are fucking crazy Christians are equally stupid for being like, if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, then you will burn in the ever-flaming fires of hell. And that's a fact. And they're wearing like a fucking sweater vest. There are some people out there, whether it's fucking crazy Christians or atheists or whatever, who have to shit all over everybody else. Someone's like, hey, like, I love God. Like, God has really brought a lot of fucking joy to my life. There is no fucking God, you idiot. You really think Noah's Ark happened? You fucking moron. He got every fucking animal into the fucking boat, and then how'd he feed them? Huh? How'd he feed them? Noah's Ark could have happened. Maybe.
It didn't. It did. No. So... I get what he's saying here. The kind of gist. Obviously, yeah, the people are pointing out this was clickbait. So I can definitely point out that I get the gist of what he's saying. That some people are dicks about it. But this goes down to like the argument about utility. Like it may have provided utility for some people, but this comes down to making statements about reality that you can't back up and claiming it's true about other people. And so, yeah, that people should hold themselves to that standard. I get that. But he's not addressing it in the way I would have addressed it.
Maybe what happened was the guy who wrote the Bible got super fucking high because they had to be back then. And he's fucking smoking so many bowls. And it was raining one night. And he's like, holy shit, like some guy's like fucking a bunch of different animals in his boat. Like almost everything in the Bible, I think it's like a moral compass or whatever. I don't think it's like based on real shit that happened. I don't think Adam bit an apple and then a fucking serpent like was talking to him and shit. unless there were drugs involved. Can we just relax a little bit and stop hating so hard on all this stuff?
So, okay, I get what he's saying there. I mean, this is obviously a cringe way to kind of like express it, but I do agree that, you know, that we don't need to be dicks about the whole thing, but there is a line to be drawn, especially when it comes to things like Christian nationalism and shit like that. So.
Don't Christians always say, like, you can sin because we're all sinners, okay? Take me, for example. I could spend my whole fucking life, like, just fucking up at everything, being an alcoholic. Like, I could just use belts to talk to people. Like, hey, asshole, come here. Hey, asshole. I was asking you a question. Are these celery, is this good? Is this fresh produce? I'd just be a fucking asshole my whole life, is what I'm saying, okay? And just before I die, I'm laying in bed, and I'm like, I accept Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior. Are you fucking kidding me? And then I'm just gonna fucking like pick up a basketball and I'm gonna slam dunk into heaven. If there is a heaven, I'm gonna be fucking in my Air Jordans. I'm gonna have them tied super fucking tight. I'm gonna pick up that ball and I'm gonna fucking, oh, okay? For 3. That shit finally counted for 3. Okay, which is how it should be, NBA. Fuck you guys. Over all the heads of all the fucking idiot atheists out there who are like, no way, man, it'll never fucking happen. When you die, it's blankness, it's nothingness. Do you really know that? Look, preaching is fucking annoying, okay?
So, if I'm getting this, it's like, yes, evangelicals can be annoying, but atheists need to stop being dicks about, I mean, I get what he's trying to express. Eris, this is a video. I've got a bunch of videos that are on my backlog that I'm just kind of eliminating. This was a short one that I hadn't been through. So I just remember that the title of it is Why Atheists the title of it is Why Atheists Are Stupid. So far, what he's basically conveying is that, you know, there's no need to be a dick regarding people's like evangelism. There's obviously some like context things that are important to bring up here.
And whether you atheist people know it or not, you're preaching when you're shitting all over people.
It depends upon what we're saying.
It's the same shit that those Jehovah's Witness people do, right? Those Jehovah's Witness people come to your fucking door and sell shit to you. They gotta sell religion to you. Hey, here's what you don't know about Jesus. Here's what you don't know about the fucking way. Here's what you don't know about the life, right? It's always Jesus, the way, the life. It's always like, God damn, guys, get a better slogan than that. That sucks. Sounds like a Nike commercial or something, like Jesus, the way, the life. It's like, that's it. It should be like Jesus, accept him just before you die. And like a basketball right next to it. And that basketball is for you to pick up and fucking slam dunk all over the fucking, oh dude, fucking I just shattered the backboard of that fucking thing because I just slam dunked so fucking hard into heaven. And St. Peter's like, oh.
So he definitely is very impressed with himself. I can take that away from this.
You know, all the fucking angels are standing up like, ah! Ah! Because I just fucking dunked all over that fucking thing. They're like, dude, not only did Steve Green live a life of fucking debauchery, Steve Green was a fucking asshole his whole life, and he still got in. Just as like the last dying breath was eking out of his body. I accept Jesus Christ as my first Lord and Savior. And he fucking dunked on everybody on fucking earth, man. It's like 50-50 shot, right? God exists. Maybe I'll go to heaven. God does not exist. I'm fucked. See what I'm saying? But wouldn't
see that's weird because he just brought up the big issue with Pascal's wager. So this is odd.
Would you rather die and find out that heaven exists as you're fucking slam dunking? Like all your fucking asshole cynical friends who did not embrace this idea are down below you and you're just sailing high. It's like, it's the shoes, okay, brother? The people who are lame are the people who are like, if you don't think exactly what I think, then fuck you. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're Catholic, whether you're Muslim, whether you're fucking Jewish, whether you are a fucking atheist, if you are that way, you're a fucking asshole, okay? That's the religion. You're the religion of asshole. And this has been Tough Talk.
So angry.
Given he has like real life trolling here, like I said, this was never meant to be like taken ultra seriously.
I love the conflation with the anti-theists.
Right.
Yeah. Right out of the gate.
That one. I can get rid of that video. Don't need to look at that one anymore.
No, that was rage bait with literal rage.
I'm not sure what that dude's analytics are. Steve Green, Tough Talk with Steve Green, but he had the thing on there, like a playlist on there that was like real life trolling. So he's probably just clickbait nonsense. But it was a short one that I had on my desktop, so didn't need to go any further than that. I kind of get the idea behind what he was saying. Don't be a dick. And that people who people who make such claims like that, they're dicks on both sides. I kind of get that, but
Eris actually had an interesting point there when he separated Christian from Catholic. So that does give me reason to suspect either he was raised, I would suspect, in a non-Catholic tradition where it was second nature for them to consider them non-Christians. Or is actually a current believer, either was or is of a Protestant one that would go hard on Catholics not being true Christians.
Steve Green comedy. So he's a comedian.
So don't take anything he says seriously in any capacity.
Yeah.
For the best. And proof that comedy is very subjective.
Agreed. Let me see something. I'm not even seeing that video on his channel anymore. But it's a lot of trolling content, so.
Darn it, we need the tags. Cross-linking. People need to stick to their guns so we can cross-link for profit.
Let me see here real quick. Yeah, I guess it might be an old video that he just never that he just taken down, but I had it saved, so. Well, this is turning into kind of a bum stream because I haven't gotten any people on the stage yet. Any believers on the stage yet. Oh, there's got to be something.
Well, while we're waiting, I guess it's opportunity to roll tape. I guess knock 4 off of the list.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I've never had such a dead set. I've never had the last stream we had was fantastic. I don't know why it's so dead right now. I'm hoping for at least one.
We had a couple of late gamers last time, so fair enough to hold out some hope.
And as far as topics, I'm kind of tapped, Stream it and they will come. Oh, starting to backfire a little bit. And I haven't seen any believers pop up in the live chat either.
Did you get official feedback with regards to a couple of those channels' Discord policies with regards to promoting the fact that you got a live on a different platform entirely?
Wait, say again?
Did you get any feedback or personal take with regards to cross advertising across a couple of those familiar Discord channels, in that you're not trying to lure them away to another platform or another channel?
I haven't yet, so
not quite ready to test the waters on that.
Yeah, I don't want to accidentally get tossed out of politics Discord for doing it, but
yeah, I can see some potential vindictive action taken on questionable terms,
right?
Even if it is enough above board. Actually, I'd say it would have to definitionally be so, in as much as that other channel that shall not be named by me, anyways, does exactly that. So, on those grounds,
I guess the best thing I could do is let me see here. Was that you?
Yep. Notifications. Turn the volume down. Notifications still pop through.
Ah. Well, this is killing me. I hope I don't have to call it so soon. I'm not one of those ones that kind of games at the same time, because that just seems like distracting. I'd rather have the conversation.
Well, let's see if we can find another quick one to knock off the list. In the meantime, buy ourselves a little bit of time. Hopefully somebody will show.
Let's see. Eris. Specifically, it's a lot easier to say God does not exist. The vast majority of people like that interact with this channel would know that I'm referring to the Christian Abrahamic biblical God. That God does not exist. Getting into like unfalsifiable concepts is worthy of a broader discussion. But yeah, I'm saying that most people who would find this channel, I'm talking about their God, but yeah, I can go ahead with any God. So. I put out a feeler to the Christian chat. Maybe something. Maybe I'll hook somebody. Let's see. That the Christian Abrahamic God does not exist. It's logically it entails a logical contradiction. The entity itself is a logical contradiction, like a square circle. So I couldn't believe in the Christian Abrahamic God any more than I could believe a square circle exists. Singer Soul, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Says, here's some currency. Do you know about the Quran verse that talks about where semen comes from? Says the lower back. Ask him how an omniscient being doesn't know the anatomy of its own creation. LOL. Yes. A big one.
Well, same sort of problem goes for the Judeo-Christian one, where they talk about various animals, like the badger, chewing the cud, which is not a thing that it does because it's not a ruminant. So apparently, all versions of the Judeo-Christian and Abrahamic, if you will, gods have no idea about any of their creations.
Right. Well, there are many contradictions, Eris. I could point, I mean, as far as like logical contradictions that are showcased by the traditional divine attributes and what we know about reality, biblical accounts, logical constraints. If you want to go to like the biblical text, you can say that in one statement, it states that love is not jealous and that God is all loving. But then in another statement, God states that it itself is loving. So that's contradictory. A lot of these are presumed that if you take them like the Bible at face value and you're not like going in with any kind of biases about like the nature of the text that's being written, if you want to parse out. But like I said, the omniscience, omnipotence contradictions, the issues with omniscience in and of itself, and the statements of human beings having free will. Omnibenevolence creates a lot of issues. The logical problem of evil, the evidentiary problem of evil, absolute morality, or we say that moral realism is directly contradicted by the way that God is defined as being ultimate, and requiring no substrate beyond it to reference. So. But that God itself is fundamentally contradictory. The theist has to either redefine it to avoid those logical contradictions, so that it's not technically the Christian God they're talking about anymore. It's now a proprietary version of it, or they go to some unfalsifiable concept like deism or pantheism or panentheism, or the logical problem of evil. Well, it's the logical problem of evil is that if evil exists, evil exists by the lights of the God itself. So that which it itself considers to be evil, because if God is the ultimate thing, it is the one that's subjectively determining what is good and evil, because there's no objective determiner for what those things are, what they are independent of minds. So it's whatever the God says. But if the existence of things that are evil by the God's own lights, those things only exist in virtue of the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility. If the God is ultimate and it doesn't have to reference anything external of us for why it must exist, for why it exists, or whatever, or why it doesn't exist, then the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes by its own lights, those circumstances only exist because it wants them to exist. And an entity that wants evil to exist, it cannot be omnibenevolent. So, I create Isaiah 45:7. I create evil and good and evil. So, and Return of Beware Mouse. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Right. Like the problem of evil, like the logical problem of evil doesn't exist for Allah. because Allah being fan fiction of Christianity, Christianity being fan fiction of Judaism, but Allah is accepted as occasionally being a dick. So that that it's deceptive, that it does like atrocious shit. So like the logical problem of evil doesn't apply to, nor the evidentiary problem of evil applies to Allah. They just the Muslims just kind of like they accept it. The God is just the God is a douche sometimes. I am on StreamYard. This is StreamYard. The link for it is in the chat. Is pinned in the chat. If there's a conversation that you would like to have, if you're a believer and want to talk about like the evidence, so. Well, so Eris, that would be the difference between the evidentiary problem of evil and the the evidential problem of evil goes to the probability of these things, of the God existing, while the existence of unnecessary suffering. So you have suffering, which could be described as being necessary, and then you have suffering, which would be completely unnecessary, like natural disasters is an unnecessary suffering. It is within the realm of logical possibility that we could live on a planet in which natural disasters don't occur, and millions upon millions of lives are not lost, to natural disasters. They don't have to exist by the defined nature of the God, yet they do exist. So that doesn't say that a God doesn't exist, but it decreases the probability that an all-loving God does exist. But it also implies that there are things outside of its purview, which means it's not ultimate in that respect. So you can't define it as being omnibenevolent and the ultimate thing in the universe, and then say these things exist outside of its purview. If you say that there's a logical reason why they do exist, that would be an appeal to mystery, because they don't have to. Nothing dictates to the God that they must exist, and yet they still do. An omnibenevolent God wouldn't remove it because it wouldn't exist in the first place. So, because everything that it creates, everything in the not God set is completely within its purview. So it wouldn't have created the circumstances that allow for suffering in the first place. The Black Lodge. Love me a Twin Peaks reference. Yeah, the link for the stream is pinned in the chat. So if you wanted to join the stream and have a conversation about what you believe and why, or provide some evidence or something of that nature, just click the link and you can join. It's got to be somebody. Well, incredibly boring by your subjective metrics. There's no objective saying that it's not objectively true, like mind stance independently true, that it would be boring. So you're just taking your subjective metric and you're taking your stance as to how you interpret it. So are there natural disasters in heaven? No. So they don't need to exist. That's the whole point.
I just recopied the link in chat for you.
Yeah, that's not the promotional link. That's the actual physical link. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, it's very clearly marked. It's in white for me. J.L. Warren, got evidence for your God? We'd love to hear it. A link. That's the link. If it was good enough for me to click on, it's good enough for you to click on.
Yeah, that's the link. I just double checked it.
Yep.
I agree with you on that one. Yes, there's natural disasters on this planet, but if the God exists, those things don't have to exist. The God could create it is logically possible for the God to create a world in which natural disasters don't happen. It's that simple. So the question is, why do they occur? and Christians will typically wind up victim blaming on that one. So, but then they have to support why free will necessitates the evil by the God's own light when it doesn't. So, and we do have somebody here beyond. What is this? Beyond Undisclosed.
You bet. How you doing today?
Doing good. What brings you up today?
Well, first of all, I want to apologize. My microphone is not that great. I have a great microphone, but I have to be like 3 inches from it for it to do it. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a lot to contribute here. I started out as believing in God when I was younger. When I got to 8 or 9, I started getting into the mysteries of the world and the strangeness that it can be. And it tore me away because I was looking at science. Science and religion have always had this infinity to argue with each other. However, after I started putting things together, I had a couple of spiritual counts that I had. I realized that what my teacher told me when I was about 7 or 8 years old was actually the truth. Science is nothing more than the study of the creation of God.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you say spiritual, what do you mean by that?
I mean that I had an insight that I hadn't felt since I was very, very young, let's say 2 or 3 years old. An example maybe that somebody might remember from their youth is waking up in the morning and seeing the sun rise and being in total awe, or having emotional humility hit you at that age. It took a long time for that in order to hit me again.
Is that okay? So that's an emotional experience. How are you equating that to the existence of a God?
Because without one, you can't have the other.
You can't have an emotional experience without the existence of a God?
Influence. It was an outside influence, and
how do you know?
Because it told me so. It was something that you would be aware of. The same difference of whether you're aware of being wet or dry. It was an emotional response that is unique to itself.
So it's an emotional response, but there's no way there's no rational way to tie that to the existence of something independent of your mind, right?
Absolutely, there is.
So how did you determine that? Well, how did you determine that the God exists independent of your mind without referencing your subjective experience in your confirmation bias?
I can do that. I've proven it in a mock trial 3 times in St. Louis with the St. Louis University there.
So you proved that God exists.
Yes, in a mock trial that they had for the SLU in St.
You mean okay? So do you mean that you presented a logical argument?
I created an argument based on what the law requires. Now, it's supposed to be a legal impossibility in order to show that God exists. The only way that you can do that is in order to show the footprint of God. And I was able to correlate the footprint of God in historical markers. And the only thing that remained was the definition of God. As I started this conversation, you need to define what evil is. Evil is not what we perceive. Evil is anything that is a behavior that is detrimental to the species. Detrimental.
Well, that's totally a stance. That's totally stance dependent.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about what this God thing you seem to be having a belief in.
Yeah, the big thing is that you said that you started by identifying the footprint of God, and then you took that to a God. How did you know that what you were looking at was the footprint of God?
Because of my more recent research. I am involved. There's a gentleman I work with. His name is Robert Morningstar. He's the executive editor for UFO Digest. And my curiosity when I told you I was getting into the mysteries back when I was 8 or 9 years old, it's exactly what happened. I got curious about UFOs, Bigfoot, you name it. If it was a mystery, I wanted to know why it was a mystery to begin with. It shouldn't be a mystery. You should be able to just go out, flip a book or observe what you're looking at. And unfortunately, these things are veiled. Now, how are they veiled from our consciousness to accept them? And
They're unfalsifiable explanations for misidentified natural phenomena.
That's
I'm still curious about what the nature of your God thing is. I've not gotten anything useful yet.
It's a lot simpler, but it's also just as disappointing as the UFO topic. And it's also very reassuring after you get done.
But here's the problem. We can't confirm any of this stuff.
Yes, we can. It's observable. You can actually put your finger on it. You can walk up to what was referred to as old gods and literally break your hand on it. I can prove it. I have proven. The theory is called universal differential theory. That means that our viewpoint, our framework for our science is absolutely inverted. It's backwards. It's one of the best ways to.
Well, how is that? Well, if that were the case, then the predictive models that we use on them would not come true.
Actually, it'll still come true. The math will still work out, and I'll tell you why. 2 + 2 is, answer the question.
Is 4.
Okay, so you owe me $4, right?
No.
Why not?
That's not logically entailed.
2 + 2 is 4. Normally, you're looking at a positive. But if I sit there and I invert the action of the equation, it becomes a negative, meaning that you owe me $4. 2 + 2. So you still have the same mechanics as you arrive at a conclusion.
Okay, hang on a sec. We're way off here.
Are inverted
because we're getting into the weeds on this. You've stated that you can demonstrate that a God exists.
Absolutely.
As a thing that exists independently of human minds. As a concrete thing in the universe, right?
You are a manifestation. You are literally a manifestation of that awareness to begin with.
But that's a claim.
I'm sorry?
That's a claim, though.
No.
How do you know that God exists for any of this stuff predicated upon its existence to be true?
Okay, well, let's destroy the atheist argument right off. Okay, the first thing that the atheist wants to do is remove life from the table. What does that mean? What does that leave?
That's not what the atheist. Hold up. That's not what the atheist position is trying to do. No, that's not what the atheist position is doing.
We are the.
No, I'm recommending that you don't straw man the atheist position. The atheist position is that I am an atheist. I do not believe in the existence of a god or gods because there is no evidence to warrant belief.
There is.
There is. Okay, so what are you? So my question then becomes: what evidence are you pointing at that doesn't beg? What evidence are you pointing at that doesn't beg the question?
Well, first of all, I need to straighten out science for you. First of all, we are not living in a void of pockets of energy. In other words, we're a pocket of energy, or a rock is a pocket of energy. No, we live in a soup of energy. It is absolutely over.
What do you think energy? What do you think energy is?
Difference.
Energy is the ability. Energy is the capacity to do work.
No. Energy is something that is constant. It is there. It has its own element, and the source of that energy is misunderstood by worshiping the sun. It is just that's our local source in order to create coherent energy. There is a certain level of energy you get to. As soon as you cross that level of energy, all right, it has to manifest into something else. The manifestation is actually controlled by something that is very rudimentary, and that's cymatic.
Okay, can you demonstrate this claim that you're making about energy?
Yes.
How?
Right. Give me a second. I'll bring it up. I have a program. I can bring anything I want in.
Because how you're describing energy is not what energy is.
No, well, how you're describing energy is not how energy is, because that's mainstream. It's designed in order to sit there and fool us. And another thing that
wait. So I'm sorry. So this is an appeal. This is an appeal to conspiracy. This is called an appeal to conspiracy.
No.
Yes, it is an appeal to conspiracy that literally mainstream science is the way it is to try and confound people away from like spiritual or mystical matters.
No, because you can't sit there. Okay, let's make a story about it. How many elements are in a story for a news story? Can you tell me?
There's what are you talking about?
I'm talking about your rebuttal. How many elements are in a news story? Who, what, where, how, when, and why? Now let's take the Darwin theory that's supposed to destroy the existence of God.
It's not meant to destroy the existence of God. That's not its intention.
What? Creation. Where? A universe near
Beyond.
you?
Wait,
How?
beyond. No, beyond. Stop. Hey, hold up. Your number one, evolution is the intent. The evolution is simply describing how organisms diversify, how life diversifies. Hang on. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. You have to listen. You have to listen.
Where, how, when, and try to sit there and
you have to listen. Beyond. Okay, you have to stop and listen. Evolution is merely describing how life diversified on this planet. It has nothing to do with the origin of life, which is abiogenesis. And also, these fields are not focused. The purpose of them is to describe the phenomena. It is not meant, and no one had the goal. Darwin didn't have the goal of eliminating God. God concepts are not incompatible with evolution and abiogenesis because evolution and abiogenesis could be the naturalistic mechanism by which a creating entity created and diversified life. It simply used naturalistic means. But that would make the God concept unfalsifiable because it's indistinguishable from nature. No. So there's nothing in nature to point to that's going to get you to a God.
You want to divide these things into separate categories. They're all one category, created by God.
Okay. How do you know that without begging the question?
You cannot sustain without the somatic.
Beyond. How do you know that without begging the question?
Right here. Giving you the proof right now. This is
you haven't given anything. You've made claims.
How everything is built in the universe. We're not talking about a little guy sitting on a throne with a white beard. We're talking about somebody that doesn't have time to be concerned about what's happening on this little blue-green marble. He could give a rat.
So you're talking about classical deism.
We're looking at right now on my screen.
So you're talking about classical deism.
No. I'm talking about science as a study of the nature of God.
No, that assumes that God exists.
No, that proves that God exists.
No, it doesn't. Because a God is not necessary for the existence of this universe.
The combination of the cymatic patterns, all of these different patterns combine, when you combine them, turns into DNA. These are pre-positioned in the environment that you're living in. The environment on Mars is different from the environment on Earth. What is ever allowed to live here under these designs will manifest.
Okay. Beyond. None of this demonstrates that a God exists. Harmonics and vibrations do not demonstrate that a God exists. Well, I'm trying to keep the conversation focused because all you're doing. I'm trying to keep the conversation focused. You have to be willing to listen to the question that I'm asking you. Okay, you have to be willing to listen to the question that I'm asking you. Okay, the question is
starting the conversations every time.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get to the heart of it.
That's what I just did.
No, you didn't. You appealed to something that occurs in the natural world, and then you asserted a God exists.
Saying that there is no way that these things can happen in a natural world.
Okay. Wait. Oh, so that is a claim. That is a claim. Now you need to back that up by showing how it is. You need to back it up by showing how it is impossible.
You are failing in order to identify a claim from an observation.
No, you're making a claim about the observation. Beyond. You are making a claim about the observation. You need to be able to back that claim up. So you need to demonstrate that the God exists first.
Atheists always love wants to do is go
You
back
need to demonstrate that the God exists first before you can ascribe anything to it.
No, that's not how science works.
That
you make an
is.
observation first, and then you make a conclusion based on that observation that fits. But it has to fit all observations. You cannot sit there and cherry pick one observation and demand that its observation is higher status than another. And
Okay, but I can ask you for the mechanistic, relationship between the God and what you're observing.
No, what I am saying is the only thing missing.
You need to listen beyond. Part of using God as an explanation includes the mechanistic relationship between it and the thing you are observing, which means you can't just assert that the God does it.
So
you have to describe how the God does it.
You want to use the same argument as a flat earth then?
No, no, it's not the same as a flat earther.
You can't prove the earth is real.
Do what?
You can't prove the earth is a globe.
Yes, I can prove that the earth is a globe. Yes.
You would have to have a dependency on that, and you have to depend on math, which is just simply your conclusion, and that's bullshit.
So you think math is bullshit?
You think observations are bullshit based in mathematics?
No, I think that you make observations and you interpret them through the lens of prior held beliefs, and that's why you conclude a God.
I don't need to conclude a God. I can conclude a God just based on the evidence itself.
There is no evidence.
There is evidence right here.
No, if there were evidence, you'd be able to demonstrate it exists, and you wouldn't be pointing at things and then interpreting them in a way that requires a God exists for it to be true.
You can duplicate it 100 times over, and here it is. There it is.
That's literally vibrations and harmonics. Nobody cares.
Well, because you want to not observe. Well, if you don't want to observe, then the only thing that we're left with, the proof of God, is a rock, according to you.
No.
We have to accept as a evidence of that too. So
demonstrate that the God exists.
No.
I'm asking you to demonstrate that the God exists as a concrete thing independent of human minds. If you can't do that, just acknowledge it's a concept that exists only in your head.
Now you don't want to include any observation because
I want you to answer the question. You claim a God exists. I want to know, how can you demonstrate that exists without begging the question?
Right here.
That's not a demonstration of its existence. That is you pointing to a natural. That is you pointing to a natural phenomenon and then claiming that God is behind it. In order for the God to be behind it, the God would first have to exist.
Technical schematics for the space shuttle. You're going to tell me the space shuttle doesn't exist.
That is not even remotely related to what I'm talking about. You are making an observation of a natural phenomenon. You are claiming that God is behind it. You need to demonstrate that the God exists before your claim holds any water.
Your other guy here, you see this galaxy there? Did you know?
Oh, for your space shuttle analogy, you see, the plans for the space shuttle isn't proof that the space shuttle exists. The space shuttle is the proof the space shuttle exists.
Doesn't exist.
Now, the plan could tell you maybe we had an idea when we put it together. So I asked you a question. I asked you a question twice that you've not answered. What is this God? Get useful with your description.
What? In other words, you want a definition of God, not the knowing its existence.
We have to know what it.
Sure, my question was clear.
We have to know what it is in order to determine it. We have to know what it is beyond.
You want a definition.
We have to know what it is in order to distinguish it from something else.
Keep switching back and forth.
There is an X. Well, what does X mean? You're using a word. What the hell do you mean when you say X exists?
We never sit there and define what those variables are in the math. We use
X
them.
is God. Please follow. I asked you what your God thing was. If you ask me what a cat is, I will pick a cat up, I will throw it at your face, and it will maul you.
Okay.
So what is your God? Stop being an ass.
You tamper with these patterns, and you will disappear in a
What is
poof.
God? No, I asked you for a definition for what your God was. Describe this God thing.
I want a definition.
I don't care about the pattern. I asked you what the God thing is.
What is the definition of a cat?
Well, we can go down to feline animal, and we can point to the sample.
It's just repeating names. You're not proving the existence of God.
You're right. I will have to throw it at your face.
Okay, beyond.
But define a cat.
Waste our time.
Hang on. Okay, beyond, we are not claiming that a God exists. I am saying that there is no rational reason to believe one does. You're saying that a God does exist. That's a positive claim. In order to back that up, you are pointing to a natural, understood phenomenon, which is what you're showing on your video. So that's what you're showing. Okay, but none of that proves a God exists.
Muting me. Now, what you're doing,
because you won't be quiet and answer the question.
Answering the question, you keep interrupting it because you don't like the answer.
The answers you're giving are not evidence for a God.
A cat. What is the definition of a cat?
You don't. Okay, if you don't know what a cat is, should we just be terminating this?
I don't know what God is. I can't tell you what that is either. What is the definition of a cat? Since you're stuck on getting a definition of a cat,
so you can't describe your God thing, huh? Is that? I asked you to describe it. What is the God thing? What are the properties of the God thing?
Everything happens.
Please describe the properties of the God thing.
It was pre-designed.
Please describe the properties of the God thing.
Okay, it is an energy that is trapped within physical rules, and the rules we can identify. The shapes of these patterns in the cymatic we can identify.
Hold on. I'm not worried about patterns because apparently it said it's trapped in some sort of physical rule.
This is absolute woo nonsense.
So, I'm just trying to find out now what energy.
Okay, I'll tell you.
The energy that hold on. To the left of me. Hold on. Is it in my cup?
Let's boil this down to where the real.
No, I just asked a very direct question. Is it in my cup?
It's defining the word God. Is the God a 300-pound in jail?
I asked you a simple question here.
You, if you don't
I need you to keep it simple here. I asked you a very basic question.
That's what you get. You go to prison. There's a 300-pound guy standing in the corner.
Beyond. You've got to stop crashing out and listen to what he's saying.
Is it in my cup?
I just finished your answer, but you keep.
No, I didn't get a yes or no out of that. You rambled. Okay. Yes or no? The definition
of God, therefore, is a 300.
No, I asked you a yes or no question. You're giving me garbage.
God, right?
I asked you a yes or no question. I didn't need all that garbage.
No, it's not garbage. There's a 300-pound man.
No, I don't need any of that extra garbage. You're giving me garbage. I asked you a yes or no question. Please respond with a yes or no.
He's asking you a yes or no question. It does not require any other content.
Okay, are you an alien or are you an idiot? Yes or no?
I'm talking to you right now. That's in
not a compound problem. You're now asking a defined answer to a compound problem. I can't do it.
How is it a problem? Is it in my cup?
Are you an alien? Which one are you?
I asked you, is your God thing in my cup?
In your cup?
Yeah.
That's an interesting thing. We're going to wind up going all the way
you
back.
Asked about energy. I'm trying to find out what energy you're talking about. Is there energy that is your God thing? Is there energy
beyond what kind of energy is God? Is it mechanical energy? Is it kinetic? Is it potential?
Is it separate from what's inside of my cup?
It is a forced framework.
That doesn't mean anything.
The existence of a forced framework.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does. You just simply
don't. It was energy. Then you said it's a forced framework.
Hold up. Beyond, you are using terminology that does not equate to anything in how we describe reality. You are just making up words and pulling shit out of your ass.
Oh.
Okay. How do you know? Can you demonstrate that a God exists without begging the question, yes or no?
Without what?
Begging the question.
Begging. Define begging for me.
No, beyond. Listen to what I'm saying and stop doing this whole selective hearing thing. Begging the question. Do you understand what begging the question is?
Oh yeah, I've heard the term plenty of times.
Okay, do you know? I didn't ask if you heard it. I asked you if you understood what it is.
You don't understand it. So
Beyond, do you understand what the term begging the question is referring to?
you have any idea who?
I need you to answer the question. Do you understand what the term begging the question is referring to?
Answer the question. Do you understand what cymatics means to the deaf?
I need you to answer the question. Do you understand what begging the question is referring to? Yes or no?
So what is cymatics?
Because if you don't, I'll be happy to explain what begging the question means. If you don't, I will be happy to explain what begging the question means.
If you don't, I can be happy in order to leave because you're not willing in order to accept anything that I've said.
You're not engaging in a conversation.
I am. You answer.
No, you're not. You're here to spout woo nonsense bullshit that you cannot demonstrate by any capacity. You are, in fact, begging the question of the God's existence to do whatever you think it's doing. You have not demonstrated it exists. You've pointed to phenomena in the natural world and then claimed that the God is the explanation for that phenomena, when it's not, because you can't show a mechanistic relationship between the God and the phenomena that you're observing, where we can explain the phenomena by natural means. So you are begging the question of the God's existence.
Dependent on a design. They are dependent on a design.
They're not. There is no telos.
Design. You want to sit.
There is no telos behind the universe.
You keep muting my fucking answers.
Because you're not listening. You're not actively listening, and you're not providing any answers.
You're not actively listening at all.
If I wasn't actively listening, I wouldn't know that I need to mute you.
Dude, you're perfectly welcome in order to stay in your ignorance. That's true.
You haven't provided anything. You haven't provided anything that teaches us anything. You haven't provided any evidence.
I provided things that even the Masons understand. Okay,
this is woo nonsense bullshit, and you haven't provided any kind of evidence that shows that a God exists. All you have done is shown a naturalistic phenomenon and then claimed that the God is behind it. But it's not. There is a naturalistic explanation for the phenomena that we observe, and there is no God behind it that you can show.
The space shuttle exists, and it was created by design. Life exists. It was created by design.
That is a fallacy of composition.
Within the cymatic.
That is a fallacy of composition.
No, you are a fallacy.
That's a fallacy of composition. Do you understand what that is?
Dude, I'm a third spirit.
Do you understand what a fallacy of composition is?
Know what a fallacy is, and you're expert at it.
Beyond, do you understand what a fallacy of composition is?
You're ignorant as hell.
Beyond, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand what a fallacy of composition is?
You don't.
I'm going to take that as a no. A fallacy of composition occurs when you assume that what is true for parts of a whole is true for the whole itself. Oh, good.
I still want to know if God is in my cup or not. Is my cup made of God? See, this is what happens when we don't get definitions, and they need to be pinned to the wall for it. Same as a couple of other conversations we've been involved in.
Well, he just bounced out.
I know.
He deuced out on his own. I didn't have to boot him. I didn't even put him in the back so I could get a word in edgewise. But yeah, the Masons, really, dude? It's like it was a bunch of woo nonsense. But essentially, he was pointing at things that have natural explanations and just describing the God as being the explanation for these things when we don't need it. So, and the fact that he was able to say that he legitimately thinks that you have to rely on math to show that the earth is round is like that he's likely a flat earther, but hence all the woo nonsense. But, we know the earth is a globe. So, I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but there's obviously a lot of concepts that he's not familiar with. Like he doesn't know what begging the question is. He doesn't know what a fallacy of composition is. So yeah, there's someone living in their own head.
Yeah.
Look at the space shuttle. Yeah, space shuttle. That's a new one.
Well, at least we got one in.
Yeah, and the plan for the space shuttle is not proof of the space shuttle. The space shuttle is proof of the space shuttle.
Yeah.
Plans would give us a hint about how we got there. The thing is the proof of the thing.
So I guess that's kind of, I guess that was pretty much a shuttle maker argument. Hey, Jay Patrick, good to see you. He just used the no you reply. Yeah. I know you are, but what am I? Argumentum ad Pee Wee Herman.
Wow.
Eris, that's actually quite funny. Well, dang, I hope that's not the extent of the theist that we have. That was pretty bad.
Remember, spelling fallacy isn't hard unless it is.
We've been going for 4 hours. I had one person come up on stage. Matt Slick was over there in Discord. That'd be fun. That'd be hilarious if I could get him up here.
I love his organization. Was it Center for Apologetics Research?
Yeah, his Karm bullshit.
Yeah, research, because there's so much new development in apologetics. From the school of beaten horses, especially the dead variety. Vibration could be considered kinetic energy, so that partially checks out. Yeah, if you've spoken to Matt Slick, he hasn't had anything new for ever.
Yeah.
Since the best he does is reiterate, Van Til and Bonson, thinking that really weak ass cope precept actually gets you anywhere. Yeah.
Well, he's not there. I'm going to go ahead and
poke the bear.
Yeah. See what I can get.
Rattle some cages. We're going to muster up.
Rattle the tree, see what falls out.
Well, they told us to look at them. Now we're just giving them a good shake. Am I jiggling it wrong? Oh Lord, Darth.
Oh, he didn't have the balls to show up here. This is not an environment that he can control. So it's got to be at least one more. I'd like to get another one in.
Hopefully a different model. This last one made lots of loud noises. And I was about to go into a Carol quote. Loud noises.
The problem with Darth is that the second I have to mute him in order to get a word in edgewise, he's just going to bounce. He would never come up here because he can't mute me. So
this is what they do.
Yeah, Singer Soul, he actually showed up to Deconstruction Zone to Justin's stream. He was out in like a minute. Yeah, just because he's not interested in having a conversation. He just wants to browbeat people with his philosophical bullshit.
Well, pseudo-philosophical, because of course
pseudo-philosophical bullshit is right. He's pretty terrible.
It is remarkably dog shit. Yeah, and I did see that episode of Deconstruction Zone. It was I'm not gonna lie, put a smile on my face. I'd almost want to see how Ian would take him apart. Allegedly, Ian, that is. For those not familiar with just the first name. And yep, I also saw the video with Shannon Q. That did not go well.
No, it did not. That was actually a hilarious one. Mr. J. Yeah, Jay. Jay, the link is pinned in the chat, so you just click it there. If you want to come up on stage, you're more than welcome. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and link it. I'll just go ahead and link it over to him. Stalkers and defamers is what we are.
Yeah, I think somebody at one point they had like a bingo card. They had both a bingo card and a random Darth quote generator. Yeah. Old school stuff.
Darth never wants to talk about the nuances of his belief. He doesn't want to talk about the Bible or Jesus or any of that stuff. He knows I get schooled.
Well, to be fair, I have heard him do it before. It's only in environments where he feels it's safe. But on the rare occasion, I have heard it happening. So I've been present for one of those. I have not had an interaction, which is, I suppose, a little contrary to my entire joining of the online, discussion forum and debate community, which actually I get to credit. If I hadn't mentioned before, that would be, oh shoot. Oh, I'm terrible with names now. I'm just like dropping them out like early onset Alzheimer's is catching me. Spatchcock. Yeah, Jefferson Spatchcock's channel is what actually got me involved with any of this, period. And was specifically dealing with Presupper, which was talking with Ozymandias. And as soon as he saw what was going on, let's just say that he went postal on him.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is as I was going through those videos trying to get an understanding of what Presup even was, which is where they go to transcendentals and the like. So yeah, that was my entire draw into this community and these conversations. But yeah, I have seen Darth in the theological side, but he'll only do it when he feels safe.
Come on. Oh, no. I don't know if I want. Oh, there he is. I don't know if I want Gregory up here.
Oh. Speaking of presupposcope.
Yeah. What's up, Jay?
I want to know what a cat is, Andrew. Tell me what a cat is.
Okay, before you get into this, because Jay's got some stuff. I'm going to step. I got to step away for a brief second, so I'm going to let you guys have this conversation.
Well, actually, what I was going to do is I was going to it'd probably be. Never mind. I was gonna do a really bad joke, like when he was asking, like, is God in my cup? And I was going to do like the, what's his name? Like, he's in my butt. God's in my butt.
Yeah. But to answer your question, I will quote you from the great scripture known as the Ode to Spot. Felis catus is your taxonomic nomenclature, an endothermic quadruped, carnivorous by nature. Your visual, olfactory, and auditory senses contribute to your hunting skills and natural defenses. I can continue. It's very poetic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've got one right. If he wanted to really know, I'd have just turned on the camera, grabbed my cat, and been like, "Here it is." Can you show? Can you show God like I can show a cat?
Like I said, I could throw one at him and let it maul him. This is what the people who refuse to give definitions. They always get to.
Well, I don't know why he was having such a hard time with that. It's a concept, right? And so you want something that comports to the concept, right? There's a word that's being used to say that something exists, and
I'm not certain. To be fair, he's using a word in a way that gives you the impression that he's talking about a thing, something that can be like a concept that should be packageable and transmissible. One would think that would be the case. But in the being possessed by a true scatterbrain, he could have a whole snake pit worth of mangled partial ideas that have not metastasized into a coherent thought, and he may slap a label onto it.
Yeah, that could be.
Looks like we do have somebody in the back. Let me see.
Is that given that word that they just used? That's
yeah.
PMARS.
I just checked it.
Quality.
Yeah.
Nemesis, I know you can hear me. Why would you what's the point of that?
That's his way of shocking the audience.
Well, they I mean, it's private chat, so I don't know. Like, why would I bring you up on stage? It's like, come on, dude.
He wants you to.
Oh,
my apologies.
There's no apology attached to there. There's no feeling sorry. Who do you think you're kidding?
Well, let me ask this.
I throw angry cats at people. Trust me, you're not getting anything past me.
And I guess it's one of those people you hear them on like TikTok all the time. They come on just to say the N word repeatedly, like N like that, whatever. And then they wind up getting like booted because they're trying to take down.
I guess that's how Praise I Am's original channel got taken down.
Yeah.
People kept posting racist stuff in his comment threads.
Nemesis, it's not that I hate you. It's just that I mean I don't care. I mean, what you put in the private chat, nobody can see that, so I don't really give a shit. But if you were actually interested in, I'm a TOS police, but if you were actually interested in having a conversation, first of all, you have to turn on your camera briefly. You don't have to be on camera to be on the stream, but you'd have to turn on your camera briefly to show me that there's a person there. So if you're not willing to do that, then I couldn't bring you up anyway.
It's not really a stress test. It's more like you just rang the bell and told us all who you are.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's how PMARS normally says hi.
Take it easy, Mr. Andrat. Have a good one. Have a good night. Okay.
How many times have you had conversations with PMARS, JL? I remember that one. I remember that one that you had with. You were over on that one was classic. The one over on.
I've had a bunch of conversations with him. I couldn't number the amount of times that they all devolve into the same shit.
Yeah, I've bodied him a number of times in the channel that I used to frequent.
So, MC, I don't know if you actually have something you want to talk about.
To see if you followed the rules.
Yeah,
it was just a test.
I could always just pull it off really quick if he pull him down real quick if he tries to do something.
No, stick to your gun on the camera. You want to get him up here, sure, but yeah, make him earn the camera.
He did come. He did turn on his camera there briefly in the back.
Okay, if you're satisfied with that, and you're willing to click the disconnect button on him the second things go south.
Yeah, I may have to, but looking for
the sound of his voice makes me want to just freaking vomit.
Oh, PMARS?
Yes.
Oh God, he's trash. Okay, so
I get. All right, buddy. Don't step on my
yeah.
laptop, please.
Fuck it, I'll risk it.
Sorry.
What you got, Nemesis?
Hey, sorry about that. I just had to make sure the people are following the rules here on YouTube.
That's not PMARS.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you.
But that's not PMARS.
No, that's not PMARS.
Yeah, I recently got Clavicular's channel taken down because of what he was doing.
Oh, not the fact that, you know, he was alluding to doing drugs publicly, enticing others towards doing so. Not like everyone else.
No, it was me. I had a conversation. I had a conversation with him on TV and told him he had to stop, and he kind of like played it off, and the next day he's banned.
Correlation, causation. Hold on. I had a coffee yesterday, and the president was shot at. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's a shame, man. I mean, when I first followed Trump, I loved him, but then I kind of figured out about Dean Withers, right? Oh God, dude, I didn't realize so much stuff was going to bury him. I went all in on Donald Trump. I made a 4-track EP about him, right? I mean, I went all in, and now, now look at me, dude.
Well, we can't. But with that aside, so what actual topic did you come up here to air?
So when you're talking about a higher power, do you include government with that?
Typically, no.
Always. I always think that.
I don't typically include government in that. Typically, these are matters that like believers, people who believe in the existence of a god or gods, and talking about that stuff.
Are we talking like a cop on weed? Because I mean, they got power and they're pretty high.
Like Harvey.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Harvey
Well, I'm trying to be more specific. Where to start?
It's not feeling.
So, in my opinion, the government is like a form of superpower because us as individuals don't possess that kind of power to just go to war with people, have an army of troops. So, I do feel like money is something that gives people supernatural power.
Oh,
wait, money gives people the ability to break the laws of reality?
It gives the ability to mind control another human being.
If I ask
it cost about $47,000 for a soldier. Let's say $47,000 for a soldier. I was talking to one. She was about 19 years old. I said, "You really going to die for this country?" Yeah.
47,000.
For how much?
What are you talking about?
She was a new recruit to the military. She had been indoctrinated into a military family, and she was only 19, getting paid $47,000 a year.
Time out.
Yeah.
She was indoctrinated into a military family, or her family having also been in the military indoctrinated her into the military?
Both. The United States indoctrinated her, and her family helped. It's like a two-way street that they use for mind control and brainwashing to keep the bail system going. You see, the bull.
So was the family?
Bill.
So was the family? So the family, they mind controlled her, or they're also being controlled?
I don't know how much stock you put into behavioral psychology, but there is a thing called a hypnagogic trance that you're under in the first 7 years of your life, to where you're in download mode. Everything is verbatim truth, and that is what indoctrination is. Verbatim truth download until when you reach your second consciousness.
Second consciousness. But do you think it only costs?
Can you define the term second consciousness?
The hippocampus.
How is that? That's a part of the
hippocampus.
brain.
The hippocampus provides context to memories. It provides context to the neocortex and the amygdala for the
Okay, how
amygdala's
is this
purpose.
separate? How is the hippocampus separate from our first consciousness?
The first consciousness that develops is from the amygdala, the survival consciousness. And then the hippocampus later develops. It's like literal brain development.
You don't seem to be understanding these questions, and it's frustrating to ask you, how is it different? How, what you are acting as though these are standard terms of neurology or philosophy, and they aren't. Do you agree that the term first consciousness and second consciousness are not standard terminology?
I agree.
Okay, then why would you introduce them without any attempt to define them?
First consciousness. Oh, you are requiring more detail. Let me provide it. The first consciousness is the
I asked
development.
you a question that you are not responding to.
Sorry,
Why
could
would
you
you
please repeat?
introduce non-standard terminology without definition?
Oh, why would I introduce non-standards, things that is not standard in the books?
Yes, why would you
I guess it's
introduce
my way of
non-standard
understanding it
terminology and
better.
then act like
It
it's everybody
provides
else's?
it provides me context for my own self to understand it.
Yes, but you're talking to us. You obviously already understand it. You are trying to communicate these concepts to other people who don't already understand it. What value is there in using terms that they are unfamiliar with in this effort?
You are correct. I'm not the best teacher of this material. I have the knowledge to teach it, but I don't have the sophisticated, refined skills you are requesting now.
Just as a general rule, if you are trying to introduce terminology that other people, in ways that other people aren't privy to, whenever you introduce a term, you need to define what that term means. The very term consciousness is quite separate from portions of the brain, right? You are defining portions of the brain and their functions, and then you are labeling them as levels of consciousness.
Yeah, I was going to ask if the frontal lobe was like the third consciousness, but hey.
Yeah, that's an entirely valid piece of extrapolation. But the brain is a material object. Are we agreed on that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So saying that consciousness is not a material object, is it?
Correct. It is a mental construct that exists only in the minds of humans. It is not an actual thing. It is the awareness of your thoughts.
Well, awareness of other things as well. I mean, awareness of
What
your
are you?
environment.
What are you? So whenever I say that the hippocampus provides context to the amygdala, and it communicates with the neocortex.
What I am suggesting is that
I'm not like what is the?
Well, the problem for me is you are treating this as though I am. So I like to think of myself as conscious, right? How can I distinguish between the signals I am getting from my hippocampus and my amygdala and my frontal lobes? I can't tell, right? For me, these signals are coming, I can't tell where in the brain these are coming from. All I can do is react to the information that is being presented to me by my brain and assume that that is accurate, that my brain has some connection.
Yes, that you're describing the hippocampus. Yes, the hippocampus. What we're talking with now is our waking interface, the hippocampus interface. Yes.
But so it in terms of human consciousness, it hardly really makes any sense to refer to these lower levels of brain function as as consciousness. My brain regulates my breathing and my heartbeat. It sends out the signals that govern those. It tells me to withdraw if there's an unexpected painful stimulus. That's not something that I have control over. My body does not go, look, here's the stimulus. What do you want to do about it? That doesn't enter the level of consciousness. You can withdraw your hand from the pain without ever having registered any conscious effort to do so. Your body just takes over at that point and says, look, I'm steering the ship for a millisecond. And it's prepared to do that at any point. But that is not a conscious decision, right?
A conscious decision to move your hand, yes, that is a conscious decision. I'm
Yes,
not understanding.
but can we unconsciously, if for instance I'm
Oh, are you
around,
aware of alien hand syndrome? That is the second personality. Alien
yes,
hand
I am
syndrome.
aware of alien hand syndrome.
The amygdala,
So you
I
need
don't
to
know
be
if you've ever
quiet.
blacked out. Have you ever blacked
clarifying-
out drunk or anything?
I'm clarifying my position for you in a way that you might understand. You are wandering along.
Personality?
You can't have second personalities in the same body if you, for instance, cut the bridge between the two
Oh
hemispheres.
no, I disagree.
The amygdala is responsible for creating the personality traits that is required for survival.
I don't even agree that that's true. But if I'm wandering along and all of a sudden if I'm
Let me
wandering
clarify.
along,
The amygdala processes fear, anxiety, and threat detection.
You be quiet while I'm talking.
Well, you seem like you have a lack of understanding what an amygdala is. You keep asking like I don't know what an amygdala is.
No, I don't. You're the one of the two of us. You're the one who doesn't really understand what's going on here. If you're wandering along and you stand on something that hurts, you will take physical actions that are not conscious, right? As you are walking,
No, they are conscious. Your amygdala is conscious. What are you talking about? It's subconscious. The amygdala is a waking conscious.
Then why are you calling it consciousness?
The amygdala is a second personality. The amygdala is the reptilian overlord, the personality that detects threats. And the reason that you involuntarily move is the amygdala can override the neocortex and the hippocampus both. That's what it does.
I hate it when my second personality gets the better of my first personality. I really get irritated with that second personality.
I'm kind of curious about something, Nemesis. The way you're describing these things now. I'm obviously not a neurosurgeon or a neurophysiologist, but I've got pretty decent understanding of the field and the way the brain develops from gestation all the way through. You are correct in that the amygdala does develop early on, and that it typically reaches its full development around 7 to 8 months, whereas the hippocampus takes longer to develop, and so that's not a problem there. But as far as consciousness goes, consciousness being the word that we give to the word that we use to describe, it's kind of like an umbrella term. It's a term that we use to describe the entire set of mental phenomenon, and that includes like awareness, reasoning, emotion, instinctual responses like flight or fight, your risk reward analysis, all of these things, memory. These are all mental phenomena. And we could say that consciousness develops over time, like the capacity for consciousness, like what your brain is capable of doing. And it develops over time. So you could say that instinctual aspects of the brain that are governed by the amygdala do develop first, and those regulate like emotional response to stimuli, fight or flight responses, immediate reactions that are survival based.
but then other areas of the brain develop and then add to the set of mental phenomena. And those get progressively more complex over time as the brain continues to develop and neural pathways begin to develop and set. So why would we provide a distinction between the two, saying like first consciousness, second consciousness, when it's all consciousness? It just gets progressively more phenomena get put under that umbrella as the brain develops, as the individual ages. I don't see a reason for the distinction.
We would put emphasis on the three different parts in order to treat patients with CPTSD, and in order to rise them up a new altar, as the Christian church does. A person who is a heavy smoker can take on the altar that the preacher gives them, the church gives them, and once they take on the altar of, I don't know, holy something, and in prison, they raised me up as I thought I was holy right. I'm gonna be the holy man. And it can help you stop smoking. It can change fundamental core personality parts, and the amygdala will rise up a new personality, and you can change and you can heal from your CPTSD. But of course,
what does CPTSD stand for?
Complex PTSD.
Okay.
Post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder.
But no, the amygdala can't do that. The amygdala
Yes, the amygdala is responsible for creating personalities.
No, it's not. The amygdala is not responsible for that. Personalities are sophisticated intellectual constructs that rely on much higher levels of neurology.
Sorry, I have got to stop this misinformation.
I'm
just trying to put it in a way. I'm trying to put it in a way to you to where you're not offended. But
no, what you can do is provide a citation. Because you coming on here and saying the amygdala is what produces personalities. If that's correct, then we should be able to, for instance, severely damage a person's frontal lobes and leave their personality unaffected, right?
Well, yeah, the amygdala should give rise to a new personality.
Okay,
but
the amygdala is a supporting role in neuroticism.
That's not what happens when people have their frontal lobes damaged. Having their frontal lobes damaged does change their personality.
I understand you have a misunderstanding of the fundamentals of, have you ever heard of the Big Five? The Big Five model?
No, I haven't. Please elucidate the Big Five.
So the functions that the amygdala plays is a supporting role. And neuroticism linked to the high amygdala.
How about at some stage, sir, you start presenting citations for what you're saying?
Oh, yes.
Because at this point, I don't believe you.
www.simplypsychology.org. Big Five personality traits, the Big Five factor model of personality. That's one of the sources.
How does this relate to your claim that the amygdala constructs personalities?
Supporting role. You have to have the hippocampus.
No, sir, you said, and I quote, the amygdala will construct a new personality.
Yes.
Okay. Provide a citation validating that claim.
A citation validating the claim that the amygdala can create new personalities.
Yes.
The amygdala, I guess I should have clarified. The amygdala in association with the hippocampus providing
Okay,
context.
so it's not just the fucking amygdala, is it?
Yes, it is. Of course
no,
it is.
Isn't. If it's doing it in association with other portions of the brain, then it's not the amygdala that's doing it.
Sir, why do the symptoms of CPTSD happen? Why do soldiers go crazy and kill themselves every day?
I'm not a.
Why do they have
psychoanalyst.
CPTSD, sir? How do you cure CPTSD? Okay, how do you cure it?
I don't know.
What causes it? The amygdala. They're in a heightened state of flight or flight response. The hippocampus. Why? Because the neocortex keeps painting memories, and the memories trigger them physically.
Yes.
And the hippocampus. The hippocampus must provide context to the memories. So the amygdala can change.
Sir,
you do not understand what you are talking about.
Your claim was that the amygdala constructs
I have lived with
personality.
CPTSD.
And
I am autistic.
I don't care if you had CPTSD, sir. What I care about is you are up here pronouncing stuff that is objectively false. The amygdala
you want me to cite what?
The amygdala is not responsible for the establishment of personalities. It can
Yes, it is.
misfire. You need to shut up while I'm talking and stop interrupting halfway through.
Take it easy, Cindy.
Because I am building to a point here.
I have sources. I gave you a source. What more do you want?
You've now missed the opportunity where you could have presented them. I'm talking.
Simply psychology. How many do you want? I have 50 sources.
Time out real quick. I went to simplypsychology.com and it looks like it's a sham. It asked me to download some kind of file, which was called NetGuard. What was that about?
That did not happen on my end. I went to the website just fine. You need to turn off your computer security. It's up too high. You need to turn it down to medium.
It is on medium.
Okay. Well, there's something wrong on your end. There's nothing wrong with the site. It's legitimate.
Okay, it didn't look legitimate.
Okay, so I don't know what you want me to tell you. I mean, there's a Wikipedia page.
Can you share? Well, can you share your screen to what it is that you're showing, like from your side, the simplypsychology.com?
So
does it give?
So going off of what he's talking about, the big 5 personality traits. There's an acronym that goes to this. It's OCEAN is the acronym, and it's for openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And neuroticism, not eroticism, neuroticism. And by that model, it represents the broad dimensions that define an individual's personality. This is all based on linguistics and how people describe themselves. And those 5 fields, those 5 independent fields, there's a wide degree of variability within those fields. So you did basically whether a person is a messy person by nature, or a person is an organized person by nature, that will concepts like that will fall into like conscientiousness. And so we understand that brain structures and certain brain areas and brain structures play a role in developing these things. And so if you were to damage someone's amygdala, then their neuroticism or their agreeableness may shift. But that is so that what we're showing here is the correlation between the functions of the brain, the structures of the brain, and the function of the brain, and the personality that presents. Now, the most enormous personality changes occur as a result of changes in the temporal lobe. So, like individuals that suffer like left temporal strokes, stuff like that, or extreme damage to the temporal lobe, usually result in the largest dynamic changes in personality itself. I'm not arguing that these things don't play a role in these things, but this is gradual production over time. An individual has a personality, and they have the personality traits, and these things are correlated to how their brain is functioning and how those structures are developed. And you can have deficiencies, or you can have maladies that affect the different structures of the brain. You can have traumas that override specific things that, we understand these things to a degree in the fields of psychology and psychometrics. So
the issue being, I'm trying to get to where I'm trying to get to an ultimate point here, because obviously human psychology is a very, very complex area. It's what my background is in forensic psychology and abnormal psychology. It's what my actual educational background is in. It's what I got my degree in. And I'm trying to see where we're getting to, because I don't want to get to from like the scientific empirical observations about human personality traits and neurophysiology into like woo thinking. I want to avoid that. And what does this tell us about reality? Does this tell us about that human? I understand that it does mean that human beings can be susceptible to stuff. Human beings can be susceptible to indoctrination. They are susceptible to emotional validation. They are susceptible to being convinced of things, especially when information is being withheld from them. Now, we understand these things, but this tells us stuff about the limitations of the human brain and the limitations and the weaknesses or the susceptibility of human psychology. But what is this telling us about like reality itself?
Well,
as far as
yes.
branded.
And what I'm reading
what
here,
this tells us about
quick
reality
note
itself.
Quick note for a moment, because I believe I caught the thing that Jay was commenting on with regards to that site seeming suspicious. I think it was supposed to be simplypsychology.org, which is
I went there.
Yes, so it's a misphrasing there. So indeed, there is a thread on the .com. The .org is a known high quality, high science site. So it's simplypsychology.org. So if the document that he's looking for can be found there, that's the place to go. It seems.
Hey, so Little Wolf, good to see you. So I'm just kind of want to get to a point where it's like, I understand that you may convey these concepts in specific terms that make sense to you. That's fine. As far as like a grander discussion here, or like anything to do with like the topics on the board or anything of that nature,
I was wondering the same thing.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to how this plays into how this plays into like the larger topics at hand. Is like
the existential
are you arguing?
I was a fundamental. I was a
arguing
fundamental
for the existence
Christian
of a
Baptist
God?
for 30 years.
Okay.
I'm 33 now. I recently had come into atheism thanks to people like Matt Dillahunty and Forrest Valkai. Like people over on that side had brought me into awareness. But what happened to me was indoctrination and basically just trauma-based mind control. If you're traumatized, you act differently. So the church exploits that. And there's a lot of trauma in the world. So, of course, people will be susceptible to it. And it's trauma-based mind control. And until we start looking at it that way, and it starts with children, until we start looking at it that way, we're not going to be able to, that the church is.
I was raised as a Christian. It wasn't traumatic to me.
I also did not have a traumatic. This is not to discount the individuals that have had traumatic experiences.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
I myself did not have a traumatic experience. It's just my deconversion away came to the point where I was asking questions and they couldn't answer them, and it just the logic of the whole system fell apart. But that's just for me. It's different for different people, and I understand there are people out there that suffer religious trauma, and I agree with you, Nemesis, on the fact that indoctrinating children to believe certain things, to get them to conform to a particular like belief system or ideology when they're too young to understand what they're really agreeing to, is a form of emotional and psychological manipulation, which I don't think mind control, I think is a little bit too extreme of a term, because there are implications there that don't really apply. But I would definitely say it is a form of psychological and emotional manipulation. To a degree, I would say even psychological and emotional.
Well, let's define mind control. Mind control is following orders. Do you agree?
No.
Following orders is the opposite of critical thinking. Would you agree?
Not always. Not necessarily. No.
So
I followed orders
when
in the
the
military, but I did not
Nazis
have to
were
follow.
just following orders, that was not. They were not being mind. Okay, they were using critical thinking skills whenever the Nazis were following orders. They were using critical thinking in association. Is that what you're saying?
Nemesis, that there exist instances where people did bad things just by following orders does not make following orders always bad. nor an abdicator.
Can you
nor
define mind
always.
control? Okay, I understand that. We're trying to make. Can you define mind control
Okay,
for me
I
then? Because
don't
I'm
think
not
that there
understanding
is
what you're
such a thing
talking
as
about.
mind control.
Whenever you're using the word mind control, I don't understand what you're talking about because I have a different definition. Can you define it?
There
Mind
is no
control
such
is
thing as
somebody-
mind control, so I don't define it.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
Nemesis,
the
if I may check, Nemesis, are you talking more about like coercive persuasion?
Yes. Anybody that follows the orders of another person is subject to their mind control. Like a police officer commit great atrocities because they were following orders. Has happened time and time again. And just military personnel committing war crimes. Well, I mean, like they're doing in Iran right now. They're just following orders, by the way, guys. So that is the opposite of critical thinking.
Were you ever?
And I
Were
have
you
had
ever?
conversations with
Nemesis?
people in the military that are willing to die for another person for 47 grand a year.
Well, I understand that you may disagree with that, but this ultimately such things come down to like personal like stances, like their individual valuations. If an individual believes personally that making that sacrifice is something that is necessary in order to facilitate the accomplishment of another goal, like a person can grow up and be told that service to the country is something that is owed because the country is free and the country has all these benefits, and so to pay for those benefits, one must be willing to serve the country or lay down their life or whatever. So these are concepts, yeah, and one can be convinced of them through coercive or even extortive persuasion, where it's either by they coerce them into doing it, or they can even threaten them into doing it to performing a certain.
But we see similar behaviors in animals, right? So it's not a matter. It's not related to consciousness. Other animals do the same thing. They will fight for and give their lives for institution. What they perceive to be the welfare of the group. This is an inclination that we see even when there can be no meaningful allegation of mind control or conditioning.
So, and I'm hesitant.
You're describing pack mentality. Yes, that is a viable thing. What I'm saying is that these people are not like you're describing family. I'm not describing family. Of course, people are willing to die for their family. I'm talking about somebody, a young 19-year-old girl who's willing to pick up a gun and shoot at other people on behalf of Donald Trump or whoever's in charge. They don't know each other. They don't care.
I get that you
they have no
disagree with
idea.
it.
They're just doing it for money. If you remove the money, they would not do it. They do not believe in it. They just follow orders.
No, they could be doing it for patriotism, or even
yeah.
national. They could be or nationalism.
And some people do find. And some
Yes,
people
they've
do
been
find a sense of-
brainwashed, which is the trauma. In order to
No.
brainwash someone, you have to trauma them.
So, sir, this seems to be there are a bunch of ideologies that you don't like, and any attempt to inculcate them in anybody is brainwashing or mind control.
Hold on a
do you
second.
think-
Out of everybody in this panel, who here is a veteran? Raise your hand. I've got my hand raised.
I'm not a veteran.
How many people did you murder?
Did I murder or shoot in self-defense?
Well,
why were you there on the battlefield shooting at people that you don't know?
To shoot somebody in combat is not murder.
Tony, hold on. I never went to battle. I was never in a combat.
Okay, we need to define what murder is. Murder is the initiation of violence. Do you agree?
No, that's not the, that is
I
not
mean,
the.
I mean, not the initiation of violence.
Hang on.
The initiation of violence to the degree that it takes a life. Murder.
No, that is not what the term murder refers to. The murder is a legal term that refers to the unjustified killing of another human being. Okay.
If I initiate
which legal term in what law book?
You can look it up anywhere on any site.
It's literally the definition of what murder is. You know.
Yes,
pretty much.
I understand what the definition of what somebody wrote in a book is. I'm asking you to use your reason.
Yes. Okay. So Nemesis, the distinction is this: you have the term homicide,
which is the taking of another human life. Homicide, the taking of a human life. Murder is a legal distinction that is determined by the justification behind the taking of the life, which is how you can have justifiable homicide and unjustifiable homicide.
Yeah, if somebody's trying to break in. Yeah, if somebody's trying to break into my house to try to hurt my family and me, and I initiate violence by defending myself using my firearm.
That's not initiating violence. If someone trespasses against you, that's called self-defense killing. That's completely different than murder.
It is the initiation of violence because he's the one initiating the violent act. He is seeing somebody on
No, as soon as you cross the trespass
with a violent act.
Trespass, as soon as you trespass, that is threatening someone's safety. You're allowed to defend yourself up to and including killing them. Yes, you are.
Hang on a
That's
second.
the law of self-defense.
I have a question for Jay.
You're not going to get past the law of self-defense, sir.
Nemesis, hang on a second. I got to ask Jay a question. As a veteran, Jay, how often was the rule in place, do not fire unless fired upon?
All the time. That's normally standard with ROE, or rules of engagement.
Rules of engagement, do not fire unless fired upon. All right, so we understand the differentiation between a justifiable homicide and an unjustifiable homicide. Unjustifiable homicide is what we call murder. You can say the extrajudicial, the extra legal, or the unjustified taking of another human life. Justifiable homicide comes in a number of different varieties. Where the reasons leading up to it lead to a justifiable killing of another person. Rules of engagement, as Jay as a veteran has informed you, rules of engagement include not firing unless fired upon, meaning that when someone fires upon you, you are in defense of your own life, and you can do that. The government doesn't send people out to we don't want the government to send our soldiers out to just wantonly murder people all around them, just blatantly do it. When they do it, they are committing war crimes, as evidenced by incidents in Vietnam, in Iraq, in Afghanistan. These things get pointed out. That was a war crime. That was an unjustified killing. People go to jail for them.
It's actually, and it's actually promoted, at least it was when I was in the military, that there was a level of where you're training. Yes, you were to follow orders, but certain orders were unlawful for you to follow, such as like if a lieutenant said, I want you to go over there and I want you to kill all those people in that village, you could say no. Because if those aren't combatants and there's no evidence that those are combatants, especially the little children, then obviously that's an unlawful order.
Right.
I wouldn't just blindly follow that order. I would be justified in telling that lieutenant, no, sir, that's an unlawful order, and then go up the chain of command and tell the company commander, the captain, and say, the lieutenant just told me that I need to go over there and do that.
And I agree, Nemesis.
This is so mind-blowing, sir, JL, that Jay would sit here and say, it's justified for me to hop on an airplane, go and encamp in another country, and then if those people don't like me trespassing on their land,
did I say that?
Did I say that? At me, you know?
Did I say that in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I mean, you're just trying to justify yourself, bro.
How did I use that? A justification for what?
You are justifying yourself. You're saying that sometimes we follow orders, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we murder, sometimes we don't.
No,
what you're saying is sometimes we. How often did how often did you initiate the violence?
I never had to initiate violence. I never served in a combat zone.
Okay.
I just got done telling you that.
So what are you talking about then? You don't have any experience. Why are you speaking like you have experience?
Because I was trained in case I had to have that experience. That's what the training's about.
Lord, son. There's oh my God, dude. If you would have actually, okay, what happens is a soldier kills someone.
Hold on. Wait for a second. So are you saying that it was wrong for the U.S. to basically participate when we went over to France to basically help push Germany out of France?
Do you understand that humans have such a strong aversion to killing that they have to send them to a boot camp and they have to fucking brainwash them for months at a time in order to get them to kill and follow the orders? They do, buddy.
No, Nemesis. I'm straight up telling you this right now. Humans do not have an aversion to killing. We have an aversion to killing our own, meaning that those individuals that are within our immediate orbit, you gotta like mute when I'm talking because I can hear myself behind.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
Humans have an extreme aversion to murdering those individuals that they are bonded with. So individuals of the immediate tribe, those individuals that you have developed empathetic bonds with, the people within a society, like the people who like live in your household or your immediate family. We do have, our species has an aversion to killing those individuals. We have no aversion to taking the lives of individuals who threaten us. Okay, who threaten the survival of our tribe, the survival of our group, who threaten to take our resources, to do any of that stuff. There is no qualms. Human beings have no qualms in doing that whatsoever.
It's just like with NATO. Our agreement is like if some country attacks another country that we're partnered with in NATO, we come in and aid in their defense. But it sounds like what Nemesis would be saying is that if America were to do that, we would automatically be initiating that violence when another country already initiated the violence against the partner. That's what I can't understand.
Okay, so people without brain damage do not, like me. I mean, I have brain damage, but me, I've done a lot of therapy, so I'd say, no, I'm not going to kill that person. Well, they're shooting at us. Oh, okay. Well, I would never be in that situation. Hey, will you go fight in the military for me? No. Why would I fight for you? You're asking me to have a gun and fight for you? No.
What if we paid you? That's fine.
Fine.
That's your individual. Go ahead.
You do realize that people can join the military as conscientious objectors, yeah?
Well, we're talking, the scope of the military is designed to kill, to initiate violence. I don't think we understand what the military is for.
It's for defending the nation.
The word military is different than the word militia. The self-defense militia is not the military. There's a self-defense militia and a military. Military means we go and invade and we conquer. And Matt Walsh has specifically said it's okay to conquer other countries. And that is what we're doing.
That's what Matt Walsh. No, Nemesis. That's what Matt Walsh says, and Matt Walsh is wrong, just as he's wrong on many things. The purpose of an armed force, the purpose of the armed forces is to defend the nation and its interests. That is the purpose of it.
And our military was literally built on the backbone of a militia.
Can I say something?
A militia is not a military. You have to understand these definitions.
On the subject of definitions, let's go to a dictionary and look at a definition for the word military.
Don't go to a dictionary and look for words. Look for the etymology of the word. See, that's your first mistake. Look, your mistake doing your research, sir. You mistake. You need to look at the etymology of the word.
No.
Yes, you do. Words change meanings over time. You need to look at the original etymology to understand the full grasp of what the word means.
No, this is.
Can you mute them for a minute,
I can tell that this is a nonsense argument because it is exactly the same argument.
Nemesis,
you need to be quiet. Please be quiet. This is exactly the same argument.
Tony, he just defeated himself. He said that the usage of the word can change over time. So yeah, our understanding of what the military means today isn't a force to go out and just randomly kill.
That's why you look up at the etymology. That's what I just said.
Yeah, Nemesis.
You don't rely on modern definitions.
Nemesis. The etymology of the word military, it originates from the Latin militaris, which means soldier or soldierly. Okay, that's what it's referring to. In English, it first appeared around 1582 as military with an IE. It generally relates to armed forces, soldiering, and warfare. Okay, so it's just going into like soldiers.
But this is a flat earther argument. The flat earth argument goes, gravity just means weight. It doesn't refer to the downward acceleration experienced by all objects. It refers to weight. That's a flat earther argument, because that was the original definition of the word hundreds of years ago.
Do you not understand the gravity of this situation?
I don't give a fuck how they used words hundreds of years ago. I care.
Do you not understand the gravity of what you're saying?
I care about what words mean now. And you are trying to define words to mean something other than what they mean.
I'm using the etymology.
Well, the etymology.
What would you have me use? From what dictionary, sir? The 1950s or the 2026?
Nemesis.
Or
The
should we just,
etymology, Nemesis. The etymology of military just goes to the Latin, meaning soldier. Okay. So when the concept of
step two. Okay, now we've moved on to step two, the Latin languages.
Nemesis, I'm not done. The concept of like armed forces didn't arise until the Napoleonic era. So we're talking just about soldiers, an armed force of citizens.
Now that I finally got you to look up the etymology, step two. Now, Latin languages. You need to study and learn Latin languages. The language of the military, Semper Fi, the language of the government. You need to understand it. These are the millionaires and billionaires that control you. These are the languages that they use. Now, the etymology is important because that links to the Latin language.
No, it's important to you because you're insane, sir.
I'm insane? Then what does the hatchet surrounded by the bundle of sticks mean in the State of the Union address? What does that symbol mean?
That is the fascist. That is a sign.
And why would the United States government use it?
Can I answer your fucking question before you yell over me? It is a bundle of sticks that a judge would wrapped around an axe that a judge would carry and would dispense to his lictors in order to control crowds when implementing a judgment. That is what a fascist is.
No. What it means is the governments, the 195 nations.
Sir,
you don't have an understanding. You're making a fool of yourself. You need to let me explain to you what it means. The hatchet is the government that strikes down the people. And the governments, there's 195 nations. You wrap one stick and it breaks. You wrap 195, they don't break. That's what it means.
No, sir.
Citation, please.
You are talking about the symbolism of it. I am telling you what it was. It was a bundle of sticks wrapped around an axe that a judge would carry around. He would distribute the sticks to his lictors in order to control crowds. The axe was meant to be used if anybody needed beheading.
I thought the axe was for building. Anyway.
So from the fasces, and I'm actually kind of learning this because I hadn't looked into it, but Italian has its origin in the Etruscan civilization, was passed on to ancient Rome, where it symbolized a Roman king's power to punish his subjects, and later a magistrate's power and jurisdiction. The axe has its own separate and older origin, initially associated with the labrys, or the double-bitted axe, originally from Crete, is one of the oldest symbols of Greek civilization. Held as a representation of magisterial power, law, and governance. The fasces frequently occurs as a charge in heraldry. It is present on the reverse of the U.S. Mercury dime coin, and it was the origin of the name of the National Fascist Party in Italy. So it's a symbol
but it actually had a practical. It actually had a practical in ancient Roman times, or in Etruscan. It was actually a practical thing. Lictors, you will note the term lictor. It's certainly carried by lictors. It symbolized unity, strength, and power. But a lictor is an assistant to a judge.
But still, this seems to be becoming a pedantic argument at this particular point in time.
Yeah.
What is the point?
His point is that
God. The point is that God does exist, and His name is Bill.
His name is Bill.
So God exists. His name is Bill. There's two gods in the world that you guys need to learn. And those two gods is going to determine your fate. There's Baal, otherwise, or Bill, the combination of the B and L word. The bull, B-U-L-L, Bill, dollar bill, billionaire. These are the people who rule you, the billionaires. So
wait. How does a billionaire rule me?
By just controlling the politicians, controlling the laws that they legislate, completely funding the whole institutions of AI, like not just AI technology, but technology and machinery as a whole. Basically, it's the tech companies.
I understand that people do these things for profit, but how does it control me? Aside from establishing laws that govern how I behave within society in order to continue enjoying the society's benefits.
They create scarcity. 25% of public jobs are actually owned by the state. There's actually not enough jobs for everybody. So they create these fake jobs like Pizza Hut and KFC and Taco Bell.
I'm sorry. If they pay you money for your labor, how is it a fake job?
A certified living wage is $24.10.
That's irrelevant. A job is you getting paid for your labor. So there's no such thing as a fake job, unless it's like a job that doesn't exist, like a fake job posting. Like there's no actual job, which those do exist for the purposes of
I think a better terminology would be dead end. I'm sorry, I probably should have used dead end job. Is that better?
Okay, dead end jobs are the result of corporations not paying people enough wage, not paying people enough for a livable wage, which there's no legal requirement for them to do that so long as they meet the federal minimum. But that's a problem with capitalism.
Why would anyone agree to work?
There's no God.
There's a scarcity. They create the scarcity. The scarcity is created.
They're not creating scarcity. Okay, there are many jobs that are out there. The problem is the vast majority of people don't want to do them because they feel
the etymology of the word scarcity.
They feel that they are beneath them. Okay, McDonald's will hire virtually anybody, but very few people, unless they are desperate or they're young and they don't have experience, they will take those jobs because they're decent money. The hours may suck, but at least they're getting paid. But people who have experience don't want those jobs and feel that those jobs are often beneath them. The problem is
it's not decent money. Decent money is $24.10 an hour. That's a certified living wage.
Okay, well, that's a problem with capitalism, and it doesn't lead to the existence of any kind of a God entity.
Quick pause, JL. As we've got a number of super chats we may want to address in the chat. We'll just take a quick pause just to.
Thank you, Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, for the $10 super chat, $10 Australian. The word awful, Old English, circa 1300, from the Proto-Germanic awful, meaning to be worthy of respect or able, like awful, or able to strike awe in someone. Ergo, calling someone awful is a form of praise. That's etymology. Just like the word terrific. Terrific today means something amazing and something incredible. Like, that's terrific. But the etymology of it is that it is terrible. Something that was terrific was terrifying, was horrifying, was scary. So etymology important there. And Jessica, again, for $5 Australian. The only two gods who I care about are Primus, the creator of the Transformers, and Unicron, the destroyer of the Transformers. I like that.
Yeah, and a quick amendment for awe, because awe is not all positive, because that can both represent fear or wonder.
True.
So I could say, as I put in the side chat for that, that I am sometimes in complete awe of the stupidity of others. That is not a compliment. The mere fact that it evokes a sense of wonder is not an implicit positive. So just a kind of question to get us back to where we were, because we were talking about the nature of military and control. We've gotten quite far from any sense of purpose on there, and I'm not sure how this ties back to the overarching topic of what this God thing is, because apparently you're tying this to human constructs, so far as I see.
Yes, the God that we have created is called Bill. It's the money system of the higher ups of progressive society.
Who's
And
using
level
Hold
7,
on.
8, and 9.
Okay.
What was that?
Hold on. Scope question. Who's using the term that way besides you?
Bill? Oh,
God.
Mark Passio?
No, God. No, God. You've associated God with some sort of control structure of sorts, which seems to be tied to capitalism.
Well, where I
who's
got
using-
the
who's
idea
using-
from, I watched this guy called Mark Passio.
Hold on. I'm just asking you, like, what actual demographic uses the term the way you use it?
Bill? As like Bill, Bull?
Well, hang on a second.
I'm not sure if those are.
I'm sorry. Like you have to remember, like I'm not. I am autistic.
No, Nemesis. I'm trying to.
God.
I need to parse something out real quick. When you say, are you talking about Baal? The Baal?
Yes.
Okay.
The word Bill comes from Baal.
No, it doesn't. That's not where the term comes from.
I assure you that
Baal was a Semitic god whose title essentially meant Lord. He was one of the gods worshipped by in Judea and Israel before they became monotheistic.
Yeah, and I assure you, there's no etymology that's going to drill you down to English.
Just the word BL.
You mean okay? So
the words used in combination BL. It doesn't matter like BAAL, BILL. Just BL.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. It's very, very important. Even the etymology of the word bill goes back to the medieval Latin, meaning literally a sealed document. Okay, so the etymology, they're two different things. Not to mention that the term like BL, like Sir Littlewolf points out, BL is not a word. There are different words, and you are for some reason connecting the name of an ancient that's a Semitic god, right? Oh no, Baal is a Semitic god, correct? Yeah. So you're connecting the god of like this ancient god of Judaic thought, of Judaic belief, with a term for like a document. And I don't know why you're doing that, because there's no etymological connection.
I thought he was referring to like the dollar bill or
the reason I'm doing it. The reason I'm doing it is because you mentioned the Semitic god. Yes, it's always been the same, just in a different form. Now it's the Bull of Wall Street that they worship. BULL. It used to be BAAL. Now it's BULL.
Okay, this is completely and utterly
I
conspiratorial.
want a demographic here, because see, you're drawing people groups here, and I don't see the justification about who they are and why you think they're doing what they're doing. You may draw an allegory to it, but you're ascribing your analysis to their behavior, and maybe they're doing something that you look at it in one way, and they're not looking at it that way, and that's you like looking at clouds and saying it's a lion. So who are you talking about when you say this? Who are those people?
Specifically, like Elon Musk is one of them, like a Freemasonry. If you put two X symbols together, they make the square and compass symbol.
Hold on. I'm still just isolating.
If you put two X's side by side, they make the square and compass symbol.
Okay, I'm not worried about symbology and the rest. I'm worried about who you're talking about.
So you're not worried about the symbology that the U.S. government uses to communicate with each other?
Are we on to, if we moved on to secret communication now? Is that where we're at?
No, symbols. Like the hatchet thing. Like the symbols. So I'm to dismiss the symbols.
If I may ask, are you a veteran?
No.
Okay, have so you've not seen service in any one of the branches?
No.
Okay. So I don't think...
But he says he's talked to veterans.
Okay, so this feels very conspiratorial. Something I wanted, because you're still deriving these connections between these words. Do you know how the term billionaire came about? Like what the etymology of, or how the term billionaire was developed? Do you know what it etymologically? Do you know what it refers to?
Yes, the Bell system.
No, it refers to the term billion. Like the term billion refers mathematically to a million squared by million. So a billion refers to like literally a million squared. Okay,
Yes.
it's a mathematical term.
Oh yes, we're
which
talking
is why
about.
you then have a trillion. Which is why you then have
Look,
trillion.
I think we've lost each other on the symbology here. So
there's no symbology here. You are adding
symbology. Doesn't. So you're telling me symbology does not mean anything?
No, you are adding symbology to it.
So the symbols that the U.S. government and other organizations use, they don't mean a single thing.
No, they do have their meanings, but they do not. This conspiratorial notion that there are like this Illuminati notion or this new world order concept that there are forces
Illuminati,
out there
everybody.
they're trying to do the level of control that you're talking about. Like there's no evidence of these things, and you are drawing conclusions from the commonalities that nations have utilized over time and altered their original meanings in order to fit their own purposes. I mean, this is largely largely conspiratorial thinking.
Hey, JL, name that movie. I want to kill everyone. Satan is cool. Satan is our pal. There you go.
Okay, so
unconscious chanting. You're unconscious chanting.
I mean, I'm trying to come to your I'm trying to understand you. Come to an understanding of your understanding of reality. So the symbols have meaning, but the symbols are not. The symbols are just. What do the symbols mean?
He's saying,
like
he's
what
saying
level?
that you're adding. He's saying that you're adding symbology to something that you don't need to necessarily add symbols to.
Right.
So in the case of the billion,
I'm adding improper context, is what you're saying.
But let's go down this route. Even if all of the conspiratorial notions that you are bringing up were true, even if it were the case that human beings were thinking like this, and like there was a large scale, like hidden operation of like the elites in society, whatever, it would not logically entail that gods exist. These would still be abstract concepts in people's minds. A person can believe that they're worshiping a god. They can do things in like service of that god in society. They can try to enact laws that support that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But none of that entails that a god actually exists, because people can do shit in the name of things that they believe in, and those things aren't actually real. They may believe that they are. Just like if you want to talk about that stupid exclusive club that all like billionaires and everybody the leaders of like the free market and shit, they go out into the woods and there's a giant owl statue and shit like that whatever, I can't remember the name of it, something Grove.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. So just because they go out in the woods and do that and they dress a certain way and there's a big owl statue.
Mock death. Are you talking about the mock death ritual?
No, it's
Grove.
Bohemian Grove. Just because
yes,
there's a
it's
place
a mock death ritual. It's a mock death ritual.
No,
yes,
Nemesis.
it is.
No,
yes,
it's not.
Because
it's not.
Yes, it
Because
is.
you've never been there.
It's a mock death ritual.
It's not. Bohemian Grove. But even if it was, it doesn't matter. Just because a bunch of super rich people go out into the woods, and they hobnob about how they can like increase their vast fortunes, does not mean that whatever gods they are invoking actually exist.
Okay,
it just means you
I
have a bunch of
understand
people
that.
who are doing something in the name of something.
Okay. Okay. I understand that. It is a costume. I understand it's a costume that it don't have. I wouldn't say it does. I would classify it as supernatural. And the reason I would is because mind control to me is kind of supernatural. Maybe it's not really supernatural, but to me, being able to tell Jay to go shoot at this person and him go do it just because I fucking told him, hey, Jay, go blow this motherfucker's head off. Or, hey, Jay, I need you to go to Saudi Arabia and just like camp out there and shoot at anyone that threatens you. I call that a superpower. I don't know about you.
I don't, because I believe words have meaning, and you should not abuse them. The way that
I would never. Nobody could ever convince me to die for them.
The way that
would you die for me, Tony?
You have been. I haven't finished speaking, and I'm going to finish speaking, regardless of your attempts to talk over me. Your attempts to abuse words, to mix up terms, to use specific definitions that no one else can possibly understand. And when you ask, do other people agree with you, and they say no, you get angry and start yelling at them. Words have meanings. I use the words within the meanings that are accepted.
Yes, I understand. I'm trying to Tony, would you die for me?
That would depend on the circumstances. But there I can concede.
Like just right now, would you die for me?
What threat are you facing?
No
I have
threat.
an answer, and it's not nice.
Okay, then I don't particularly see that you need me to die. There are certain.
I don't present the threat, Tony, but these brown people over here in this other country do. Will you go camp out and shoot at people who threaten you?
Hang on. You asked if I'd be willing to die for you. How are the brown people?
Well, I'm not in direct threat, but these brown people are threatening our country, Tony.
He's just added a racial motivation to the mind control. If you've got mind control, you don't have to add the racial motivation, do you?
So are you trying to? You are trying to present an argument that I would find plausible to convince me that going to do this thing you want me to do is a reasonable thing, is a reasonable decision for me to come through. That's not mind control. Mind control requires that I don't get any say whatsoever. I cannot refuse mind control. Whereas if you're asking me, will you do this? I get to say no at various points along the way. I don't have to join the armed forces. Having joined the armed forces, I don't have to agree to a role where I have to kill people. Having agreed to a role where if ordered, I can. I am called upon to kill people, such as my duty. I am still at liberty to refuse orders that I think are illegal. And even if I don't,
the coup de grace, Tony.
I still have the option to refuse to obey the orders.
Coup de grace. I'm about to deliver the coup de grace to your argument, and my rebuttal is the draft. You are forced to do it.
No.
If enough people, if they can't brainwash enough people to join the military, guess what, Tony? They have a draft. And guess what that is? Force.
No,
Yes,
Nemesis.
except
Even if
that
there
I
wasn't,
I can refuse to accept the draft, can't I?
there were many people that did.
No, you can't.
No,
Yes.
Nemesis.
Not
When they
without getting
initiated-
punished. That's
Nemesis.
called coercion.
No, hold up. There is a penalty for refusing yes.
Coercion.
Hold up, hang on a sec. But
That's threatening somebody with violence if they don't do
Nemesis-
what you want.
Nemesis, you have to chill out. They can impose a penalty for refusing the draft, yes, but you can still refuse. You have
That is called coercion.
Okay,
That's not
no,
mind control.
It's not mind control because I can still refuse. I can also run away and hide, like many people did during the Vietnam War when they refused to be drafted into a war that they did not believe in.
Or like
So
like Donald Trump, get a doctor to say that you got bone spurs in your ankles.
Right. So yes, they can impose a system that you may not like. They can try and coerce you under threat to engage in behaviors that you don't want to do. But guess what? They're not forcing you to make it. They're not forced. It's not
The
like
moment the coercion starts, you have every right to fight back. That's anybody that tries to coerce you could do a self-defense killing.
So
where's the mind control?
When they try When if they were to initiate a draft, if they were
The mind control is when it is because if I
Nemesis, you have got to
if I kill a recruitment
Nemesis, we're trying to finish a point here. If the draft were to be initiated, it is not equivalent to them physically grabbing you and dragging you to another country, throwing a gun in your hands and saying, go do whatever we want with no choice. You could literally sit on the fucking ground and do nothing. Okay? They can make all
you
the
are
threats
a vile human being, dude.
What do you mean I'm a vile
How
human being?
dare you say that? How dare you say it's not coercion, that it's not violence?
It is coercive.
How dare you say that? How dare you blame the victim?
I'm not blaming the victim. The action itself on behalf of the government is coercive because they are using the threat of punishment. But the threat of punishment is not mind control because you can always refuse and just accept the punishment instead.
The fear of punishment is the mind control. That's what creates the trauma.
Well, that comes down to the individual because I wouldn't be afraid of the punishment. If they initiated a draft, even though I think I'm too old for a draft because I'm 45.
Well, then you don't care about your family then.
No, I do, but they're not going to come after my family for not going in. That's not a threat. They would threaten to throw me in jail.
That they would put you in prison. You'd be away from your family. You wouldn't be there to help them.
You think I'm afraid? You think I'm afraid of jail? Especially if I'm in jail for a.
So you're not afraid to leave your.
Especially if I'm in jail.
You're not afraid to.
Especially if I'm in jail for defending for standing up for something that I believe in. Of course not.
So you don't think you're going to abandon your family?
It wouldn't.
How do you know that they'll be okay while you spend the next 5 years in jail?
Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. In both scenarios, I'm leaving my family. I'm either agreeing with the government and I'm shipping over to another country to go into a war zone, or I'm refusing and being placed in jail. But the odds of me dying in jail as opposed to in a combat zone are significantly different.
That's called a false dichotomy.
Hold on. I've just noticed a pattern here because you kind of said something there. Your trauma is controlling you. It's not the system. No, your trauma is controlling you. Now, JL may not be as susceptible to that. He may not have the same reaction to the coercion, but you've described plenty of trauma, and that seems to control you immensely. You're looking at yourself and projecting onto everyone else. It's real. It's true. It does sound like it's affected you very deeply, but it is isolated to those with that trauma. Don't go projecting that onto everyone else.
Me, myself.
Yes, I agree. If you're not traumatized, then I don't think you can be mind controlled.
No.
Because of the traumas that I've experienced, I take a hardline stance in doing or accepting things that people say without any kind of critical evaluation. No, if they tried to draft me, I would not go. I would either try to get away or they could just throw me in jail. Hell, they could even physically throw me in a C-130 and transport me over there. If they sent me to basic, I'd sit on my ass and they'd just throw me in the brig and I would just sit there because they cannot force me to pick up a gun and start firing it without a justification to do so, a justification that meets my moral standards. It will never happen because they can't. I am not their puppet. I will fight for things that I believe in 100%.
I'm not part of your system.
But I'm not a part of the system. I'm an adult.
Okay. At the same time,
I'll throw it on the ground.
Also, there is no
happy birthday to the ground.
There is no cost-effective method of trying to enforce that on JL. Any amount of effort wasted on trying to make JL do something JL doesn't want to do is infinitely worse than them just going and doing it themselves.
Yeah.
It is not efficient. It is wasteful. If you want to see what mass protests can do, you're right. There can be a draft. When was the last actual draft, by the way?
Vietnam.
Yeah, we had how much dissent did we get from that?
Shit ton.
A little? Just a hint? A soupçon?
Just a whiff. Yep, just a little queef fart.
Yes, I'm sure
I
that
will,
worked very
I
well.
will point out that my PhD supervisor was actually studying in the US during the Vietnam War, and he carried around a bus ticket to Canada with him because he was just going to leave if the draft came for him, and his wife would have followed at a more leisurely pace. So yes, it is coercive. And you can be outraged at the fact that the government uses force in this way, and there will be many people who sympathise with your outrage at this coercion, but that is not mind control.
Yeah, when I think mind control, I'm thinking like what's that movie?
Professor X, or Emma Frost, or the Manchurian Candidate.
Yeah.
The Manchurian Candidate.
Manchurian Candidate. Yeah. Okay. Well, and it's different for Tony because the existence of emus is an existential threat that Tony will never take up arms against. Because
excuse me, what was that?
Because fucking hell, man, those Aussie emus not to be trifled with.
I just wanted. I thought him bringing in the brown thing was the brown people was fun.
Yeah.
I was like, I said, why do they need to use a racial motivator in any way if it's just mind control? Just convincing people.
So you guys do agree? You guys do agree that money motivates people, and that people are willing to murder each other for money. Do we agree with that?
What
Some people are willing to murder people for money. Not everyone is willing to murder someone for money.
So as long as there are some people willing, as long as there are some people that are willing to murder for money, then politicians can find those people and use them as police officers.
What the fuck?
And they can make sure that the system of slavery is kept in place, correct?
Huh?
No, there are a number of assumptions that assumptions that go into that chain of what you apparently mistake for reasoning. Number one, the number of people whom you can just give money and they will kill whomever you ask, that's actually a reasonably small number, vastly too small to constitute an effective police force. Even if there were a significantly larger number of these people available, there are in fact internal checks and external checks on the deployment of lethal force by law enforcement officers. So no, I don't believe that your conspiracy-laden thought process, and I use the term thought process very loosely, there are a number of problems and holes in it. Yes, there are some people who do join the police force hoping that they will get to shoot bad guys, as there are some people who join the army hoping they will get to shoot bad guys. But eventually maturity kicks in and that fantasy leaves them.
I understand
so the police officer, by the very definition of the job, is someone who is willing to escalate violence as much as possible to maintain order.
No.
That's what an officer is.
No, that is not the definition of what a police officer is. And that's not why everybody becomes a police officer.
Oh, that's not the textbook definition?
No, many people
I'm going on the behavior analysis definition.
Okay, but guess
what?
There's
a difference in what they say and what they actually do.
Nemesis, you are referring to a very, very small percentage of police officers.
Do you look at the fruit of the loom label on your underwear and think it's speaking to you right fucking now? Holy shit.
The vast majority of people who become police officers are interested in one thing: serving justice. Yes, there are bad actors. There are bad actors there are bad actors in police and law enforcement. There are bad actors in the military. There are bad actors everywhere. There are billionaires out there that are bad actors, but there are some billionaires out there that are doing everything in their power to try and fight the good fight.
Okay, there are bad actors everywhere.
What percentage of cops would you define as you say good?
Okay, police officers that do their job, I would say the vast majority of which I would say probably 90% or higher. And we never hear about them. We never, ever hear about the officers who are just out there doing their jobs on the daily. What you do hear about are the officers who are the bad actors. That's the ones that get televised. That because people like the idea of people who have authority getting in trouble by abusing that authority. But the vast majority of police officers out there are unsung heroes. They go out there, they do their job, they get no recognition for it. They bust their ass for 20 plus years. Sometimes they go to detectives, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're beat cops all their careers, and you never hear anything about them. Because nobody talks about police officers who just do their jobs and do it well. We don't talk about them enough.
Yeah, it
just
sounds
just like
you,
teachers. No, just like teachers.
You love cops. You love cops.
I respect individuals who are willing to put their lives on the line to secure the justice, to secure justice for other people. These people are there's a reason why.
Why can't you just say that yes, I love cops?
I have a counter offer for you. How many do you think are bad?
I think about 50%, 50.
Okay, so let's take that number to its natural conclusion. So, NYPD apparently has about roughly 34,000 uniformed officers. So you're going to tell me. So you would be implying then that about 16,000 of them are some sort of psychopath?
Yeah, so there should have been over the last decade at least 16,000 officer-involved shootings, given his definition. Remember that his definition was escalation of violence as far as possible. The ultimate escalation of violence is obviously a police-involved shooting. So can we guess whether or not there have been 16,000 officer-involved shootings in the past decade?
I'm hearing a lot of
let me ask you a hypothetical here, and I mean I don't care what you guys. I mean I want to hear your answers, but you have
no. You were right the first time. You don't care what we think. You're just.
I do care. I really do care because look, 90%, like according to JL, these cops are good. And they deserve respect and recognition. And it is only the corrupt news stations who bury the good stories in favor of the negative stories that bring clout. And I do agree that has some truth in it.
Well, I can just go to the
80-year-old woman driving down the road and her hearing aid goes out and she's not paying attention to the blue lights. The cop's going to assume she's running, and they're going to escalate the violence if they're going to pull her over, they're going to escalate the violence as much as necessary to detain her. Correct?
No, that doesn't always happen. And just by
so how did they get the car to stop?
They can pull up alongside her.
Yes, and if she, older people are on their medication. I'm giving you a hypothetical to where I'm giving you a hypothetical. What if the woman doesn't stop?
No, Nemesis.
What if the woman does?
Nemesis, stop. Instead of hypotheticals, go to the statistics. Literally, in America, as of 2024, there are roughly 750,000 sworn law enforcement officers.
Statistics can be manipulated.
Stop. Nemesis, there are an estimated 750,000 sworn law enforcement officers serving in the United States. This includes local police, sheriffs, and state officers. Add to that approximately 137,000 federal agents. Now, if we're just going to keep this local to the local, not federal government, 750,000 sworn law enforcement officers as of 2024. There's metrics that came out. Tracked by Mapping Police Violence, policeviolencereport.org. In 2025, 1,000.
I don't care about stats.
Okay. If you don't care about
I care
the data,
about behavior.
If you don't care about the data,
Behavior and
if you Nemesis, you need to be quiet. If you don't care about the data, what conversation are we having here? Because we're not interested in engaging in conspiratorial
behavior
nonsense.
analysis. What
I want to know how many have been killed in 2025. 1,201 people were killed by the police in total.
Okay.
That is not making a distinction between ones that were unlawfully killed and ones that were killed in the line of duty. So, in that respect,
be a little bit careful there, JL, because these federalized law enforcement stats, not all law enforcement agencies give stats on the violence that they deploy against people. So
only the behavioral analysis matters. Like catching them in the you need to record the police.
No,
these stats, the stats can be fabricated and manipulated. That's what Ben Shapiro does for his audience in order to get an audience.
What are you telling us about society then? If you're not going to be talking stats, what meaningful statement are you making about society?
We're talking about actual reality here, the real game of life, what people actually do. We're not talking about bullshit fantasy.
You're inventing a
Jay, we're not trying to talk about bullshit stats. We're not trying to talk about bullshit definitions. We're talking about what actually happens in your town.
You mean
what actually people do?
Is this actual problem?
What actually the role of the people that are doing these things are doing.
How big
the cop's job is to initiate. The cop's job is to initiate violence up to and including death.
No, it is
the
not.
The cops are trained to take complete control of.
Okay, I've got to mute him on this one. This is just factually. Hang on a second. This is factually incorrect. This is factually incorrect.
He doesn't want to use stats.
A police officer's job is to enforce the law, and there are actions that they are permitted to use within a certain purview, in the commission of enforcing the law. Yes, it does include shooting people if necessary.
It's normally called a use of force continuum in certain only in certain situations. I was taught it when I was a nuclear security officer.
I'm glad that 90% are good. Because the world is really safe right now, and 90% are good, so they're fighting the 10% bad. I'm glad.
Is that so? Where are you getting your numbers from? How are you?
JL said it. JL said it.
I was giving
JL
an estimation.
said that he thought that 90%.
I was giving an estimation. If I were to estimate it, I would say, given the sheer number of officers that are on the street and the number of incidents that are reported.
Why'd they have a problem with the 10%, Jay?
Hold on. Before we even have to address
why is the 90% having trouble with the 10%?
Please hold for a moment. Before wondering how JL even guesstimated that number, that's not the question. The question is where are you estimating your threat factor from? What justifies the size of threat that you feel? What are you using as a basis for your fears?
Are you aware of the YouTuber Alex Rosen that does pedo catches? So there's some cops. So there are some corrupt cops that actually have arrested him.
I didn't.
Oh, you don't want to hear about the behavioral analysis of the cops?
I don't care about three. I don't care about three people. I don't care about three people. Do you know what a useless anecdote is? I asked you what validated the
Alex has caught over 100
problem, not how big.
He's caught over 100.
Nemesis,
I am not asking. I am not
asking you personally.
I'm not asking. Sorry.
He's asking you personally. We don't care about anecdotes from other people.
I didn't.
He's asking.
Sorry. I didn't.
They're not anecdotes. They're video evidence of their actions, not anecdotal stories. What in the world are you talking about? This is a behavioral analysis of Alex Rosen getting arrested for trying to catch a pedophile. This is what the cops actually do. Half of them are good, half of them are bad. JL is wrong. 90% are not good.
Nemesis, you need to be quiet. How many of the people that this guy has caught ended up actually being convicted?
A lot of them do. I would say 80%.
And what do you base that data on?
On the video evidence and the court documentation that Alex Rosen presents about his cases.
If somebody says something on YouTube, does that automatically make it true?
I said the court evidence, the paperwork of the Snapchat of them wanting to meet an underage person, the cops of them being arrested, the evidence of the court data system.
Hold on.
That is the evidence.
Where did you access that?
What I'm wondering, why are we talking
Alex
about
Rosen provides the information you need. Ask him.
On YouTube, and he's a YouTuber. Could he be lying?
No, because the predators are being arrested on camera for the crimes that they're guilty of, and then they're booked. And then he shows the booking information, like the mugshot and the charges.
How can they be guilty at the point of arrest?
This is real, Tony. This is fucking real.
How can they be guilty at the point of arrest? Had they been tried?
I'm trying to create some grounding here. You seem to be screaming at the top of your lungs over a single incident. I want to see the larger picture.
He's caught over 100 this year. He's been...
Okay. I got to pull you down.
God. Holy shit.
There's nothing there. That's the thing is that we're getting emotional trigger cases, and we are not getting a big picture about the actual size.
Yeah, and what did it have to do with who was caught doing what in relation to cops being bad? Was he referring to these cops for being caught doing this particular thing? Like with the whole chat?
I don't even see a relevance for this. By the time we're done,
I didn't.
We're picking individual cases and making an assessment across a population of how many. What was the number you came up with, JL, for number of police officers that are not federal?
750,000.
So we're going to take an individual case or a handful that were covered in a serialized manner to paint a wide swath picture of an entire group of that size.
That's called a gross generalization.
And 10%, that would, I mean, if there's 750,000,
gross being the operative word.
10% would be 10% of 750,000 would be 75,000 police officers. That could be bad. So that's a lot of people that could do a lot of bad shit. And looking at this, yes, there was an uproar on social media attacking the Branson Police Department for arresting Rosen and the litany of evidence against Teague. The problem was that the methodology that Rosen used to go after this particular predator, his name was Joshua Teague. And yes, Joshua Teague was a predator. The problem was the methodology by which which they employed their sting methods, what they were trying to do, constituted under the law felony harassment. So it was
JL. He's saying that we believe in a God called Bill and a God called Moloch. All hail Bill. I'll praise Bill.
I guess.
So this guy is actually, like I said this some time ago, this guy is not sane, right? This guy
I won't disagree.
So, you know, this Rosen person, by the way, describes being LGBT as a cult. And he describes, he's got a litany of stuff. He uses racial slurs. There's a bunch of very negative stuff about this Rosen guy. Now, you know, he's an anti-vaxxer. And has mobilized his YouTube following to persecute.
Tony, everybody knows that those vaccines, that's all about the initiation of violence right there, my friend. Sticking people in fucking arms with a needle? Oh my fucking God. That's
But
my
he's-
trauma
but
right
he is
there,
a-
Andrew.
He is a textbook example of people who outrage themselves out of rationality. I get angry, right? When I'm being talked over. I was angry when I came in, and I'm sure I drove at least one or two people out of the chat, I noticed. But I don't believe that I don't let my anger influence my rationality. I had a really big problem with him saying that the amygdala constructs personalities, because it doesn't. It can shape a personality, it can influence a personality, but personality is actually constructed by the rest of the brain and can be influenced by the amygdala. Changing the behavior of the amygdala does have an influence on the personality, but it doesn't construct a personality, it doesn't make a personality. And so what I considered what he was saying to be factually incorrect, and he wouldn't let me make the point that I was making. And then as soon as he said, well, there are other parts of the brain that play a role too.
I think any point that you're trying to get, because you saw how much he would divert, that the points are lost.
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely got some kind of like, I have to agree with Andrew. We're not psychologists here or anything. There's definitely something going on there where he's got like this kind of like conspiratorial agenda thing going on in his head, that somewhere along, and he seems to be drinking a lot of different Kool-Aid from a lot of different sources, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm not
the detour through symbols, like the fasces. If you look into it, the fasces were physical objects, right? And you handed out the sticks if you needed to beat people up, right? That's why the lictors carried them, and eventually they became more symbolic. They became symbols for the judge's power, and they weren't used for beating people up. But originally they were for just, the sticks were there so that you could beat people if you needed to, and the axe was there in case you needed to behead somebody. That's what a fasces originally was. It wasn't a symbol. It's become a symbol now, but it was originally an object, a physical thing that lictors used to carry.
By the way, Tony,
and had all sorts of symbols going everywhere.
By the way, Tony, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but I found it, and so on the previous stream, you told me that you weren't familiar with the argumentum ad motherfuckerum. So I found it. It's on my desktop, and I have it here. So this is the argumentum ad motherfuckerum. Thank you again to PMARS.
Premise 1. All presuppositional apologists and young earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. Premise 2. PMARS is a presuppositional apologist and a young earth creationist. Conclusion. PMARS has had sex with his mother at some point in his life. It's deductively valid argument. It's deductively valid. Please show me where the premises are factual.
The premises are a state of affairs, so that would
it's
be
a proposition.
Yeah, it's a state of affairs. A
Okay,
proposition.
but what do you mean by state of affairs?
Okay, but the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
He's been trying so hard for so long.
Yes.
So you do. So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest thing.
You do.
He's tried so hard over the years.
Okay, but
what do you mean by state of affairs?
Okay, but the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
What the fuck? Yes.
So you do. So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest admission.
You have had sex with your mother at one point.
Oh God. Oh, Marstown, what are we gonna do with you, buddy?
Wow, dude. Well, at least he bit the bullet, just dived right in.
PMARS confirmed it. He is a motherfucker, literally.
Yep, argumentum ad motherfuckerum.
That was fucking awesome. Are any of those true? Yes. Ooh.
That's a very potent. It's a very potent argument. I'll have to train up on that one.
It's like dude. It was like that big fucking. Is like that scene in Indiana Jones with the fucking airplane propeller. He just, but instead of like getting backed into it, he just walked right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, just given this incredible experience that we just
incredible
somehow voluntarily subjected ourselves to.
Dude, I'm
now,
supposed
remember,
to
not
do.
my control. We signed on for this.
My mind
Don't
control
advocate for
is kicking
responsibility
in.
now, Jay. It's too late.
I've got to fly. I've got guys. I got to get on a plane. I've got my sniper rifle packed. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ!
Remember, remember, only the brown people. Only the brown people.
Peter Collins, good to see you. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter, how's it going?
If you don't have a Pantone, tone chart to go by, one will be provided to you. Please assert that they rank level 3 or higher.
I just wanted to go on more of that when he threw that justification in my face that I didn't give. And I'm like, when did I use that as a justification? Where the fuck did you pull that out of? Please smell it and tell me if it does smell like shit, because I do believe it is.
And hey, Jacqueline, good to see you. My good friend Peter. Hey, Peter. Peter's in the chat. He's saying hi, everyone. Good to see you, Peter. I've been trying to work on that one. Oh, goodness. Let me see. Make sure I've got everybody. Oh, vid time. We're a little over 6 hours in, and we've had some interesting. Jay pointed out that we've had that we got the loons today. It's interesting. Peter Collins is loving these early morning streams. I'm glad to have you, bud. I'm glad you're here. So. Yeah, it was very Nemesis was definitely turning some very chili De Castro stuff here. So, but
I thought Tony was going to eventually karate chop through his desk as many times as he was.
Just jump right through the fucking monitor.
What the fuck do you have?
Yeah, I think in as much as apparently I only play a psychologist on YouTube and StreamYard by proxy. Basically, from what I was seeing in there, like I said, I was watching a lot of overlapping patterns coming out of this. He's got a boatload of trauma. So I'm not necessarily sure that I blame the conspiracy ideas so much as they're providing fractured little pieces that speak to the nature of the various traumas that he's got in terms of his issues with power, control, coercion through his own personal life. And he's contextualizing pieces as a way to express whatever's going on inside.
Well,
how those map, I don't have a map for you. I just believe I see the process at a distance. So I don't blame the conspiracy theories. That's just what he's latching onto as a form of expression, as far as I can see. How do we feel on that? How are we processing? It's your time to shine, Jay. Come on. Now it's a conversation.
Well,
the noise hasn't stopped.
So I feel like he had crippling. See, this is speculation, so treat it for what it's worth. It feels like he had a very severe adverse experience with PTSD, that he recovered to some extent from that, and that he thinks that the techniques that he used to recover from PTSD, to the extent that he did, give him the wherewithal to comment on other things as well. Like, that's how it feels to me. But again, this is all speculation. He seemed to have a lot of confidence in what he was saying.
Yeah, I do feel, like I said, that this looks like he's trying to process all of what's gone on with him. And I'm betting it's a variety of traumas. There's probably a group of them. The way that he looks at power. Yeah, the way that he looks at power, the idea of coercion, that feeling of helplessness. That's where the power dynamic was really speaking to me, from what was undertone for all of that. The manipulative, power of money, of what people can be convinced to do or subjected to, where his ability to process broke down. So I can't mention the other related traumas for that. But every expression, every topic that he brought into this looked like a way for him to try to voice it, kind of like an allegory of sorts. It's as much as just a processing method as far as I can see. So that's why none of the pieces were necessarily important for them to mean exactly what they were, because they were potentially just representative of some other process going on with him. It didn't have to add up properly. It just had to fit a context that only his mind could map, but we couldn't follow necessarily.
That was
My rates are very accessible. Call me for therapy.
Well, given that a little over 6 hours, don't have anybody in the chat or don't have anybody wanting to come up just yet. I don't know how long it'll be, and I'm running out of I'm actually running out of content. I'm looking at some of the content I have here, like some of the stuff I have in the back burner, and some of it is just not. I don't know if it's conducive to actually like reviewing on this one. I mean, there is the 5 scientific proofs debunking atheism, but that one's been covered by a lot of other channels.
Yeah, if we want to get one last quick one in, I'm good before I got to crash.
Well, some of these are pretty long, like really long. Yeah, like 20, like I got this one's like 26 minutes,
Oof.
39 minutes, 21 minutes. These are the long ones that I never got around to writing scripts for. So because they were so long. So, but when's the next movie coming out, JL? So Jared Reed, the guys, the guys are currently working working like dogs, working on individual projects right now. We are trying to set it up so that we have the funding to produce our next film, and that's taking time. So the difficulty is that I'm not in Texas anymore. They're all in Texas, and I'm up here in Oklahoma. So trying to coordinate stuff, given the 5 hour distance between us, is kind of difficult. But they'll contact me when the ball gets moving. So I'm assuming that they will. It's pretty much the best that I can say. I don't know. We were hoping for sometime this year, but we'll see how that shakes out. But I can tell you, I'm still writing up a storm. So I've got so much shit written. I know that they were doing something with my short films. With a bunch of short films that I wrote, they were thinking about doing an anthology, but I don't know what the status of that is currently. So, well, this may be a good spot. Given we're coming up on the 6.5 hour mark. Had some interesting conversations, and maybe hopefully the Wednesday one will pop off as well. So I think that would be really, really cool. But I think this is a good place. So unless somebody jumps in here at the last second, but I appreciate you, Tony, for coming up. Thank you for popping in. With that, I wish it had been a better conversation. Or and Andrew, thank you as well. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for having me on. My pleasure. Sorry for yelling at people. I realize I pissed a few people off in the chat, but whatever.
It's all good. It's all good. But hopefully we're going to do this again. We'll do this again on Wednesday, Stage of Reason again. So look for it then. And hopefully I will have this stuff, this current stuff that I'm working on edited and finalized so we can get some actual content out. And other than that, I thank everybody in the chat. Thank you for all the super chats and the milestone chats. Always love seeing those. Thank you, Jessica and Singer Soul for those. You guys rock. And that's pretty much it. So you guys have anything for us?
No, I guess we're good just for a wrap.
Awesome. Yeah, Sir Little Wolf says, Tony yelling is half the reason to watch Tony. Very true. And that dude yelled a lot more than we did. I'll say that. And a huge thank you to Jay Patrick or Pasick. One of those two. Patrick. Thank you, Jay, for coming in. I appreciate it. You're always welcome. And of course, for anybody out there who was just listening, this is the Stage of Reason. I do this what looks like twice a week right now. I probably increase that to more times per week. But this is where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. So the link is always pinned there. You can come up and join us. Or if you have questions about, how we operate within our worldviews or how we justify things, it's always welcome as well. That's the conversations that we're looking to have. So thank you all very much for joining me. This has been Bridge the Divide and Stage of Reason. As always, be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all.